Thank you, Ms. Hillary. Oh, yeah, we're good now. Okay, good morning, everybody. Council, please come to order. All right, we are ready to continue with our meeting. We are on agenda item D1, and here to present that to us is Sarah Marinan and Clay McCain. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, Sarah Marinan, council staff, and presenting D1 with me is Clay McKeon. So this discussion paper, Clay McKeon is a Sea Grant fellow who's been working with me on this project. And so he's going to present a few sections of it. We're going to sort of tag team back and forth. This is a discussion paper of a proposed regulatory change for your consideration. There's an 8-page paper posted to the e-agenda with 2 appendices attached. The first appendix is more in-depth background on some relevant pieces of the crab rationalization program regulations and management structure and information on the Eastern Aleutian Island Golden King crab fishery. And the second appendix is relevant federal regulations. So this action is looking at changing Eastern Aleutian Island Golden King crab facility use caps. And I will also note that there are some public comment letters attached to your agenda as well. So to begin with the history of action here, in June 2021, the council received 5 letters proposing changes to current regulations that prohibit crab processing facilities from using more than 60% of the Eastern Aleutian Islands Golden King crab facility use cap. Golden King crab individual processing quota. The letters explain of a live crab market opportunity with Royal Aleutian Seafoods, which is a subsidiary of Unisea. Unaffiliated IPQ holders and associated harvesters wish to participate in this market. However, the facility is constrained from additional participation by the 60% facility use cap. At the June 2021 meeting, the council also received a proposal to change the start date for both Aleutian Island Golden King crab fisheries, so both the eastern and western fisheries. And in response, the council tasked a discussion paper to cover both of these topics. That discussion paper sat on our so-called batter's box in the to-do list for a while. And in October 2022, the council decided to bifurcate these 2 issues and scheduled this facility use cap piece independently. And just some context there as a reminder, the proposal that we're looking at today is potentially a strike to regulations that might be relatively straightforward. And the proposal that we were looking for the start date changes, staff have started to analyze that with the help of ADF&G staff and NIMP staff, and bringing that forward will just require a little bit of extra attention from staff from all agencies and additional coordination. So I believe that weighed in on the decision to bifurcate the 2 pieces at this time. And with that, I will pass it over to Clay to describe some of the background of the fishery.
Clay McKeon, council staff. I'll be providing some background on the Eastern Aleutian Islands Golden King crab fishery to provide some context for the facility use caps considered in this discussion paper. The Aleutian Islands Golden King crab fisheries are managed as 2 separate fisheries within the Aleutian Islands registration area O. Eastern Aleutian Islands Golden King crab, abbreviated as EAG, are managed east of a line at 174 degrees west longitude, and Western Aleutian Islands Golden King crab, abbreviated as WAG, are managed west of this line. This discussion paper is looking specifically at the eastern part of this fishery. The fishery has a relatively small TAC set at 3.61 million pounds for the 2021-22 season. Historically, vessels have harvested nearly 100% of the TAC each year, with an average of 99.6% utilization over the history of the fishery. The figure on the top left of the slide shows the statistical areas of catch, with the eastern fishery circled in orange. Catch in these areas is fairly dispersed. 3 statistical areas contribute a larger portion of the catch, making up 37% of the 2021-22 harvest, with the rest of the harvest fairly spread out throughout the region. The EAG season takes place over a 9-month period. Initially, this season lasted from August 15th to May 15th. However, this was moved forward 15 days, taking place from August 1st, April 30th, beginning of the 2015-2016 season. In recent years, the season has seen an early opening date of July 1st to accommodate vessels participating in the ADF&G survey. In the 2021-22 season, vessels were active for an average of 129 days, with the last delivery occurring on December 13th, ahead of the season end date of April 30th. The EAG fishery has consisted of 3 vessels since the 2013-2014 season. All these vessels are catcher vessels delivering to onshore processing facilities. One of these vessels also participates in the WAG fishery. Vessels in this fishery fish using longline pot gear, with an average of around 2,000 pots registered to each vessel. Soak times are very long compared to other crab fisheries, averaging approximately 16 days. Vessels rotate through the strings, delivering a portion of a set at a time. Due to the long soak times in this fishery, vessels are fairly specialized and have limited diversity in other fisheries. Participation in other fisheries has historically consisted of Bristol Bay red king crab and Bering Sea snow crab fisheries, both of which are now closed. In the 2021-22 season, vessels delivered EAG crab to 3 processing facilities. 2 of these facilities were located in Dutch Harbor on Alaska, and 1 in Akutan. Looking at the harvest allocations in this fishery, for the 2021-22 season, there were 32 quota shareholders. All catcher vessel owner shares in this fishery are south designated, with nearly a third of this pool belonging to CDQ groups. Under the crab rationalization program, 10% of the EAG TAC is allocated to CDQ groups, and there are 4 CDQ groups that participate in the EAG fishery. Catcher processor owner shares comprise close to 5% of the quota share pool, although no catcher processor vessels have been active in this fishery since the 2013-2014 season. There are currently 10 catcher vessel C shareholders, and no catcher processor C shares were ever issued in this fishery. 5 of the 9 crab cooperatives are issued EAG harvesting quota before it is consolidated onto the 3 vessels active in the fishery. Now looking at processor allocations, as mentioned earlier, 3 facilities processed EAG crab in the 2021-22 season, with 1 facility in Akutan and 2 in Dutch Harbor on Alaska. These are the communities that had historically processed EAG crab prior to the implementation of facility use caps under Amendment 27. 3 additional facilities have processed EAG crab in the past. 1 facility in Adak, 1 in Anchorage, and an additional facility in Dutch Harbor have received EAG deliveries in the last 12 years. There are 10 processor quota shareholders, with some of the processor share pool held by IPQ holders that are unaffiliated with a processing facility in the most recent season. These unaffiliated IPQ holders process their shares by either leasing their IPQ to a processing facility or through custom processing arrangements. The amount of IPQ held by unaffiliated holders can change annually depending on PQS leasing arrangements and whether all PQS holders apply for and receive IPQ each year. Looking at the proposal considered in this discussion paper, the Unisea processing facility in Dutch Harbor has been near the 60% facility use cap in many years, meaning that it cannot accept additional custom processing arrangements for EAG crab. This is likely due in part to the PQS holdings of Royal Aleutian Seafoods, a subsidiary of Unisea, which is grandfathered into the crab rationalization program with just over 45% of the processor quota share pool due to historical processing of EAG crab before rationalization. If all of the Royal Aleutian Seafoods IPQ is processed at the Unisea facility, this only allows for an additional 14.6% of the PQS pool to be custom processed at this facility in that year. And unless there are any questions, I'll pass it back to Sarah to go through the regulations involved in this proposal.
Right. Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for the background. So I'm just clarifying that there are 3 shoreside processors that recently have been processing crab, but there are 10 PQS holders. So do I look at what amount of PQS holders are, as you've put it, unaffiliated with processing facilities or do not own a processing facility and are looking for a facility to process crab?
Thank you for the question to the chair. In the public comment that resulted in this proposal, it was stated there was around 25% unaffiliated IPQ. However, we don't have the data to know that for sure. We would need to receive that from the RAM division.
Follow up. So if the council move forward with this action, those data are available and could be provided in an analysis.
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Like Clay said, NIPS RAM division do have that information on affiliation. We didn't pull it for this level of analysis, but it is available. And you can see through that table as well that Clay presented with the number of PQS holders and then looking down to the number of processing facilities. Doesn't tell you exactly about affiliations, but it does give you some information about the level of leasing that goes on by looking at PQS holders to number of IPQ holders, and also some information about the level of custom processing that goes on by looking at IPQ holders relative to facilities. So the fact that those numbers are getting smaller means that there's different types of leasing arrangements or custom processing. But yeah, like Clay said, we don't have the exact amount of unaffiliated IPQ, which changes annually depending on different arrangements. But I think that is something we could provide for a future iteration because RAM does have that information.
Don't see any further questions. Thank you, Mr. McKeon. Back to you, Ms. Marinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So moving on, we, in addition to the information and the background on the EAG fishery, we also provide some general information about the crab rationalization program management and components that are relevant here. And this is in the discussion paper and also in Appendix 1. So just a quick reminder about the way that the quota works. There's a diagram on the screen. The crab fishery, the TAC is set and 10% is deducted for the CDQ program and the ADAC allocation. What's remaining is the IFQ allocation. And of that, 97% is owner shares, 3% is C shares. I'm just going to focus on the direction down to the processing shares. So on the owner side of things, you've got catcher vessel owner shares and then catcher processor owner shares that are established based on historical activity. And then of those who hold catcher vessel owner shares, the IFQ is issued annually, either as A shares or B shares. And if the quota shareholder is unaffiliated with a processor, they're designated as 90% A shares and 10% B shares. B shares don't have a regional designation and they can be landed with any registered crab receiver. Focusing in on the A shares that match with the processor shares here, the A share IFQ must be matched on a 1-to-1 ratio with available IPQ. The amount of A share in any fishery isn't set in stone because there's a couple pieces in this diagram that can change on an annual basis. But the IPQ issued in the EAG fishery represents about 75% of the total TAC for that fishery, including CDQ. And then just to expand on what we were talking about just a minute ago, there's a number of types of short-term transfers that can occur with PQS. PQS can be leased. So that's essentially the sale of IPQ. And it would be issued in a different name in that case. And if the relationship isn't arm's length, there's usually a negotiated lease rate there. It's a contractual arrangement where the associated risk and responsibility is passed over to the IPQ holder. IPQ can also be custom processed. And in this case, there's usually an arrangement made between the IPQ holder and the owner of the processing plant with no owner or affiliation ties between the two. And it's essentially a contract to use the equipment but the responsibility and liability remain with the IPQ holder. The IPQ holder contracts with the facility operator to have the IPQ crab custom processed according to the IPQ holder's specifications. And they usually maintain their interest in the crab and process products afterwards. So sometimes it can be attractive to IPQ holders that have identified markets for sale, but wish to achieve efficiencies in processing through these relationships. Custom processing can also occur when IPQ holder doesn't have ownership interest in a facility. It needs IPQ processed in a region, or they do have ownership in a facility, but they need their IPQ processed in a region where the plant doesn't operate. So that might be the case if the plant is located in the south region and they have north designated shares, they might have a custom processing arrangement with a processor in the north region. Okay, and diving into some of these regulations, like other rationalization programs, the council has implemented. This program has use caps, which restrict how much the harvesting or processing privilege an individual can hold or use. In principle, excessive consolidation can have adverse effects on competitive crab markets, price setting negotiations between harvesters and processors, employment opportunities for harvesting and processing crew, and tax revenue to communities where crab are landed. There's a number of types of use caps that were originally implemented in the crab program, as listed on the slide. The PQS IPQ use caps limited a person to holding no more than 30% of the PQS initially issued in the fishery and using no more than an amount of IPQ resulting from 30% of the PQS initially issued in a given fishery, with a limited exception for persons receiving more than 30% of the initially issued PQS. And as Clay mentioned, there is an entity in the EAG fishery that was grandfathered in above the caps. Originally, also, no processing facility could use more than 30% of the IPQ issued for a crab fishery. So originally the 30% caps on the use of PQS and IPQ included summing the total amount of IPQ that's held by a person, held by persons who are affiliated with that person through common ownership or control, and any IPQ crab that's custom processed at a facility that the IPQ holder owns. The PQS IPQ use caps still exist, but since the initiation of the crab rationalization program, there's been a series of amendments that exempt custom processed IPQ from counting towards those caps. So starting with Amendment 27, which became effective in June 2009, MSA reauthorization included a provision to exempt custom processing in the north region of the Opelio fishery for IPQ use caps established under the crab rationalization program. So when the council was taking action to make this change that was authorized in MSA, this is Amendment 27, they added in other fisheries to this list, as you can see on the slide. The justification that primarily revolved around wanting to allow, the justification for adding in these other fisheries revolved around wanting to allow for efficiencies and opportunities in more remote areas, like north designation areas and in fisheries with limited tax. And I'll note that this list does include Eastern Aleutian Island golden king crab. However, through Amendment 27, while the council exempted custom processed EAG from counting towards the PQS IPQ use caps, they also added in a new 60% facility use cap to the EAG and to the Western Aleutian Island red king crab fishery for any shoreside or stationary floating processor east of 174 west longitude. And this was the result of concerns expressed at the council about from processors owning facilities west of 174 west longitude about their ability to effectively compete for these two species if all of the catch were processed in one facility east of 174 west longitude. Two other relevant crab amendments that we note in the paper. Amendment 41, this establishes a process for exempting from regional delivery requirements. It includes an exemption for custom processed IPQ counting towards the PQS IPQ use caps if those exemptions are triggered. And then also Amendment 47, which became effective January 2017. This added the Bairdi fisheries to the list of fisheries for which custom processed IPQ doesn't count towards the PQS IPQ use caps. And this was the result of the exit of one processing company, which only left 3 unaffiliated entities. Since there's a 30% cap, it meant that 10% of the A share Bairdi IFQ would be left unprocessed unless a new processing company was developed or unless custom processed crab didn't count towards the cap. And I will note that this leaves Bristol Bay Red King crab, Opelio with the South Region designation, and Western Aleutian Island Golden King crab processed west of 174 west longitude as the only fisheries for which custom processed IPQ does count towards the PQS IPQ use caps.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marion. And just because these are pretty complicated regulations before you go forward, I just want to try to summarize that these last few slides so we've got a short list of crab species where custom processed IPQ still counts toward the PQS IPQ use cap. And then on your previous slide 13, we have the subject of this paper for Eastern Aleutian Islands Golden King crab fishery that has a separate 60% facility use cap that stands in the regulations that's specific to that fishery and the Western Aleutian Islands fishery.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct.
Okay.
That's a good summary.
Okay, thank you.
We did, I just want to note, Mr. Chair, we did try to include a little bit more context than what might be needed for this specific, what was proposed, because the council indicated based on some previous public testimony, it might be helpful to have more background on the PQS IPQ use caps. So we tried to include that in the appendix, but Ms. Kimball's summary was accurate.
Thank you, Ms. Marion. And speaking of public testimony, reminder to the public, if you wish to testify on this agenda item, please sign up prior to the end of the AP report, which will be coming up pretty soon. Ms. Marion.
Okay. So moving on, possible actions here. What's being proposed would require changes to federal regulations and the crab fishery management plan. There are a few ways to address what's being proposed, including removing the prohibition for both EAG and Western Aleutian Island Red King crab west of 174 degrees west longitude. The Western Aleutian Island Red King crab fishery has been closed for commercial fishing since 2003, 2004. Another option would be to delete EAG from the prohibition so that it still applies to the Western AI Red King crab fishery. And another option could be to think about increasing the facility use cap above 60%. But then the council would need to determine an alternative level to set the facility use cap to. In the discussion paper, we provide a preliminary assessment of status quo and just a general assessment of some of the proposed changes. Under the status quo, processing facilities east of 174 west longitude would continue to be prohibited from using more than 60% of the IPQ issued in the EAG and WAI crab fisheries. So this would require more than one processor to receive deliveries of EAG in order for the TAC to be processed. It doesn't require deliveries west of 174 west longitude. And we note that although use caps can provide market space for another processing facility, it doesn't guarantee that a processing facility will be available. And an example of this is with the Bairdi analysis. With rising costs of labor and materials and the extraordinary capital costs of operating a facility in the Aleutian Islands or Bering Sea, this represents a substantial barrier to entry for new processors. And combined with current closures of Opelio and Bristol Bay Red King crab, We expect that it would be unlikely that maintaining a facility use cap would alone motivate the continuation or the development of additional processing facilities to receive EAG IPQ. And the facilities that currently receive the species are diversified with other crab or groundfish species. Some of the unaffiliated IPQ holders and associated harvesters may not have the opportunity to process their EAG at a facility if it would exceed the cap. And this is what's being described in the proposal. So they would need to identify a different facility to custom process with. Under the proposed actions, there's a few things that we would expect to change. Of course, if the council took action to remove the facility use cap, it would allow additional custom process IPQ to the facility that's near the cap. And this would be beneficial to unaffiliated IPQ holders and harvesters by potentially providing more custom process market opportunities, such as the live market that's explained in the proposal, and more competition. And I note too in the paper that in addition to the goals around preventing excessive consolidation, the original RAR for the crab rationalization program acknowledged the benefits of custom processing, stating that it could facilitate more active processing market. If custom processing leads to entry in the processing sector, harvesters could have a broader market for selling their crab. Under the proposed alternatives, the proposed actions, there's a few things that would be expected to remain the same. They would still be limited. Processors, PQS holders, IPQ holders would still be limited by the 30% use caps for affiliated IPQ. If PQS and IPQ is sold, it would still trigger the right of first refusal. And for EAG, the ROFR holders are Unalaska and Apicta. Removing or modifying the facility use cap doesn't preclude new facilities or markets from developing. A new processor could ensure market shares by purchasing PQS or IPQ, which would require harvesters to share match preseason. Additionally, a new processor could enter the fishery by accepting B or C shares or by purchasing landings of CDQ. The proposed action would not prohibit all EAG IPQ from being landed in one facility. And so this is one thing that the cap did is it prevents all of the EAG from landing in a single facility. So that could happen under the proposed change. It's unclear the level of consolidation that may occur in the future. The analysis didn't expect consolidation into one facility as IPQ has been recently affiliated with 3 different companies that own facilities. However, I will note that sort of contrary to what it says in the analysis, there has been some recent consolidation that wasn't identified. And external circumstances may influence additional consolidation. But there may be reasons to believe that the consolidation wouldn't happen all to one facility, given that there are multiple facilities that hold PQS and they may have benefits from processing their own PQS. But it is something that could occur under the proposal. And in terms of next steps, the council should consider regulatory action and the potential scope of any regulatory action based on the proposal. And if warranted, the council could establish a purpose and need and set of alternatives, which of course always includes no action for further analysis. And with that, Mr. Chair, we would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan and Mr. McKeon. Any questions? Thank you again. That will bring us to our advisory panel report. Good morning, Mr. Ritchie.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I'll wait for the motion to get on screen. The AP motion reads, the AP recommends the council move forward to establish a purpose and need statement and move forward to initial/final action to remove the EAG facility caps for Aleutian Island Golden King Crab. That motion passed 18-0.
Thanks, Mr. Ritchie. Are there any questions on the AP report? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. I was wondering if in the rationale, the AP references the 60% facility cap for Golden King Crab in the east, and then also for Western Aleutian Islands Red King Crab. And that was brought up in the paper about a possibility of including the Western Aleutian Islands Red King Crab fishery, in part, I think, to clean up regulations, and because it hasn't been an open fishery for 20 years. Did the AP discuss or consider the possibility of including that in this analysis, or did that not come up?
Thank you for the question. As memory serves me and noted here in the rationale, there wasn't opposition. So it was a fairly brief conversation on this one, and I don't remember a detailed discussion on what you mentioned.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you.
Will bring us to public comment. Looks like there are 3 members of the public signed up to testify. And first up is Steve Miner. Following Mr. Miner is Frank Kelty and then John Yanni. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, Steve Miner testifying today on behalf of Ocean to Table Alaska, which is an entity that I own, which has a Golden King Crab processor quota in the Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab fishery. I'm testifying today to ask you to take expedited action, perhaps even initial and final action in April, to remove in whole or in part the language at 50 CFR 680.7 A9 for the record. It established a facility use cap, which has now become an outdated barrier to new market and product development efforts that we are trying to undertake in this industry. As you've heard, this is a unique crab fishery. About 25% of the processor quota share is now held by independent, unaffiliated entities like mine. Ms. Kimball had asked about that data. Page 3 of my written submission has the data from the RAM database. It's 25.23% is held by independent, unaffiliated entities. Equally interesting in that data is just over 70% is held by Maruha and by Unisea through their subsidiary Royal Ocean Seafoods. So I bring that up because we don't think that there's any likely scenario where this fishery will consolidate to a single plant because of the holdings of plant owners. This request was initially made in June of 2021 without any known opposition. And in fact, written support by harvesters, by the city of Onalaska, by all of the relevant stakeholders. There still continues to be no opposition that we're aware of. At the time that the 60% cap was put in this fishery, there were 2 entities, one harvester and then ACDC and ADAC that wanted to keep the cap. They were concerned about all of this consolidated to a single plant in the east. I'm on the ACDC board. We no longer oppose this. And in fact, the only time Eastern Golden King Crab has gone to ADAC, which is what they were trying to keep the door open for, it was me that took it there. And that was a market decision, not a regulatory decision. So we would like to remove this cap, let us independent holders of processor quota pursue new markets. And that means being able to access processing facilities on a competitive basis. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. I've been involved in this a long time, but thank you. Those are my formal comments.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Any questions? Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you for testimony, Mr. Minor. Yeah, you have been involved in this for a while. And I guess it's that connection that sort of made me think about this question. So you've seen use caps kind of from all sides at this point, I think. And I'm wondering if sort of a little more broadly, maybe than just this issue in particular, what use caps look like to you now versus what they looked like back when we were first sort of designing and proposing them.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite, through the chair. Use caps were originally part of a package. We were very concerned during the development of this program about consolidation. So there was ownership caps, there were use caps at the entity level, and then there were also use caps at the facility level. The ownership caps and the use caps at the entity level remain in place. So those protections are there. We're just finding that this third form of protection has actually now become a barrier. I hope that answers your question, but that's all we're asking for is it doesn't change ownership structures. I don't think it changes the intent of those caps. This one has just become a barrier to market development.
Mr. Twite?
So as a follow-up, thank you. That was really clear and it is useful to break it apart into the components. As a follow-up, if you were to do it over again now, would you have included facility use caps at all? Do you think they've really served much of any use during the development of, during the initial implementation of the program?
We could talk for a couple hours about what I do different in designing this program, but let's not go there.
It wasn't that broad a question. Don't take liberties.
Right after implementation of this program, and thank you for the question. Right after implementation of this program in 2005, almost immediately we found problems with facility use caps starting in the north, and Congress took action in 2006, the second year of the program, which was implemented in 2009, to start addressing the constraints of facility use caps. This council got involved and removed most of the facility use caps, but not all, including this one. And I think this just completes that process. It's actually been an issue right from the beginning of this program. As you've heard, when this program was implemented, so Bairdi wasn't included, but then once it reopened, we found out almost immediately there's a problem, and this council had to deal with it on almost an emergency basis. We think it's just time to complete this process and remove those caps. There's enough protections against consolidation in other aspects of this program.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to decide. Thank you for your testimony. I think that my question has been answered, so I'll.
Any further questions?
Thank you
Mr.
very
Baker.
much.
Frank Kelty? Good morning.
Well, I'll try the right side of the table. Well, no, I'm a lefty, so I better go, no, never mind. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Frank Kelty, representing City of Unalaska and Unalaska Crab Inc., which is the ROFR entity for the City of Unalaska. It's kind of a combined deal. Current mayor of Unalaska is the chairman of Unalaska Crab Inc., and the board members are the Unalaska City Council. So it's a combo situation. Unalaska is here to testify, or Unalaska Crab Inc. is here to testify in support of the North Pacific Council to consider removal of the Eastern Aleutian Golden King Crab facility use cap. This cap, we believe, is becoming a constraint for processor quota shares that do not operate a processing plant. The cap is a restriction that limits competition for process quota shareholders that don't operate a processing plant. PKS holders that aren't involved with the plant control almost 25% of the Eastern Aleutian golden king crab quota. That's this year's quota is about 3.3 million, but at times, like 2 years ago, it was close to 4 million pounds for the Eastern Aleutian. So this is around 900,000 pounds of product, which is a sizable amount of crab and a high value crab, since it's about the only king crab left in Alaska that's being processed and at a sustainable fishery. We're concerned that the facility use cap stays in place. It will lead encouraging independent PQS holders to take their golden king crab to other communities to the east of Unalaska. This has happened already, and it impacts Unalaska and the loss of fish and sales tax. Hurts our support sector businesses, and on sales tax, the loss of fuel sales, where we have a 3% local city tax, is a sizable amount of money when someone buys 10 or 20,000 gallons of fuel at a time. Our support sector businesses that are impacted that do business with the golden king crab fleet. The facility use cap also impacts Royal Aleutian Seafoods, which is the sole processor that partners with independent IPQ holders in the development of live golden king crab shipments from Unalaska. And this is either sometimes by airplane, but the new type that they're doing is in these totes, specially manufactured totes that they load in Matson containers that can get to Seattle in 5 days after leaving Unalaska and have the crab live when they arrive in Tacoma. So that's could be a big deal. It's a high-end product that could be produced and increases the expressible value to the people that are involved with doing this. Unalaska has testified at the ADF&G to get the live crab program in place in the past. Unalaska Crab Inc. thanks you for consideration of our comments, and we would hope that this could get to final action as soon as the council can get the purpose and needs statement and the alternatives developed to get this moving forward. And it's kind of, they start setting at your June meeting, you set the quota for golden king crab for the 2023-2024 season. So that's why April is kind of looking pretty good if we could get this in place. And I don't know if it can happen that fast, but I think it would be good for the fishery. And I think our position in Alaska that this either could go alone or or the Western Aleutian red crab could be included too, because that fishery hasn't opened for over 20 years. And I don't know if it's ever going to open again. I think the last survey they did out there, they found one legal red crab in the area. So it's we're going to need, talking about miracles yesterday, we needed some more miracles out in that direction. So thank you very much for hearing our testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Kelty. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you. Okay, and last up, testifying in person is John Yanni.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the council, appreciate the opportunity to testify in front of you today on behalf of the North Pacific Crab Association, which is a trade association comprised of the majority of crab processing quota holders under the crab rationalization program. It includes primary processing companies that hold processing quota, but importantly also includes non-processing companies such as CDQ groups that hold substantial amounts of processing quota share that need to have their crab processed in an entity that has processing capacity. And I'm here today to remind the council that we came before you in October and brought up the problem that these last two red crab species, Bristol Bay red king crab and Bering Sea Opelio south designated crab, remain under the facility use caps as shown by Sarah and Clay's excellent analysis. And we're grateful that the council has used some of their precious analysis resources for that. So I think the council has now seen that those two species are still bound by these use caps. And we're here to ask that the council consider adding them to a request to allow for custom processing agreements to be exempt for those use caps. As we all know, the changes to the Opelio quota happened fast and severe. And the industry is trying to respond to those, but it appears now that both Bristol Bay Red King Crab and Bering Sea Opelio are going to be severely cut into the future with very small quotas. So we're trying to respond to that, as well as the council and other management bodies are trying to respond to that. One very flexible tool is to allow for custom processing agreements to allow processors to become more efficient in the way they process their crab. And it allows for PQS holders, particularly those without processing capacity, to have more flexibility with options to enter into custom processing agreements. If the use caps remain in place, those entities that already have processing quota shares are going to be reluctant to add more processing if the use cap is in place for fear of enforcement action. So we're hoping that the council can add those two species to the work that they're doing now. Amendments 27 and 47 basically did all the analysis that showed for small species, small tax species, the use caps are particularly constraining. And to follow up on Mr. Twite's concerns, I think as the program has evolved over these now 18 years, the concerns that the council had when it enters into these rationalized programs have not come to fore. I think that when the council goes from an Olympic fishery to a rationalized fishery, it is concerned that it somehow freezes the way the fishery is supposed to look. And I think I understand that concern because it's unknown what a rationalized fishery will look like. It's particularly unknown when a rationalized processing sector is first passed like this council has done. But I think in the 18 years, the council now has analysis as shown by today's proposal or presentation that some of those fears were not necessary, and easing some of the constraints as the fisheries evolve, particularly in light of these severe reductions in quota, are not only warranted, but they need to happen. And so that's the problem that we've been bringing to the council today. I recognize, using an old crab term, that we're a rider on this issue, but on this matter. But I'm hopeful that the additional work by adding those two species would not be so significant that it would slow down progress on this matter already. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Kimball or Ms. Baker, or whoever. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Yanni, for your testimony. And you were very clear about your request for adding Bristol Bay Red King crab and snow crab exemptions from custom processing for this action. What I want to ask, in current conditions, I should say, what I want to ask is, I interpret your testimony that even should tax go back ideally to previous levels in that fishery, and we're looking at larger tax again for those. I think your testimony was we shouldn't be concerned at that point about the exemption from custom processing should that go forward and be implemented. Am I interpreting that correctly, in the sense that, are we going to need to revisit this again when hopefully we're at higher tax levels?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I don't think so, because I think the council is now, or should be, more comfortable with the way the program is operating. It certainly has all the analysis it needs and all the information it needs to sort of monitor whether or not the unwanted outcomes of consolidation are causing a problem. I don't think that's going to happen. If you exempt custom processing from those two species, it just allows holders of IPQ, which still have caps on the amount of IPQ they can hold and own. It just allows them the flexibility of using processing platforms efficiently and hopefully with less cost as the crab seasons continue. If the levels became back where they were in the 100 million pound levels, there may be a need for the council to look at the possibility that a particular facility is enjoying too much of it by, somehow corralling all of the custom processing agreements or something like that. But I don't think the initial concerns pre-rationalization when you transition from an Olympic to a privatized fishery have been realized, and I don't think they will going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you, Mr. Iani. Your part of the proposal, we have information in our paper, but it's not explicitly addressed in the paper, but you are not then proposing any changes to the ownership caps for processing entities or the regionalization components for those two species. I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's correct. Yes.
And then I just wonder if you could, I think whenever we deal with a use cap issue, people are immediately concerned about consolidation. I think you spoke to it pretty well, but I wonder if you could, in plain language, talk about what it means to be taking small amounts of crab and how people are making those decisions as we deal with really low tax, at least for the foreseeable future and potentially these species. How would a crab processor deal with that, and what would happen if we didn't take action as you're proposing?
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. I think the issue is that you have multiple platforms out there now that have to plan on a very small amount of crab. And then on top of that, they're constrained by, they can't exceed 30% going through the plant. So they're going to be even more conservative about taking other IPQ holders crab. And so when you have a small tack like we did for Opelio South the last season, it was around 2 million pounds or even less than 2 million pounds. It's hard to, first of all, plan for a crab line, multiple crab lines that can't kind of efficiently do as much crab as possible. I mean, depending on how the holder of the IPQ, for example, a CDQ group, decides to use its PQS, they still have the opportunity to enter into custom processing agreements with whomever they want to. The hope is that there'll be multiple operators available for them to do that. If the use cap remains in place in a very small fishery, a processor is going to be very careful to want to process his or her own crab first, and even with a cushion of comfort so that they don't, somehow have a boat show up and they all of a sudden have to either process that boat's crab or it dies and they violate the use cap, or not. And I think that's the problem that we can see happen with these very small fisheries going forward. I think that's one of the major concerns. And so hopefully if the use cap is exempt from custom processing agreements, then processors can make rational decisions based with the PQS holders so that they gain efficiencies at 1 or 2 facilities instead of 3 or 4 facilities that a 30% use cap would require.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Iani. Appreciated the range of your testimony and your responses. I'm still grappling just a little bit with the notion that this is a fairly simple rider. And I guess what I'm wondering, I guess the best way to ask the question of you is, do you still think that if we added those in, do you think that if we added those in, that we'd still be able to do initial final review in a single action? Or do you think that this adds enough complexity that we'd probably need to make it a more of our normal 2-step process?
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Dwight. I don't think that it would overcomplicate the analysis. I mean, you have most of it in front of you now. You've exempted from the use caps every other viable commercial crab species going forward. I don't know of any opposition from the public going forward, so I don't think so. But anytime you ask the member of the public who's asking you to do something, it's always easy for me to say, yeah, sure, you should be able to do this, no problem. But I don't know if I'm the right person to answer that question.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment. We ready for action? Yeah. Let's go ahead and stand down for a few, about 5 minutes or so. Council, please come back to order. Okay, Ms. Kimball.
Mr. Chair, I just had a quick question for staff, for Sarah, if she. So we had the proposal on which the discussion paper was based didn't include the Western Aleutian Islands red king crab fishery. The AP motion didn't also include that, but as I go through your paper, I just wanted to hear, you did include it as a possibility, and I just wanted to hear again whether that's just a cleanup of the regulations because that fishery has not been opened, or were there any other reasons that you brought that forward for the council when it hadn't been part of the original proposal?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yeah, I guess I thought of it as sort of a cleanup, since the fishery hasn't been open since 2003, 2004. There was no proposal to remove that. It's just if the council's looking at that prohibition, that regulation, there'll need to be a rationale specifically for EAG, and since it's tied together in the same regulation, you might want to think about whether to include it or exclude it. I mean, in the recent years, it would make no practical difference because the fishery hasn't been open, but something to think about for the future.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Ms. Marinan. Okay. Are we ready for action? Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that's been sent to staff.
For those online, we're just waiting for the motion to get posted, and looks like here it comes. Ms. Baker.
Thank you. The motion is the council adopts the following purpose and need statement and alternatives for analysis. Since implementation of the crab rationalization program in 2005, a significant percentage of crab processor shares have been acquired by participants that do not own processing facilities and are dependent on custom processing markets. Although custom processing was exempted from facility use caps for most BSAI crab fisheries in 2006, facility use caps were implemented for the Eastern Aleutian Islands golden king crab fishery and the Western Aleutian Island red king crab fishery when processed east of 174 degrees west longitude. The council is considering eliminating the EAG and WAI processing facility use caps to potentially increase the availability of custom processing services and the development of new product forms and markets. In addition, recent declines in the Bristol Bay red king crab and Eastern Bering Sea snow crab abundance have resulted in closures of commercial fishing seasons and increased the likelihood of low total allowable catch limits in the near future. These changes have caused significant disruption to participants, including high costs and inefficiencies in the harvesting and processing of these crab species at low TAC levels. Custom processing of crab is exempt from the IPQ use caps, with the exception of Bristol Bay Red King crab, Eastern Bering Sea snow crab with a South region designation, and Western Aleutian Island golden king crab processed east of 174 degrees west longitude. The council is considering adding these fisheries to the custom processing exemption to allow participants to increase efficiency and continue to derive benefits from the fisheries. The council is considering these changes while preserving overall ownership and entity use caps in the crab program to continue to limit consolidation. Alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2, remove the EAG and WAI processing facility use caps at 50 CFR 680.7, paragraph A9. Alternative 3, exempt custom processing of Eastern Bering Sea snow crab IPQ with a South region designation, Bristol Bay Red King crab IPQ, and Western Aleutian Islands golden king crab IPQ processed east of 174 degrees west longitude from the PQS and IPQ and processing facility use caps under the program. Add to list of exempted fisheries at 50 CFR 680.42 and subsequent paragraphs. Regionalization would still apply. Alternatives 2 and 3 are not mutually exclusive and both may be selected for council action. The council requests the analysts examine the potential for consolidation of PQS and IPQ associated with the options for changing the facility use caps for processing Aleutian Islands golden king crab. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Misro. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a fairly technical motion, as we would anticipate with particular subject matter. In general, I am attempting to be responsive to the specific requests we've heard in public testimony. First off, being a request for an exemption from the 60% facility use cap for Eastern Aleutian Islands golden king crab. Again, the public comment we received indicated that one facility is processing EAG near or at its 60% facility use cap and may be unable to custom process this crab for other entities, and that removing the use cap may allow the development of new markets and bring higher prices for golden king crab without adversely affecting harvesters and communities. I've also tried to capture the discussion that we've had during the staff presentation today and questions from council members in terms of recognizing and trying to anticipate while we're in these regulations, so to speak, potential future scenarios and improving the program. And so I'm proposing to also include the Western Aleutian Islands red king crab fishery in our consideration of this action to remove the facility use cap. Again, that fishery has been closed since the 2003-2004 season. And so my motion includes removing the 60% facility, consideration of removing the 60% facility use cap provision for both the EAG and WAI fisheries, because those are the only two fisheries for which this provision applies. And removing it entirely will simplify the regulations in my view. In addition, I am with the proposal of alternative 3 in this motion, which I note would be, at least in my consideration, not mutually exclusive from alternative 2. And the council could choose either or both if this moves forward. As we heard in public comment at this meeting and previously, the only fisheries for which custom processed IPQ is currently not exempt from the PQS and IPQ use caps are the Eastern Bering Sea snow crab fishery with a South region designation, Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery, and the Western Aleutian Islands golden king crab fishery if those IPQ crab are processed east of 174 degrees west longitude. Again, we heard that these fisheries were excluded from Amendment 27 because at that point in time, the tax were relatively high. And the council determined that additional opportunities for consolidation from custom processing exemptions were not needed in order to facilitate economically efficient operations. As we've heard in public comment, and we're all well aware, the Bristol Bay Red King crab and snow crab tax have been reduced significantly, and the fisheries are currently closed. In anticipation that future tax likely will be small in the near future, I think it makes sense to consider exempting these fisheries in this action from PQS, or excuse me, in the custom processing exemption from counting toward the PQS and IPQ use caps, as we have done for most other fisheries. And similarly, I am proposing to include the Western Aleutian Islands Golden King crab fishery for consideration in this action. There has not been a processor operating west of 174 degrees west longitude for many years, and all of those deliveries have occurred in the Eastern Aleutian Islands. So again, similar to my proposal to include the Western Aleutian Island Red King crab fishery from the facility use cap exemption consideration, I am proposing to include the Western Aleutian Island Golden King crab fishery east, if those crab are processed east of 174 degrees west longitude, in the consideration of adding it to the fisheries for which custom processing is exempt from the use caps. Under alternative 3, just a reminder, the north-south regionalization would still apply, and processing consolidation could happen within both regions, but not necessarily across regions unless something is triggered in the framework agreement for the regionalization. And just a reminder that under both of these proposed actions I'm putting forward for consideration, removal of the facility use cap and adding fisheries to the custom processing exemption, processing ownership caps still apply and are not changed. And subsequently, the use caps for PQS and IPQ are not proposed to be changed. But again, I believe that this action comprehensively addresses many of the conditions that have changed in the fishery, both related to just business operations, new markets that we've heard of, and biological changes in the fisheries and the crab rationalization program themselves. And so I recognize this is fairly complicated. And so I'd be happy to take any questions. I've tried to lay out the rationale as clearly as I could. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Baker, for the motion. At what point does as the council works, assuming the council approves this, at what point, when do we sort of decide whether we can keep it as the initially conceived of as a single initial, final, and fairly short order, or it would need a longer time frame, or might even need to be segmented?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that question. I intended to mention that and I forgot. So thank you for prompting me. I was going to speak to the fact that in my recollection is that in motions such as this, initiating analysis, the council does not typically weigh in on the scheduling of those actions. And we typically do that in staff tasking. And I appreciate you raising that particular point. And I know that the stakeholders that brought these proposals forward, particularly the facility use cap action, have requested that this action be scheduled for initial review and final action at the same meeting. And I look forward to discussing that further at staff tasking, because I as one council member, have a lot of questions about how those determinations are made, quite frankly, and I'm not clear, even with the proposals brought forward without my additional proposed revisions, how the initial final decision is made. But I look forward to discussing that in staff tasking. I have not explicitly included that in the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions on the motion? Okay. Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Okay. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just very briefly, I will support the motion. I think the staff did a good job trying to get us through some really complicated regulations. And I think it's come out in our discussion and testimony that the layers of some of those facility use caps on top of the ownership caps, on top of regionalization, which also protect against consolidation, are just unnecessary. And as was stated, unnecessary barriers for people in crab fisheries, especially with these smaller tack levels. Pretty consistent small tack level for the fishery brought forward, Eastern Aleutian Islands golden king crab, very, stable tack over time. And then these new fisheries that are closed to date, but through our analyses, we expect smaller tacks in the near future. So I look at this as a suite of complicated regulations, continued protections for communities, and preventing against ownership consolidation that is retained, but that anything this council can do to make crab fisheries at this time more viable for participants, those IPQ holders that don't own processing facilities and harvesters, I think is worth the council's time. So I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further comments? Okay, I think we are ready to vote then. Is there any opposition to the motion? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. Anything further? Okay. All right. Well, thanks again, Ms. Baker and staff and public. We are ready to move on in our agenda then. That will bring us to Area 4 use cap interim measures. I believe Anna Henry is going to provide that. And just a note for the public on what to expect for timing. I think we've got a time certain SSC report that will start right after lunch. So plan on that around 1 o'clock today. That will be the SSC report in full. Good morning, Ms. Henry.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Anna Henry, council staff here to present C3 Area 4 vessel use cap interim measures. I'll note that on the agenda, you have the analysis as well as some supplemental information that includes preliminary estimates of the 2023 vessel caps. Those have not been published by NMFS yet, so those aren't necessarily the final caps, but those are preliminary estimates based on the IPHC halibut limits for 2023. And this action is scheduled for initial review and final action. So to begin, the vessel caps that this action is addressing are specified in the regs as no vessel may be used during any fishing year to harvest more IFQ halibut than 0.5% of the combined total catch limits of halibut for IFQ regulatory areas 2C, 3A, 3B, 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, and 4E. There's also a separate cap for CQE that no vessel may be used during any fishing year to harvest more than 50,000 pounds of IFQ halibut derived from quota share held by a CQE. There's a separate southeast cap that is 1% of the 2C halibut IFQ tack, but that is not included in this proposed action. And additionally, there's an exception if any individual IFQ holder receives an allocation in excess of the cap, they are permitted to harvest their allocation on one vessel. So these caps were put in place with the IFQ program, intending to prevent large amounts of IFQ from being fished on only a few vessels. And this was to protect small producers, part-time and entry-level participants who may otherwise be eliminated from the fisheries due to potential excessive consolidation of harvesting privileges under the IFQ program. So there have been numerous recent council actions addressing vessel caps in the IFQ program. The first was in May of 2020 when the council held a special meeting to address emergency requests associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. At that meeting, the council requested NIMS promulgate emergency regulations to remove vessel use caps for IFQ halibut in areas 4B, 4C, and 4D for the 2020 fishing year. Then again, in February of 2021 and 2022, the council again requested expedited regulations to remove vessel use caps for IFQ halibut harvested in 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D. And those occurred both in the fishing year of 2021 and again in 2022. So then in June of 2022, the council passed a motion to initiate an analysis that would consider adjusting the vessel caps. So rather than just waiving them as had been done annually previously, to actually analyze changing what those vessel caps could be in Area 4. And this has kind of been termed the longer term solution. It has not yet been scheduled on the agenda, but it would be a longer term, more complicated analysis to really look at what changing those caps would do. And as part of that motion, the council also requested NIMS to identify ways to consider extending the waivers that had been previously implemented for Area 4. So to address that, in October of 2022, the council initiated the current action that we are addressing now, which would consider removing those vessel cap limitations in Area 4 through the 2027 fishing season. And this has been termed kind of the interim solution, as it would be a shorter term solution while the council can work on this longer term analysis to look at actually changing what those vessel caps could be. So again, the current action here, alternative 1 would be no action. Those vessel use caps as defined in the regs will remain in place. Alternative 2 would remove those vessel cap limitations for IFQ halibut harvested in areas 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D through the 2027 fishing season. If the council decides to take subsequent action to permanently modify vessel cap limits in Area 4, such action will supersede this if it's taken prior to 2027. So this proposed action would not modify other aspects of the IFQ program. There are other restrictions in the program that are intended to prevent excessive consolidation of harvesting privileges and to maintain diversity of the IFQ fleets. So there are transfer restrictions that limit the ability to transfer or lease IFQ except under specific conditions. I will note that NIMS did promulgate emergency rules to allow the temporary transfer of halibut and sibblefish IFQ in the 2020 and 2021 fishing seasons. Other IFQ restrictions are related to harvesting vessel size, which is limited by the quota class category. There are fishing up and fishing down provisions in Area 4 that make these limitations less constraining, but they do constrain the way that halibut IFQ can be harvested. There are also quota use caps that limit the amount of quota share that can be held or used by an individual. So harvesting 100% of the tax still will require numerous individuals holding a quota share. And just a quick note on the data in this analysis, it is council policy to include data up to the latest complete fishing year in our analytical documents. Because there was an RIR prepared for the temporary final rule, removing vessel caps last year, that included fishing data through the fishing year of 2021. And given document posting deadlines, we couldn't include data for the complete 2022 fishing year in this analysis. But in order to provide more updated information than what had been included in the prior analysis, we do have partial year data. So unless otherwise noted, the 2022 data are complete through December 11th of 2022. And this is a unique circumstance based on this analysis. It doesn't signal any policy to start including partial year data in analytical documents. So getting to the vessel caps, this table shows the annual catch limits and the vessel use caps for IFQ halibut from 2013. The asterisks note that in the different exemptions for 2020 and 4B and 4CD, in 2021 for 4A, 4B, and 4CD, and that these 2023 estimates are preliminary and have not been finalized or published by NIMS yet. This also includes the catch limit and use caps in Area 2C, although those are not part of this action. Those would remain in place. So these figures show the Area 4 halibut IFQ tax and the percent of that tax that was harvested since 2006. So you can see that the tax dropped pretty significantly kind of till 2025 when it has held a little more steady and even increased a few years. And the percent of that tax that was harvested was relatively stable until around 2019 when that percent utilization has really declined. And particularly in Area 4B, it was around 50% in 2022. So this table and the next table, they're the same table just with different IPHC areas. So this shows the TAC by the area, the allocation in pounds from 2015 through 2022. Then that middle column shows the minimum number of vessels that would be required to harvest the entire cap, the entire allocation if the cap were in place. So if every vessel that was harvesting in that area harvested up to the cap, what's the fewest number of vessels that could harvest the entire cap? The next column then shows the actual number of vessels that harvested IFQ in that area in each year. And then the final column is the overall percent of the TAC that was landed. And again, these areas 2C, 3A, and 3B would not be affected by this action, but this information is provided here just to provide some context of trends in other areas. So you can see that the vessels that have been harvesting IFQ, the number of vessels has consistently remained above the minimum number of vessels that would be required if the cap were in place. And the trends of the percent of TAC landed have remained rather steady. There's a slight decline in 3B, but the next slide shows you this same table for Area 4A, 4B, and 4CD. And you can see that the percent of TAC harvested has declined more significantly in these areas. You are still seeing that the number of vessels harvesting IFQ is greater than the minimum numbers that would be required with the cap. But there has been a decline in recent years in the number of vessels participating. So this figure shows the kind of distribution of harvest by vessels in relation to the caps. So it has each IPHC area, 2C, 3A, 3B across the top, and then areas 4A, 4B, 4CD across the bottom. And those bottom bins are the percent of the vessel cap harvested, broken down into 50%, 75%, 90%, and then up to 100% of the vessel cap. And then on the y-axis, it's the percent of vessels that are harvesting IFQ that fit into that bin. So you can see that in areas in Area 4, there has been a pretty notable increase in the number of vessels that are harvesting a higher percentage of that cap, particularly in the last 3 years, those darkest blue lines. a larger percent of the vessels in those areas are harvesting a larger percent of the caps.
Ms. Henry, Ms. Drobnica has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Anna, you may be getting to this a little bit later, and I know that the analysis was a bit expedited on this, but were you able to tease out any distribution of effort? I noticed a little spike in 4B as well, as far as the number of vessels that are fishing up to their cap, and we see a decrease in the number of vessels in a couple areas in 4. Wondering if you were able to track any of those vessels to see if there was any shifts in distribution from area 4 to places where there's, it's easier, there's closer proximity to the market.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Ms. Drobnica. We didn't do any specific analysis of individual vessel trends in terms of shifting areas of effort. I think that's a little more complicated analysis that we would do for a longer term solution, looking at how specific caps might affect potential effort distribution. For this, we were more trying to figure out kind of how harvesting has changed in relationship to the caps, to see if there's trends that we can see based on those cap exemptions over the past few years.
Ms. Henry.
So we also provide some information on communities in the document. This table is the community of vessel ownership by the address for vessels that harvested IFQ in Area 4. And you can see that around 2019, there was a significant decline in the number of vessels harvesting. And some of the notable communities that seem to have been affected, St. Paul, you can see it dropped from 8 vessels and has been down to 1 and 0 in recent years. Also in Kodiak, 2019 kind of signaled a shift to fewer vessels participating from there as well. And then we have some tables here that identify the communities that processed halibut in each of the areas in Area 4. And again, 2019 kind of signals a start of a decline in the number of communities that processed IFQ halibut in these areas. This graph shows the ex-vessel values for halibut in Area 4, and it was pretty much on a decline since 2016, and then in 2021 it increased again. I will note that these are nominal values, so they do not take account of inflation. So this figure was kind of an attempt to try to see if we could tease out some of the trends related to the recent waivers in vessel caps. So it shows 6 years. So the first 3 years are when the vessel caps were still in place. And then the final 3 years on this are when the vessel caps have been removed. It has areas 4A, 4B, 4CD across the top. And the top strip here is the vessel length participating in the fishery. The second strip here is the duration of trips. And then the bottom strip is for the distance of the trip. And that's calculated as a straight line distance from the center of the ADFNG stat area where harvesting occurred to the location of processing or landing. And we recognize that boats don't travel or fish in straight lines, but that was kind of the easiest proxy we could use to try to identify if boats were going farther to process or to prosecute the fishery. So the trends here really, if you look at 4A kind of down the first column, things have remained pretty steady. You don't see very many differences throughout the timeline. If you look at 4B, you do see that trip duration seems to have increased over the past 3 years, and that distance of trip has really notably increased. Looking at 4CD, you do see similar increases, particularly in 2022 across all of the metrics. There's a notable increase. So for potential impacts, the changing regulatory environment makes it really difficult to predict what the likely impacts will be. We don't know what would have occurred if these recent harvest flexibilities had not been in place, if the vessel caps had still been in place, or those temporary transfer provisions had not been in place. So you're kind of in a chicken and egg situation of what would have happened, and whether it's underlying conditions in the fishery that have created these changes, or they're affected by the changes and recent exemptions. So it's really challenging to isolate the evidence of the impacts of these vessel caps from those other factors. And those participation and harvest patterns in the last 3 years don't clearly identify a direct impact of a vessel use cap exemption, because there are these other factors which may have influenced participation decisions. There has been a decline in participating vessels and an increase in the proportion of vessels that met or exceeded the use cap in Area 4 in recent years. And the number of active halibut IFQ processors in Area 4 has declined. And we do see that vessels harvesting halibut in Area 4B and 4CD have taken longer trips and traveled further from fishing grounds to processing locations in recent year. But again, whether these trends are due to limited vessel and processor capacity, or other underlying conditions in the fishery, or this increased flexibility from these temporary removal of these regulatory restrictions in recent years, is unknown. But the potential impacts for alternative 1, maintaining the vessel caps, this could limit IFQ consolidation on vessels. It would maintain the necessity for a minimum number of vessels to prosecute the fishery. So this may preserve opportunities for smaller operations and crew and new entrants. However, due to potential changes in the fishery after these 3 years of exemptions, vessel use caps may not actually ensure additional opportunity for vessels and crew, particularly in the remote Area 4 halibut IFQ fisheries. Maintaining the vessel caps may limit opportunities for efficiency and then increase the likelihood that the annual allocation is left unharvested if there aren't enough vessels to prosecute the entire allocation while staying under those vessel caps. And this really depends on how many vessels choose not to operate, because individual operators cannot justify the costs to operate the vessel given recent increases in costs or other challenges in profitability or processing capacity in the area. Potential impacts of alternative 2, removing these vessel caps in Area 4A, 4B, and 4CD. This may allow greater IFQ consolidation on vessels, which could decrease the participation of smaller scale vessels and reduce the number of available crew jobs and opportunities for new entrants. It's possible that landings would also consolidate to fewer processors and communities. It may lead to some vessels permanently leaving the fishery and long-term shifts in participation, because this could lead to, it could potentially be a cumulative 8 years without vessel caps in place in these regions. Some participants may re-enter the fishery in 2023 due to reduced concerns over health and safety as the threat of COVID-19 wanes. And this may be more likely if the vessel caps are removed and not constraining. And then if participants are able to consolidate IFQ onto fewer vessels, this increases the likelihood of achieving economies of scale and harvesting IFQ more profitably. And this could be particularly helpful in these areas in the Bering Sea, where the costs and risks associated with reaching the fishing grounds and prosecuting the fishery are higher, and processing facilities are limited. So this could lead to higher TAC utilization. And then finally, just some impacts of the removing the vessel caps through 2027. This could provide increased stability for planning purposes, particularly compared to the annual actions that have been taken by the council over the past 3 years. A multi-year action also reduces the analytical time and the meeting time consumed by individual annual actions, which would free up some time to work on the longer term solution. And then removing vessel caps through 2027 would reduce the ability to adapt to changes in dynamics in the fishery on an annual basis, as has been done in the last 3 years. And that concludes my presentation.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Henry. Any additional questions for Ms. Henry? Ms. Trebnicka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Henry. Can you, this is kind of going back a little ways, but can you remind me about how this will function for the CQE and for 4B when it's overlaid? It's my understanding there's a forthcoming IFQ omnibus package that'll be implemented in time for, can you clarify if that'll be implemented in time for the season and how this action will play on top of the forthcoming one? Thanks.
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Robnika. So this action and its effect on the CQE and 4B, CQE has a separate vessel cap of that 50,000 pounds. If both these vessel caps are in place, any vessel cannot fish higher than the overall vessel cap. And then of that, they can't have more than 50,000 pounds of that be CQE IFQ. If this action were to be implemented to waive the vessel caps, that would waive both the overall vessel caps in Area 4 and that 50,000 pound cap for CQE. So that would be the effect of this action. In terms of the IFQ omnibus action you're referring to, I think that's referring to a package that I believe NIMS is hoping to implement prior to the beginning of this fishing year. I think in the B reports, they said that was looking likely. The particular of that action related to CQE, I believe, is just related to the residency requirements associated with harvesting CQE, and it would implement a 5-year exemption to those residency requirements.
Any further questions? Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Henry, I wonder if you could help us, help me anyway, in how to view this interim action relative to the long-term action, recognizing, as you indicated, the long-term action hasn't yet been scheduled. I gather there is a fair amount of complexity associated with sorting out what that will look like, involvement in the IFQ committee, et cetera. And as this action is conceived, it's intended to provide a period through 2027 to allow ample time for that longer term solution to play out. I realize there's been some discussion from stakeholders about potentially shortening that time frame for the interim action. So is there any light you can shed on what we should anticipate the road ahead looks like for the long-term action so we can evaluate how well this interim action kind of fills that gap until the long-term solution is in place?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Kurland, thank you for the question. I think one thing to be aware of is that this action, this current action, the short-term waiver, we were able to turn around this analysis fairly quickly because we have done an analysis for this specific waiver for the past 3 years. So updating an existing analysis is much quicker than creating a new analysis. Additionally, this interim action is much simpler because it is just a waiver. So looking at removing caps is much less complicated than looking at changing what the caps would be, having to analyze. In the motion that the council passed in June, there's as it exists, there are 4 different potential new caps. So having to analyze those and the potential implications of that. And then how that would affect or interplay with the existing caps in other areas. It's a much more complicated analysis than this one to just waive them for a year. So it would certainly be a larger analytical lift than this was. Additionally, I think because of that complexity, you would need initial review and final review separately. Likely the IFQ committee would want to weigh in. All of those parts of the process take time as well. And then in terms of implementation, I think in my discussions with RAM and OLE, a waiver is much more simple in terms of implementation. You don't have to program a new vessel cap and how to calculate that and enforce that as well.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, what are the implications if whatever the sunset is on this interim action runs out and that longer term option isn't in place. Where does that leave us?
Thank you through the chair. The way that the sunset date is written now, the current vessel caps would go into place and be in effect when that sunset date occurs, if no other action has been taken to change what those caps would be. So if there's a gap between the sunset date and the implementation of some longer term solution, the current vessel caps as they're in the regs now would be in place during that gap.
Further questions for Ms. Henry? Thank you. We will take our advisory panel report next, then we'll take a break and come back and do public comment. We have Brian Ritchie and Paul Wilkins. Good morning.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I'll wait for the motion to get on screen. Thank you. The AP motion reads, the AP recommends to the council that they take final action to waive the vessel use cap regulations under 50 CFR section 679.42 H1 for halibut in IPHC regulatory areas 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D to act as an interim measure through 2025. Unless the council takes action to implement a permanent regulatory action revising vessel use caps passed by the council in June 2022. The AP also recommends to the council that they prioritize analysis and implementation of the permanent regulatory action to revise vessel use caps. The analysis should consider the impact of vessel use cap revisions in each of areas 4A, 4B, and 4CD as individual areas and consider permanent action in each area accordingly. That motion passed 18-0.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie and Mr. Wilkins. I have, I guess, kind of two questions that are kind of related or looking for you to maybe characterize a bit more of your conversation. And it's the second paragraph in the motion about prioritizing. And in my mind, that links with your second bullet on the rationale about the discussion of 3 years versus 5 years. And I guess my question is, did the AP have the conversation, not just about the kind of to Mr. Curlin's question of staff, not just the amount of time to develop and take action here, but then to implement and what would happen if the longer term package wasn't in place?
We didn't have a robust discussion on implementation timing. That may be one thing that we should have paid more attention to. And I'm not sure that this motion does reflect that it may take time to implement such an action.
Thank you for that. And so I guess the part of my question that I didn't ask was with that second paragraph about prioritizing this action. Did the AP discuss what to prioritize that over? What did they think this should supersede?
Through the chair, Paul Wilkins for the record. Ms. Vanderhoven, there was some some public comment about changing the sunset date from 5 to 3 years in recognition of improving expediency on the process potentially. There some questions were asked of public testimony about sort of potential prioritization of this action over other high priority council actions such as salmon bycatch review and many other things. And I don't think that there was not a specific list of items that should go first. I think it was a thought that there was an idea that sort of increasing a sunset, decreasing the sunset date might sort of improve that. I guess I'll leave it there. Is that clear enough? I guess.
Through the chair, there wasn't discussion so much over what it should be prioritized over, but there was discussion over what it should not be prioritized over. Specifically, we discussed that it should not be prioritized over issues regarding salmon, PSC caps, or any crab issues in the Bering Sea.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both. I guess my question is, you have people at that table at the advisory panel that are processors, and you have people from the region in the table. So what I'm wondering is, was there any discussion? The tension point in this discussion is obviously the time frame for implementing this and the impacts of having it go a longer time frame on perhaps on small boat fishermen and communities. And so was there any sort of discussion about actions that processors or communities might be able to take should the shorter time frame, like you suggested in your motion, get adopted by the council, but the work not get done in time, like bringing a floater in or seeking other means to handle processing fish should the work not be able to get done in the timeline that you established in your motion?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the question. We did have discussion of that during testimony. We had representatives from St. Paul come, and they had discussed bringing in a floating processor to address some of the issues that you just raised. Expense was a large consideration for them, and it didn't end up happening this year. So I think for them, it does remain a big concern.
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the action before us isn't to set the timing for the longer term solution here. It's really focused on this interim action. And I'm wondering if the AP's discussion of this timing issue touched upon the scenario that I asked Ms. Henry about, where there are complexities associated with developing the longer term action that make it difficult to get that done in a short period of time, and whether it would be prudent to have this interim measure have kind of a buffer, be in place for a longer period of time. Did the AP discuss that at all?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We didn't discuss specifically a buffer, but there was general consensus at the AP that a 3-year sunset on this as opposed to a 5-year I'm not sure if providing incentive is the right way to phrase it, but may stress that a near-term solution would be preferable.
Any further questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report. My question is on the last paragraph again, where the AP's action was not on the permanent or the long-term action. It was on this interim measures, but you seem to be making recommendations on this other package that wasn't in front of you. Was there something in the presentation or the discussion that made the AP think that this was necessary, or that there was going to be an inability to look at different potential solutions to each of the areas separately?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. some of the discussion around the table sort of pointed out the fact that the paper seemed to reflect that there were differential levels of impacts to each of the regions, and the maker of the motion wanted to make it clear that any longer term analysis should be certain to look at that those differential impacts and potentially look at suites of alternatives that affect each of the area 4 areas separately and differently.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, specifically, area 4 CD was brought up as they've lost their local processor in St. Paul, and they have a small boat fleet, and impacts may be more severe there, and perhaps that should be weighted in analysis and in consideration.
Don't see any additional questions. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our morning break before we come back and take public comment. Come back around 10:15. Council, please come back to order. And we are ready to move into public comment on C3. We have 5 signed up to testify. First up is John Moeller and Bernie Burkholder, then Leighton Lockett, and then Heather McCarty. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Members of the council. So for the record, my name is John Moeller. I am speaking today on behalf of ADAC Community Development Corporation. And with me today is Bernie Burkholder. His remarks will follow mine. ACDC supports the AP motion with one minor modification. And that is we ask that the council add back in the 5-year sunset into alternative 2. Important for that, ACDC is extremely sensitive to the optics that 5 years could be perceived as not being temporary. However, it's my understanding that the long-term fix that you identified in June will supersede this action today, which may or may not happen in the next 3 years. Council staff getting stretched pretty thin these days, and my concern is we hit the 3 years and the long-term fix is not ripe for action, and we're finding ourselves belly back up to this table asking you for an extension, and I want to avoid that. ACDC is also sensitive to the public concerns about potential crew member lost opportunity and lost jobs. It's important to note that these jobs don't currently exist in many of the fisheries in the Aleutians. You'll hear Bernie speak a little more regarding that, as he's a harvester out there. So those same concerns that you might see in other parts of the state, I don't think we're experiencing, at least we're not experiencing in the Aleutians. The jobs don't exist. And quite frankly, I'm of the belief that this temporary action may potentially create more jobs, not less. As you heard many, many times over the years doing business in the Aleutians, we don't have vessels owners and operators knocking on the door out there. So inherently, we have less participation to start with. As you've heard in the past, the nearest fish plant to ADAC is 400 miles away. And if you happen to be catching your fish in Amchitka, we're looking at 600 miles away. Fuel costs in and of itself take out many harvesters, take them out of the game. So liberalizing the vessel use cap, I believe, will improve economies of scale and increase harvester interest. Many vessels participating, you heard this in the analysis, in 4B IFQ fisheries are operating at or near current vessel cap, thereby limiting the amount of headroom available to fish IFQ, such as the CQE organization that I represent. Although ACDC harvested 25% of its halibut last year, 2 previous years to this year, we left 90% of it in the water. So what alternative 2 does is buys ACDC and ADAC some time as we work on firming up an operator for the fish plant. And as important, I believe it creates a climate that lessens the business risk for harvesters, which presumably will open the door for more vessels and crew to target stranded halibut in Area 4B. In closing, I urge the council to support alternative 2 with a 5-year sunset as its preferred alternative. At this time, I'll turn it over to Bernie.
Thank you. My name is Bernie Burkholder, and I'm here today individually, representing 2 boats that I own, the Northern Endurance and the Aleutian Endurance. We're fishing cod in ADAC today, and it's kind of a normal day out there. It's 35 to 40 knots of wind. It's fishable, but miserable. And ADAC, has some unique challenges if you're a fisherman. Not just the weather, it's logistics, it's managing your fuel, your time on the grounds, and making sure that you get your crew and processor taken care of. My opinion, 4B halibut does not present a viable alternative to a lot of fishermen.
Mr. Burkholder, can you pull your microphone?
Oh, sure.
Sorry
Sorry about
Thank you.
that. 4B leaves almost half of its halibut or more in the water. And as fishermen and primary harvesters, there needs to be a fishing plan that makes sense. And if you execute properly, you can make your fuel, your bait, and your costs work on the grounds. Fuel and time on the grounds are probably the two most important factors that we have to manage. Increasing the vessel cap would be a big step in the right direction to provide fishing vessels and their crews with the opportunity to be more profitable and harvest halibut. Making changes in Area 4B to enable fishermen to be more effective and harvest halibut will help the community, the processor, and the fishing vessels and crews. This would not hurt fishing vessel crews. ADAC is not Sitka. It's not Homer. It's not Sandpoint or Dutch Harbor. It has unique challenges that are independent from all these other areas. Leaving unharvested fish is not okay or good in any way for fishermen, the processor, or the community. If you invest in quota and you have to maximize your harvest, then leaving 10 to 15%, which is bad and makes it marginally profitable, but much less 50% of the fish in the water hurts badly and makes economic investment and fishing plans unworkable.
Mr. Burkholder, I apologize. Your time is up. Can you provide a concluding comment?
Sure. Our vessels do not fish halibut in 4B at this time, but if things changed and it looked economical, we certainly would. And I think changes need to be made to this fishery. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony. Let's see if there's questions. Mr. Abnika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you both for your testimony. I think you spoke really well to the challenges in 4B. So the vessel cap exemption has been in place for the last 3 years. We've seen some concerning trends in Area 4B with declining vessel participation. The analysis points out that it's really tough to tease out which of the compounding factors is influencing this most and how to weight those. I just kind of wanted to get your perspective on I understand that you're in support of this continued interim measure, but whether or not you have any concerns about the vessel cap attributing to some of those declines, or do you think that it is mostly due to other operational challenges?
I think it's due to other operational challenges. The vessel cap gives you an opportunity to really get out there and fine tune, learn that area. It's hard, the fish aren't concentrated. They're not the same spot. You need to keep moving. You got whale problems and you're going to land on some fish. You just don't know when. And so working it and learning that area and lifting that vessel cap up a little bit where you can spend more time, I think is good for everybody, small boats and big boats.
If I could, Mr. Chair, Mr. Trumping, just to add to those comments. I think it's somewhat difficult to pin it all down. I mean, the COVID years here, the different exemptions, but they're saying, speaking for the organization that I'm representing, ACDC, it's a CQE, which has other limitations of which you have been addressing, i.e. the residency requirements and whatnot, which we believe are going to be implemented this coming season will alleviate some of that pressure. But as Bernie spoke to, from our perspective, ACDC's perspective, it's just a huge economic challenge here all the way around in terms of operating out there. And that's been one of the primary hurdles that we've been facing for the past few years without having a fish plant opened in ADAC.
Any additional questions? Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for your testimony. So some halibut were caught last year. Some of them were caught. Were those halibut that were retained run 400 miles to Dutch Harbor, or what happened to them? I'm not suggesting that catching 25% of your quota is acceptable. It's not. We need to have the opportunity to catch it all, but I'm just wondering if some of it got caught, where it went to, and
I'll let John respond to that, but yes, it was a long run.
Nothing more. To Chair, Mr. Measurable, that is correct. The nearest processor is Dutch Harbor, so that's where the fish went.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, testifying remotely is Leighton Lockett.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Leighton Lockett. I represent the city of Adak, Alaska, local government for the community of Adak. And similar to Mr. Mueller and Mr. Burkholder's comments, we do support the AP's motion with the 5-year sunset. You know, in listening to some of the comments and questions, including the staff report this morning, you know, it was pointed out that on the data that there is one residency vessel. And so in situations where, you know, the environment that we find ourselves in, we have kind of two factors, and there are more, of course, one being that the local processor is not currently operating. We are working on that as all the stakeholder entities, but on another factor, we had one vessel last year that was that we saw applied to ACDC to harvest a quota, and which had to deliver to Dutch in Alaska. You know, fortunately, could not be delivered here. But it results, you know, the one vessel that we had, we could not put, or ACDC could not put all of the quota that it had on the vessel, resulting from this vessel cap. And that's that we see that as a community of there are several issues with that, right? So not only do we have to attract vessels to become residents, which takes 1 to 2 years, depending on when that happens, they're capped. And the community through ACDC owns, I think last year was the related quota shares equaled 150 some thousand pounds. There are not enough vessels in our area to harvest. So even if we have the residency waiver, and I know this is not that matter, it's going to take time to attract the vessels to allow enough that we could potentially diversify what quota that can be put on the vessels, because it does have to travel so far. Even if a processor opened up tomorrow, it's going to take time and incentives to bring those vessels out to ADEC as well. Again, with those times of you know, becoming residents, but also, you know, we may need, you know, as a community to have those flexible standards to allow residents to get on board vessels, and also, you know, not have to worry about that vessel cap. As a community, we need to see this quota harvested. You know, the revenues that come from that support the community development that is so sorely needed right now. You know, with the, you know, what we're approaching the 3rd season without an operating local plant, we're losing residents at an alarming rate. You know, right now we're trying to keep our school open for the next year, and you know, the city, ACDC, all the other stakeholders are doing everything it possibly can, but this is just but one factor, and you know, it won't. You know, passing this motion won't solve all of our problems. It gives us another tool to allow our community to try to get some of these resources that it owns as a community harvested, which flow also through to, you know, our advocacy efforts at IPHC, and trying to justify why, you know, in part why we should not be taking cuts. You know, so it just dovetails into a lot of other things, that it's not a silver bullet, but it's a tool that creates an environment that allows the community's quota to be harvested. Similar to what other communities are seeing, and what they'll also probably be going through in the next several years, you know, as the you know, environments in those communities toughen up from what they're seeing. So I'll just be brief. Be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lockett. Are there questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next up is Heather McCarty. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, which is the CDQ group on St. Paul Island. Many of you know, I think, that CBSFA not only harvests and sells the CDQ halibut that's associated with our CDQ group, but we also have members who hold a substantial amount of IFQ. And so our small boat management extends to those vessels who are fishing both CDQ and IFQ in the past, I should say, before COVID. We're now engaged in trying to stand up that small boat fleet again. It's an important part of our community, not just economically, but also socially and culturally. And we've spoken about that many times in this venue. So that's our goal with both the interim solution that's being proposed here and with the permanent solution that we proposed in June of 2022. We believe that the permanent solution is a more surgical approach to the issues that we have in 4CD. It's really apparent through this discussion that 4A, 4B, and 4CD have different conditions, similar but different for each area, and that their goals also, because of the different conditions, might be different as well. And so I'm going to speak to that in just a minute, as well as speaking to this interim solution. We support the motion that was passed at the AP. We asked the AP to reduce the sunset date from 5 years to 3 years for a couple of reasons. One, we believe in the IFQ program and the tenets of the IFQ program. The people who live on St. Paul are halibut fishermen and IFQ holders, and they believe in the principles of the IFQ program, which include support for small boat fisheries in small coastal communities. And vessel caps are an integral part of that, as they are in other rationalized programs. And so we had a lot of sympathy for all the comments that we got from other halibut stakeholders in the process running up to this meeting, saying that they didn't want the vessel cap waiver at all, but that they might be more comfortable with it if it had a shorter sunset time. And so we agreed that we would ask for that, and we did. And we also believe that a shorter time, the interim measure, incentivizes analysis and implementation of the permanent measure, and also continues to incentivize sort of development and redevelopment of small boat fisheries in coastal communities in Western Alaska. At least we hope it does. We think that a 5-year timeline for an interim solution sets up a management paradigm that could be thought of as more permanent and perhaps disincentivizes redevelopment or continued development of small boat halibut fisheries. So we ask that you consider that here. We also ask that you prioritize the analysis and implementation of the permanent measure. I think that goes without saying. We believe that the alternatives in the permanent measure, as I said earlier, more surgically approach the conditions and the possible solutions for these different areas. And again, to address that permanent measure, though I know we're not doing that here, it has become more and more clear that, for example, the folks from ADAC have a different situation and they might need a different solution. And so we are once again looking at that permanent action that you took back in June. And since analysis hasn't begun, perhaps it is a reasonable approach to start thinking about how that motion could be added to, perhaps, to look at those different solutions for the different areas, somewhat similar to in your previous action where you have alternatives that are not mutually exclusive but could apply to different areas. So I just wanted to put that on the table here as kind of a pre-shadowing of what we might want to talk about in staff tasking. In the meantime, we understand and appreciate the problems that ADAC has that you've been hearing about. And we understand that they might want a vessel cap waiver, perhaps even beyond the interim measure. And We understand that that might be what works the best for their community, and we're not opposing that at all. When we started this action ourselves way back last year, it was sort of, we were thinking it was just for 4CD. And then 4A and 4B wanted to be added on, and we were good with that. But now that we look at it in a slightly different way and are hearing testimony at this meeting, we recognize that maybe different solutions are called for. I'm happy to take any questions on the St. Paul fishery or what we hope to accomplish down the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Ms. Stravnicka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. McCarty. At the beginning of your testimony, you did mention your group's intent to restore the local small boat fishery to the best of your abilities. And I think ideally, if that's successful, then you may not even need to use this interim measure in some of the years that it may be available to you. I think the question I have is in regards to the timing of this. And I think the council, with all of our actions, has the intent to move it through the analytical process as efficiently as possible. I think you have a lot of experience with this process and know that sometimes that doesn't happen as planned. And that there are some complexities. Mr. Curlin has brought up concerns about that may be unknown to us right now on the more permanent package. So if that does occur and there's a gap between the interim measure and the longer term measure, and knowing that your local small boat fishery is also evolving and there might be some uncertainty about whether or not this is needed, do you feel comfortable, I guess, assuming that may be a risk, that there could be a gap of a year or two between implementation?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Drobnica, yes, we talked about it a lot, and we've spoken to the region multiple times about possibilities of that happening, what you just described. To go back to your earlier statement about we may not even need the interim measure, I think we badly need the interim measure this year, because it's sort of the first year that we're putting our fleet back together and getting them back in the water. And we are doubly challenged by not having a processor on St. Paul, as has been brought up earlier. So we're basically bringing fish in to the dock, and we have some ice machines coming, and we're going to ice them and put them on a tender and take them to a processor many, many miles away. And so we have that added issue. We're lucky enough to have a couple of bigger vessels that we can use if we need them. So as you saw in our letter, we managed to do almost 100% of our IFQ, of our members IFQ, and 100% of our CDQ over the last 3 years. So we made good use of the vessel cap waiver in that way. I can't say with certainty that we won't need that vessel cap waiver this year. So that's why we're supporting the interim measure, because we think we might need it this year. Beyond that, time will tell. Conditions will change potentially with the processor, though I don't expect it to. So we'll have that added challenge and the added cost. CBSFA pays many dollars every year to support this small boat fishery. And that's one of the challenges now with, our crab revenues being very difficult. So we may not be able to afford to keep doing it. Anyway, I think you get it. We do have a fear that after 3 years, the analysis and implementation won't be complete. And we understand the challenges that the National Marine Fisheries Service is facing, and we sympathize with that. So, I hesitate to say we're not hard over on the timing, but we strongly believe that it's a better idea to get the permanent action in place for the reasons that I've already cited. So I hope that answers your question.
Further questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. McCarty. My question is, I'm trying to think about this in as formal manner as I possibly can, which means that I need to have the facts right. So you opened the door and asked if we had questions about the St. Paul fishery, the small boat fishery in St. Paul. And so I'm gonna ask you about that. So when I'm looking at the analysis, I see that in area 4C and D, the length of the vessels has gone up. The duration of the trips is much longer than it was. And I think what was the third one that was shown to us in there, the distance that you're traveling.
Right.
Longer trips, going further, bigger boats. And I'm assuming that that means that some of the smaller vessel fishermen in St. Paul have taken advantage of the ability to move that fish to what. So when you're talking about small boats, I'm thinking about St. Paul, I'm thinking small boats is not Super 8s, and then you've got a couple of boats that are maybe in that category. So boats are moving from small boats to these Super 8s in your fishery, and that's why I see this effect that I'm looking at here. So if that's already happened, I'm just wondering effectively whether there really is a difference between a 3-year and a 5-year in my mind, and what your plans are. How once that's taken place, which it looks here like some of that has already happened. What's the intent of how do you move that quota back to the, how does that take place in a community like St. Paul to get that quota back to small boat people? Do they just have opportunities, or I hope you get what I'm asking here. Thank you.
I do. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, appreciate the question. I said I could answer questions like that, but clearly I'm not the operations person for the small boat fishery in St. Paul. So I hope you'll excuse it if I waver a little bit on some of the factual parts. But over the last 3 years, because of COVID restrictions in St. Paul, there really were no small boats coming in and out on a daily basis. The small boat fishery is smaller than Super 8. They range all the way down to 30-foot relatively open vessels that people have been fishing for a long time. So during the time of COVID, because it's a day fishery and people are coming in and out of the community all the time, and we closed the community essentially. St. Paul was closed as a community, basically. And so the small boat fishery didn't happen in its original form. And so now what we're doing this year is sort of like a hybrid. We're getting all the folks who have small boats that are ready to go, helping them get ready to go fishing again in that same mold as we did before COVID. And if the quota that the members hold, and maybe even the CDQ quota that CBSFA holds, cannot all be harvested on those small boats for a variety of reasons, then we have, as I said, we're fortunate enough to have a couple of 58-foot vessels that can go out with those quota holders on board, because the waiver for transfer has not been continued as it was for the first 2 years of COVID. They have to be on board and they go out on the larger vessels to clean up any quota that hasn't been taken by the small boats. So that's the model that we're working with this year. So I hope that answers your question. Again, with the complications of the processing and tendering and icing and all of that, but that's the small boat scenario. And as we go further into the future, more and more small boats hopefully will come back into the fishery, and it will no longer be a hybrid, but we'll still have the availability of those larger boats to clean up, for example, CDQ, if necessary, towards the end of the season.
Further questions for Ms. McCarty? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Mateo Pasadon. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Mateo Pasoldan. I'm here on behalf of the city of St. Paul. First of all, we wanted to thank Dr. Henry for a very thorough and clear analysis. Documents like these really help guide our work. The city supports the comments made earlier by Mrs. McCarty for CVSFA, and we also support the AP's motion concerning the duration of the interim action and the prioritization for a longer term fix. The city believes that every effort should be made to bring back and sustain the local halibut fishery. Hence our support for a 3-year duration to the interim measure. One thing to consider, and this is to be potentially flushed out later as part of a longer term, is a frameworking mechanism with thresholds and triggers, dependent on processing capacity and the size of the halibut FCUI from season to season. Depending on these, adjustments could be made within the mechanism. That way there would be a living tool, so to speak, that has the flexibility to respond to changing circumstances, and we wouldn't have to come back to the council and NIMS for action every time there's a new event. As you all know, from 6 years of hearing testimony from us on halibut ABM, the activities surrounding the halibut fishery are critical to St. Paul, its economy, its well-being, and its culture. In addition, the city has a vested interest in maintaining the infrastructure associated with this fishery. As a local sponsor of the small boat harbor, which is the facility used by the local halibut fishermen in the summer, the city has a debt of 1.6 million on a piece of infrastructure that cost 20 million to build. And given the closure of the crab fisheries and the loss of associated tax revenues, the city is going to have to figure out what it can pay or can't. Planning for a restored halibut fishery is an important part of how the community will prioritize its very limited resources going forward. The community is reeling really from 2 years of COVID and the recent closure of the crab fisheries. The best way to restore hope to the community and its local residents and communicate that there's a future on St. Paul is when each member of the village opens their curtains in the morning to greet the day and to see their fishermen, their leaders, their younger crews down in the harbor in the summer months, working away at an activity that they love and sharing with the elderly and those in need the halibut that's caught as subsistence in the waters around the island. Anyway, I just thank you for hearing me out. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. I guess I wanted to hear a little bit more. I mean, you said that every effort should be made to sustain the local halibut fishery, and that's, I think, why you supported the 3 years. I guess I want to hear a little bit more about that and why that statement was made, as opposed to letting the CDQ groups or the city of St. Paul or ACDC or the city of ADAC, for that matter, decide how to best support their community resident fishermen, attract resident fishermen. Every community is different. I guess you can only speak from your perspective, but I'd like to hear more about that statement.
Yes, it's Ms. Kimball through the chair. I didn't mean to say that I supported one fix for all. I clearly, in this era that we're living in of climate change, the council is going to have to respond to impacts from these widespread events on a localized basis, and the solutions for each community, each region are going to have to be different. I mean, I know that adds to everybody's workload, and it's daunting. I get it, which is why I made that comment about, coming up with, we do have, I understand the legal background or support for frameworking mechanisms. In fact, many of our actions, the way I see them, including ABM, are wave frameworks, so that once they're set in place, you wouldn't need hopefully too much involvement on your part. I don't know what those look like right now. I think that's need to be flushed out in an analysis, but definitely. Anyway, I hope that answered your question. I might have missed the first part, but yeah.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Poston, for your testimony. A question that came up earlier regarding the 3 and the 5 year issue again, and you'd indicated the support for the 3-year. I'm curious how you react to the when the AP representative was asked about prioritization of work or activities for the council. They indicated they were supporting the 3 years, but they also didn't prioritize it. If I understood how they said it, there were a number of other items ahead of it that they would prioritize as higher action items that we should be addressing, which in my mind could mean that we don't accomplish what's anticipated under the 3 years and would not get done what we're supposed to get done out to the 5 year, unless we have the 5 years available to us if you follow some different prioritization. How do you react to that that kind of discussion?
Through the chair, good question. And I think that goes back to the question you were asking. The problem with a longer window is that you start creating potentially incentives for new facts on the ground. We've already had 3 years of COVID and very extreme circumstances. And so that's already creating certain pressures. Obviously economics are always a very driving pressure, but there's other concerns, other priorities, cultural, social, et cetera, that are, especially in a place like St. Paul, that are equally important or almost as important. And so hence our concern that the longer that this current state of affairs and the frameworks that support them or allow them are extended, that this will create in a way perverse incentives, at least in our region. I'm not speaking for others, at least in our regions, that will delay or even hurt the restoration of our local halibut fishery.
Any further questions for Mr. Poston? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last up, testifying remotely is Brett Roth.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I submitted some written comments, so I'll just be really brief and clarify a couple things. I support the interim measure, as I said, and for its simplicity of implementation. But I also absolutely support vessel caps as a means to develop and sustain small boat fisheries, sort of an incentive that was built into the IFQ program. I'm here to be a small voice and sort of emphasize 4A in this measure. In 4A, we also have multiple issues getting fish caught, and relaxing vessel caps will assist with this in the near term. And I think the issues with 4C, D, and 4B have been spoken to really well. And they're very, very significant. I mean, 4A, there is a processor nearby, and that makes a big difference, but there's still issues getting fish caught. Regarding the timing of implementation, I really respect the local community comments. My assumption was that the 5-year time frame provides additional flexibility for the council. And so I supported that in my written comments. I know the council staff is really burdened. And I just would point out that a long-term fix can happen earlier than 5 years. So it's just providing a buffer. And again, regarding the last paragraph of the AP motion, I just say I'd leave it to the council to decide if separate analyses of areas are necessary to emphasize in this interim motion. Looking towards a long-term fix, I'm sure that the different areas would be looked at. Again, thank you for this, and I look forward to a long-term solution that incentivizes new boats, especially local boats, to the Dutch area to begin fishing in the area during the better weather months in the summer. There's just not that many boats in my experience that do that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for joining us and providing testimony this morning, Mr. Roth. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Roth, for your testimony. And I was looking through your written comment, but wondering if you can characterize what you mentioned briefly, primary reasons for not having the ability to catch all of the quota in 4A. You're the first one really to speak directly to 4A.
It's all, anecdotal. when I first started fishing there, everybody I talked to had vessel cap issues, and I was lucky to have things work out with a boat. And then this year it was the usual stuff: weather, equipment issues, some really good fishing followed by some not so great fishing, and then personally some health issues after that. And then some of the boats that I talked to had pretty poor fishing later. And basically more bottom line, there's more quota out there trying to be caught than there are vessels trying to catch it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thanks again, Mr. Roth.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment. We ready to take action?
Mr. Chair, I have a motion that I have emailed.
Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you. The council selects alternative 2 as its preferred alternative for final action as indicated below. Changes from the October motion are indicated in strike through and underline. Alternative 2, remove vessel cap limitations specified at 50 CFR section 679.42 H1 for IFQ halibut harvested in areas 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D through the 2025 fishing season. If the council takes subsequent action to modify vessel cap limits in area 4, such action will supersede if implemented before 2025. And with a second, I can speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Down. Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you. So this action provides important continued temporary flexibility to IFQ participants in IPHC Area 4, while the council analyzes options for a longer term adjustment to the vessel use caps. This longer term action was initiated in June 2022, but will not be implemented in time for the upcoming season and will likely take a few years to work through the council's analytical process. And therefore, an interim measure is needed to provide additional stability to halibut participants. The analysis points out that in recent years, the harvest of halibut quota in Area 4 has declined. This is particularly prevalent in 4B, and compounding circumstances, including the decline in the number of active processors, longer time runs, high operating costs, have all likely contributed to fewer vessels participating in Area 4 fisheries. These concerns have been emphasized and highlighted in public testimony and letters from stakeholders who, among other things, have shared that crab stock collapses have impacted the viability of their local market, and who believe this temporary measure will help provide additional access, incentivization, and stability for their fishery in the near term. However, the analysis does point out there is some degree of uncertainty whether the challenges witnessed in Area 4 can be fully attributed to compounding operational circumstances, or if the recent regulatory flexibility that has lifted the cap has also influenced changing fleet demographics. I believe this uncertainty underscores one of the reasons that this action should be implemented only on a temporary basis, and that a more prescriptive action that looks at the unique challenges of the regulatory areas individually is needed. The vessel use cap is a core component of the IFQ program designed to prevent consolidation and help protect entry-level opportunities. The longer-term solution currently in the council process is intended to balance the original intent of this provision with the evolving circumstances and needs in communities in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. The change in the sunset date from the October motion from 5 to 3 years is responsive to some public testimony that we heard today, some letters and concerns about the long-term implications of lifting the vessel cap on the fishery, and that 5 years may risk cementing a dependency on the exemption and compromise the intent of the program. We also heard concerns about the impression of a permanent action that may delay the restoration of the local halibut fisheries. I believe this is a reasonable concern and therefore change the time frame for the sunset. I do think that it's important to note that while the council's intent is to move the permanent action through the analytical process as efficiently as possible, And we're hopeful to achieve this in 3 years. There's no guarantee that it will be implemented at the end of 3 years, which may create a timing gap between the interim and longer term measure, which would mean the existing caps would be in place during any lag times. I appreciate the public testimony, both the support and concerns raised. I look forward to working with stakeholders on the longer term solution, which again is better designed to provide a balance for the intent of the program and the evolving needs of these communities. And finally, this action is not in conflict with the Halibut Act or any existing, or this proposed action is not in conflict with the Halibut Act or any existing regulations of the IPHC. As required by the Halibut Act, the proposed action does not discriminate by residents of different states, as it would allow flexibility for vessels harvesting in Area 4 regardless of home state. Nor does it create a limited access privilege program or trigger any limited entry criteria set forth in the Halibut Act. This action would also not change any other provisions of the Halibut IFQ program, including quota share use caps or owner on board provisions. So I'd also like to extend my appreciation to staff for all of their hard work on the analysis. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Drobnica. Okay, are there questions on the motion? Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Drobnica, for the motion. So you spoke to this a little bit about the possibility of a gap if the sunset provision were to come upon us before the longer term action is ready, what that scenario would be. And it strikes me that there are kind of two distinct issues here. The interim measure that will sunset at some point, and the priority that the council places upon doing the analysis to get the longer term measure in place. And I wonder if there's any more you can say about your thinking here in dealing with that potential gap. And I think, you know, we're all sensitive to workload implications for council staff and the council process, and wanting to avoid a situation where there's either a request for yet another emergency action to address this issue, or perhaps another interim measure, you know, in the 2025, 2026 timeframe. So can you share any more about your thinking on those issues, please?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Curlin. I think I try to bring this out a little bit in questioning with public testimony. And I see this, and of course, I can't speak for future councils, but I do see this as a important trade-off and a potential risk that we may assume if the timing doesn't go as planned. So that there could be a potential where a future council decides that, you know, we are too close to final action on a more longer term prescriptive measure and decides not to implement, or that there may be circumstances where individuals or communities who are advocating for this interim measure have had the opportunity to I guess to determine whether and to what extent this interim measure is needed based on their ability to recover from some of the, you know, COVID related implications, as well as the market availability and processor availability, which has been largely influenced by crab stocks and the conditions. So I think the timing and the turnaround of those circumstances are very uncertain. And I think the trade-off and the concerns from others in public testimony and through letters that are very concerned about long-term implications and these exemptions being cemented into business plans are one that I'm personally, as one council member, I think willing to assume right now. Thanks.
Further questions on the motion? Okay. Right. Any amendment, Councillor?
Through the chair, Ms. Drobnica, apologies if you answered this already. Could you clarify what you meant by implemented? Is that council final action or NIMS final rulemaking?
Thank you through the chair. I believe that would be NIM's final rulemaking, so. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, amendments to the motion. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move to amend the motion on the table by striking 2025 in the two places it appears and replacing it with 2027 with the second I can speak to.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Williams. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess it's heartening in a way that the council agrees on the basic approach here and mostly having just a discussion about implementation, timeline, and priorities. And I appreciate that. And with that in mind, coming into today, I thought I was fairly neutral on the issue. But as I listened to public testimony, I decided that I wasn't as neutral as I thought I was for two reasons. One, we heard from one community in particular that for them, the risks are very real and very measurable on a very large scale. That if we don't finish this in 3 years, the jeopardy that puts on them. And a lot of the other discussion about the impacts of this have been certainly plausible, but really more hypothetical. And this community described some very real risks that would be very measurable on a community scale. The second thought I had was we'd already heard from staff that there is a big difference between the action that's going to be required for the final solution and this interim solution, that it's a lot more complex. And as I listened to public testimony, I realized it could even be more complex than I think the analyst was thinking if we do indeed follow up on what I think are some pretty constructive suggestions for final action. Really recognizing that the different communities are impacted very differently by the same tool, and that we probably want to keep those different community objectives in mind and end up essentially crafting different approaches for the different areas. That just increased the complexity of the final action quite a bit. And there was also a suggestion about frameworking, recognizing that not just different communities have different objectives, but the same community may have different objectives at different times, particularly relative to large changes in abundance. And this is concept I've actually been thinking about for use caps in general for a while, the idea of frameworking them further. And I think it's worth following up on. And this may well be a great opportunity to do that. Both of those make this final action a lot more complex. And I ended up deciding that I wasn't willing to run the risk of either putting the community that testified pretty forcefully on their behalf in the degree of jeopardy that it would if this interim runs out and we don't have actual federal rules implemented in time. And I also decided I didn't really want to put it on future council to have to scramble through another one of these. And so I think back to the agency's testimony about, can't we just include a buffer? The agency's point about just including another 2 years as a buffer. And so fairly long-winded discussion of the difference that 2 years can make. But that's why I'm offering the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Are there any questions on the amendment? Or amendments to the amendment? Okay. Comments? Mr.
Thank you.
Amica.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure how to frame this question exactly, but Mr. Twite, I guess we heard some concerns about and maybe you already spoke to this, and forgive me if you did, but the derogation of the intent of the vessel cap provision in the IFQ program and the longer term implications if we don't get more prescriptive sooner than later. and wondering, I guess, how you're thinking about that in this amendment and considering those concerns.
Thanks, Mr. Obnika. I think they are concerns, I'm not suggesting that they're trivial. I think it's plausible that that could happen. I think it's highly likely that if we don't get this done in 3 years, that either this council's in a position to having to scramble again, or we've heard in testimony, and I think it's very credible testimony, that one community in particular, ADAC, really will suffer. And so in my mind, it was plausible versus highly likely that really swung it. And particularly given the additional testimony regarding other concepts we could be looking at in analysis, I think it's also highly likely that we may not have this done in 3 years and ready through the federal regulation process published in the Federal Register and ready to be implemented. So plausible, highly likely.
Further questions on the amendment? Or amendments? Or comments on the amendment? Mr. Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue of the timing here, I guess I touched on this in my questions about the AP recommendation about the fact that the action before us is not to set the priority for the longer term solution here. It's really focused on this interim measure. And I do think in staff tasking, we can address the prioritization of the longer term measure. You know, at the risk of oversimplifying this, it seems like cheap insurance to have a bit of a buffer built in here to have this interim measure not sunset prematurely and potentially create a situation where, as Mr. Twite indicated, the council needs to scramble to fill the gap yet again. So I'll be supporting the amendment.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. I appreciate the discussion. However, to pick up on comments both you and Mr. Kurland made, 2 years does make a difference. And while our conversation has focused around the regulatory process, I was very compelled and persuaded by the testimony we received indicating that not only is this compromise position as presented in the AP motion and in testimony today for the sunset of this interim action in 3 years. I was, like I said, I was very compelled by the testimony that yes, it creates pressures on our process for potential subsequent action, but the 5-year period also may really cement, I think was the term that Mr. Obnika used, some business practices at the point at which that 5 years ends. We would have, I think, been under 8 years of the vessel use cap exemptions. And while I understand some of the challenges that the shorter time frame as proposed in Mr. Obnika's original motion could create, I am more strongly persuaded by the potential risk to our community, to our Alaska communities and participants in these fisheries who are in it for the long term in development of the small boat fishery and the potential undermining of the development, the incentives to develop that small boat fleet during the time period this interim measure is in place. I think that's a very large risk. And so I don't think an extra 2 years is cheap insurance at all. I think it's actually quite risky. So I can't support this amendment. And although I appreciate the discussion, I certainly understand the issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the amendment, Mr. Twite. I guess my comments are largely the same as, Ms. Drobnika's and Ms. Baker's. I feel like some of the basic tenets of the IFQ program were in place for a reason, to protect small boat fishermen. I've been to St. Paul when they were getting ready to put their boats in the water, and I saw the excitement in those people and spent several weeks there. And it's what they live for, those people in that fleet. This is not small boat fishermen like you see in South Central or maybe even in Southeast Alaska. These are people going out in very small boats, a long way out offshore, and it is their cultural identity there, like we heard during the ABM action. And to take 8 years potentially away from them participating in that while there's no crab to process in their plant in that small town, there's nothing for them to do. So I appreciated the public comments that were reflective of trying to get that fleet back going after COVID. But the broader issue here, I think, is we listened at the SSC and we're taking an entire council meeting to largely take actions that are based on climate related problems. And when we talk about climate change, we talk about adaptive management and being nimble and getting things done in a rapid manner to adapt to it. And taking 5 or 8 years to promulgate a regulation that's supposed to be something that's helping people adapt to changes in their environment is just too long. And I think what we really need to do is try to focus on getting things done more quickly. And if we need to work harder. We don't need to work longer. There are people in all these actions. Every one of them has been asked to be prioritized at this meeting and at the last one. It's a priority for every fisherman. They're all prioritized. And when we get that message, we need to work harder. We don't need to work slower. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting the amendment. I think the 3 years is going to have to get the job done.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Further comments on the amendment? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate this conversation and the level of written and oral comment that we got to make us think about this problem. I didn't hear anyone that was trying to undermine the basic tenets of the IFQ program, no matter whether we picked 3 or 5 years. I heard people advocating for ways to be flexible so they could support their communities in the way that they think will best fit under the conditions we're in today and what they foresee in the future. And so I am a bit persuaded by, an extended time period providing some insurance only because of the mention of, definitive harm to one community if we miss that window, but not providing any harm to other communities that want to use it differently. It's not forcing the community of St. Paul to use their quota in a different way if we extend it to a longer time period. And I'm very, we hear strongly from that community that they're prioritizing their small boat fishery. They also want full utilization of their quota. So having a larger boat to mop that up is their game plan. So I guess I'm a little bit uncertain how to vote on this. I'm just voicing some thoughts on it. I do think the problem here is that this is an interim measure that lumps all areas together, and we clearly don't want to treat all areas the same. So those are the things that I'm thinking about as we move forward on this action, and I'll consider how to vote. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further comments? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate Ms. Kimball's comments. I think they help me sort of put this into context. And I want to be really clear that I was offering this for exactly the reasons that Ms. Kimball articulated, that not in any way a judgment that the individual objectives of the different communities should not proceed forward. I think it's, but I also think that when you're down to just a couple boats, it's harder to have a few options than when you have a few more in terms of how you structure things. And so again, for me, it's partly just a math problem. I don't want to pretend that other communities don't have significant challenges to achieving their objectives of maintaining small boat fleets, but other communities do have a few more tools. And I think about things like the accommodations you make in your small boat harbor for different types of small boats. I think about things like how the community chooses to distribute community controlled quota, particularly towards the end of the season. Those are all decisions that an individual community can make within the flexibility that we provide to meet to be tailored towards the objectives and the unique status and challenges of that community. And again, I would just urge us as a council to gravitate at every juncture towards providing the kind of regulatory flexibility that allows individual communities to make those choices. It's not an issue about whether this is 8 long years or not. It's more an issue of let's try to provide the environment where communities have the tools to and use or encouraged to use those tools they have in addition to these regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Any further comments on the amendment? Okay. Mr. Witherell.
Calling the roll on the amendment to change the ending date of 2025 to 2027. Ms. Drobnika,
No.
Mr. Jensen,
Yes.
Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Kurland,
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau, Mr. Dwight,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Baker,
No.
Mr. Down, and Mr. Canine.
No.
Motion fails 7-4. 4-7.
I think it passed.
Pass 7-4, sorry. Looking at. Appreciate that.
Any further amendments to the motion? Okay, comments on the motion? Mr. Dwight.
I've sort of alluded to a couple of these already. Again, I support doing this at this point and appreciate that there is collective consensus around that. And I actually do look forward to exploring further some of the dynamics that emerged particularly in the public testimony today as we consider what a more final resolution of this might look like. And I'm at least going to be thinking about this a little more programmatically than that even. There's several tools that we use to achieve our objectives. We've just been talking about use caps on processors as well and have been reflecting on the different circumstances, different times can either bring out unanticipated consequences of those other types of caps or just call for different applications. And I wonder in particular if this frameworking idea might not. So I'll be interested to see if we do pick up on that. Be interested to see whether that might be applicable a little more broadly, because it seems like as a council, we end up doing quite a bit of tinkering with these caps because they're very important, but also it's hard to foresee all the circumstances that we'll find ourselves in when we set them initially.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Further comments? Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, with regard to the concern about potentially cementing in an approach here, again, I was viewing this and still view it as our action on this measure as separate from the prioritization of the longer term solution. So I guess I would just note that we have an opportunity to reflect on that between now and staff tasking and think about not only the prioritization of the longer term measure, but whether there's any additional clarification to provide for issues to be addressed as part of that long-term measure in light of some of the testimony we heard and some of the complexities that Mr. Dwight alluded to when he was speaking to his amendment. Thanks.
Other comments? Or amendments? Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Because this is final action, I need to pull up the deeming amendment as well. Give me just a second here. I move to amend the motion to include the following.
Mr. Twite, looks like we're getting some input from council.
Is this because this is Halibut Act?
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Twite. I don't think the deeming language is necessary since this is implemented under the Halibut Act
Okay,
instead of
thank
the
you.
Magnuson-Stevens Act.
Then withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, and thank you, Counselor. Okay. With that, we can go to the vote. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on the main motion as amended. Mr. Jensen,
Yes.
Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Kurland,
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau,
Yes.
Mr. Twite,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Down,
Yes.
Ms. Drobnika,
Yes.
and Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Anything further under this agenda item? Great. Well, thank you, Ms. Drobnika, and again to all the staff and public for the work on this. It's a great outcome. So it's 11:33. I'm tempted to get going with the next agenda item, although we're taking up the SSC report right after lunch, so perhaps that might not be the most efficient use of time. Actually, Ms. Ranksmith, if you'd like to kick this off here a little bit, we'll go until lunch comes in, and then we'll go ahead and break for lunch and take up the SSC report afterwards. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of the council. My name is Sarah Reinsmith, council staff, and under C4. This morning, you'll be receiving two presentations, and the first one will be provided by Dr. Tom Horrigan, and this is an informational update on the deep sea coral research that's being done nationwide, but particularly in the Alaska region. And so he should be online, and while Maria is pulling up his presentation, we'll make sure that he gets remote control of that. Following his presentation and independent of that, the council will be reviewing the EFH 5-year review summary report. And council action at that time is to review that information and consider whether that information provides substantial evidence for improving or updating the EFH definitions in our FMP, as well as the council has the opportunity to initiate the HAPC process or habitat areas of particular concern and request for proposals at this time if they would like to do that. And with that, I will do a quick sound check with Dr. Horgan and make sure he's online, and then pass it along to him for his presentation this morning.
Good morning. I am online and ready to go.
Great. Good morning, Dr. Horrigan.
So I don't know if I have the control of the slides now. I guess I do. So good morning. My name is Tom Horrigan. I'm the chief scientist for NOAA's Deep Sea Coral Research and Technology Program. I'd also like to acknowledge Heather Coleman, who is the program manager for our program. I appreciate the opportunity to highlight some of the recent work of NOAA's Deep Sea Coral Research and Technology Program and our partners in the North Pacific Council region. Our program is currently conducting our second field research initiative in Alaska. And I've not been out in the field doing this research, but I wanted to step back and provide a broader national perspective on the importance and vulnerability of the resources and the deep sea coral program's role in providing the science to help inform their conservation. I'll present a brief update on our Alaska deep sea coral and sponge field research initiative, especially surveys to validate coral and sponge distribution models from the Gulf of Alaska, partnership surveys with Canada and Gulf of Alaska seamounts, and several smaller research projects related to fisheries. And finally, I'll wrap up with a few words on plans for 2023, this year, which is the final year of our initiative's fieldwork, and implications of the results of our two initiatives that the council may want to consider. The Deep Sea Coral Research and Technology Program was authorized under the 2007 reauthorization of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and it supports mapping and surveys for deep sea corals, as well as research, analysis, and modeling. And it integrates expertise across NOAA. I seem to be. The 2007 reauthorization of the Magnuson-Stevens Act also added new discretionary authorities for the councils and NIMS to designate zones where fishing is limited, where deep sea corals are identified under Section 408 by the Deep Sea Coral Research and Technology Program. So this really, both these components reflect our growing recognition of the value of deep sea coral habitats as hotspots for biodiversity, as well as their importance, the importance for their conservation. NOAA's 2010 strategic plan recognizes this importance of both deep sea coral and deep sea sponge habitats, and sets out the agency's objectives for exploration, research, and conservation. The strategy also lays out a roadmap for addressing impacts of fisheries to these ecosystems, steps that were modeled in part upon the North Pacific Council's historic 2006 Essential Fish Habitat amendments. And there we go. This roadmap first suggests protecting the areas where we know deep sea corals and sponge communities exist. For example, the Council's Coral Garden and Red Tree Coral Closed areas, but also protecting areas where bottom trawling hasn't been used recently as a precautionary measure. The so-called freeze the footprint of the most damaging gear, pioneered by the Council in the Aleutian Islands Habitat Conservation Area. And finally, there's a recognition that our understanding of where these corals are and is evolving. And so looking to continue developing regional approaches to further reduce interactions between fishing gear and deep sea corals and sponges. The strategy also identifies the authorities that the councils and NIMS can use. While in the 2000s, EFH authorities were the most often used to protect deep sea coral habitats, 3 councils have now made extensive use of the new Deep Sea Coral Discretionary Authority. Additionally, and perhaps especially, especially relevant to managing impacts of Alaskan groundfish fisheries, NOAA fisheries and the council have a requirement to minimize bycatch of these species to the extent practicable. The mission of our program is to provide the sound science to conserve these vulnerable deep sea coral and sponge ecosystems. And the centerpiece of our program are the 3 to 4 year field research initiatives that over the last decade, we have completed at least one initiative in every US region. Our first initiative in Alaska was 2012 to 2014. And our current initiative fieldwork began last year and will continue in 2023 with data analysis and wrap up in 2024. And supposed to have a video here that was, I'm not sure if might be able to have some help in playing this.
I'm guessing, Tom, this is Maria Davis. I'm council staff. I'm getting a link to a Google Drive and I have to sign in, and I'm not sure that I don't know. I can look at it, but it might require a stand down.
Dr.
Okay,
Horgan, I wonder if you can just move on and continue with the presentation.
We can
on the
do
next
that.
slide. Okay, thank you.
So Alaska has some really amazing, globally unique deep sea coral and sponge habitats, and had some cool video there from the Aleutian Islands and the Gulf of Alaska. And all of these areas, many of these areas also support rich fish resources. And research published since our first initiative has further elucidated the functional linkages between corals and sponges in certain managed species, particularly rockfishes. Our initiative is regionally led, and Christina Conrath and Pat Malika from our co-leads of the initiative, and they and their Alaska Fishery Science Center team would be glad to provide additional briefings to the council or the committees on any of the activities and findings of the initiative and their relevance to EFH, bycatch, and other council responsibilities. Our first Alaska initiative developed models to predict the distribution of corals and sponges in the Eastern Bering Slope, Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska based on trawl surveys. The Bering and Aleutian models were independently validated by visual surveys from drop cameras. And this year, our program has conducted 228 camera transects in the Gulf of Alaska in order to validate those models there. When the data are analyzed, this will complete camera observations and models for the presence and abundance of corals and sponges for major areas of Alaska. And these visual surveys will also allow validation and improvement of the predictive models and identification of habitats vulnerable to fishing impacts. They also allow further characterization of the relationship between coral and sponge habitats and managed species. Basically, our understanding of these habitats as EFH for managed species. This emphasis on protecting deepwater biogenic ecosystems, corals and sponges, is not just limited to the US. Management of fisheries on the high seas by regional fishery management organizations, like the new North Pacific Fisheries Commission, requires the identification of areas with vulnerable marine ecosystems, or so-called VMEs. Coral and sponge habitats are the primary indicator species for VMEs, and they're also required to protect these VMEs from significant adverse impacts from fishing. Our second major field expedition last year was a joint cruise with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada to survey 5 seamounts in international waters, 3 of which had not previously been explored. While these seamounts aren't in Alaskan waters, they likely have ecological connections and comparable habitats to Alaskan seamounts. Both the US and Canada are members of the North Pacific Fisheries Commission and have responsibilities to identify and protect vulnerable marine ecosystems from fishing impacts. This year, our fieldwork focus on the Aleutian Islands. This region has Alaska's highest known density of coral and sponge habitats. And based on current information, it also has the nation's highest bycatch of corals in the fishery. The Council protected 6 coral garden areas in 2006, and results of visual surveys published since 2006 have identified an additional 71 high-density coral and sponge gardens. All but 7 of these are between 50 and 300 meters depths, so within fishing depths. Looking forward, this July, our major expedition will conduct surveys in areas that have been closed for 15 years in the Aleutians and compare these to adjacent areas where mobile bottom contact fishing has recently occurred. Looking at coral and sponge densities and community structure within and outside the closed areas, rates of damaged corals and sponges in closed and open areas, and examining evidence of fishing in these areas. And all of this will provide information that can inform EFH and understanding of the rate of recovery of these habitats from fishing damage. In addition to these major field activities, the Alaska Initiative is participating in a number of additional activities and projects. We're really excited to partner with NOAA's Ocean Exploration Program as the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer, this is the nation's exploration vessel, plans its first expeditions to Alaska this summer. 1 ROV expedition each in the Aleutians and the Gulf of Alaska will be carried out, along with 2 to 3 mapping expeditions. And this is an opportunity, all of these expeditions, the ROV expeditions, the remotely operated vehicle expeditions, are ones that people can watch along with as they're out doing their explorations. The Alaska Initiative is also developing approaches to study fisheries relevant questions, including interactions of longline and pot gear with deep sea corals and sponges, how fish condition and reproductive success are related to coral and sponge habitats over large spatial scales, and how recruitment, reproduction, and larval supply may affect the recovery of coral and sponge habitats. So in summary, both previous and current program research reveals that Alaska has unique, valuable, and vulnerable coral and sponge habitats. And there's increasing evidence that sponges and corals themselves play important roles as rockfish, EFH. Fishing gear impacts are currently the major threat to these habitats, especially in certain areas of the Aleutian Islands. And the Council has several mechanisms to protect Alaskan deep sea coral and sponge habitats in a targeted manner. In addition to the EFH measures, which are going to be discussed today, these include measures to reduce bycatch in selected fisheries and to use the Deep Sea Coral Discretionary Authority, a mechanism that has increasingly been used by other councils around the country. NOAA's Deep Sea Coral Research and Technology Program looks forward to working with the Council and with other partners to provide information to enhance the conservation of these important ecosystems. And with that, I'd be glad to open this up for any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Hurrigan. Let's see if there are questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is on your focus on Aleutians and the Aleutian Islands in this year and the comparative analysis. I'm looking at the slide 14. And those very small areas open to bottom trawling around the areas of study. And so I'm wondering, I guess, first, whether that information and the results of those camera transects and those studies are coming back to the council in 2024, or would we expect a different timeline to see what your analysis results in?
The analysis will probably be going on in 2024. And certainly we want to keep the council informed during the whole process. But our hope is that this information will be available for the upcoming, the next EFH 5-year review.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dr. Horgan. I was thinking about your final sentence there, but also both the agency and the council don't necessarily have to link EFH 5-year reviews with authorities under the coral program, do they? I mean, so it's a timing question. If the agency had some, after further analysis and modeling, if the agency had some proposals under the coral authorities, that those proposals wouldn't need to wait for a 5-year EFH review. Am I correct?
That's my understanding as well.
Okay. And are you familiar with other councils? Is there a process where those proposals come forward to the council, or how has that worked elsewhere?
pretty much every council has a different processes. But for example, in the case of the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council, our program's first initiative, there was in 2009 to 2011, we found some important habitats, coral habitats, which were not previously known, extending areas that had been protected already by the council in some of their earlier work. And the council was able to take that new information and turn around within a couple of years and make proposals to extend those existing protections to these new areas. And so they were very responsive to the new scientific information that was coming in from that time. Each council has its own processes, but in almost every council, with the exception of the Caribbean Council, which hasn't, where we just have done some of our research recently, has used our information in their processes to have additional protections for important coral habitats.
Any further questions? I don't see any. Thanks again, Dr. Hurrigan. Really appreciate your presentation.
My pleasure.
Okay, well, with that, let's go ahead and break for lunch. And again, we're going to take the SSC report in full after lunch, and then we'll resume with our EFH report. So let's come back at 1 o'clock. Council, please come back to order. Good afternoon. We are going to take the balance of the SSC report, and here to provide that are Sherry Dressel and Franz Muter. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Sherry Dressel and Franz Muter, co-chairs of the SSC. We're here to give the balance of the report. I might have to double click, I don't know. Is it me? Thank you. All right. The SSC had a leadership election, and the SSC reelected myself and Franz as co-chairs for 2023 and reelected Allison Whitman as vice chair. The SSC also extended a warm welcome to new members, Dr. Mike Jepson, Dr. Rob Surian, and Dr. Martin Dorn. We are really excited to have them in our meetings, and it was a great first meeting. I thought I would learn from all the people that had difficulty in front of the SSC, but apparently not.
In the meantime, Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks. This is for either Dr. Dressler or Dr. Muter. Did the SSC discuss just changing the SOPs briefly and making it lifetime appointments?
No, actually, sorry, through the chair, Mr. Twite. No, we actually tried to elect somebody else and it didn't quite work.
I really just personally, I think the two of you together are doing a fantastic job. I've seen some really great SSC leaders in the past and have always wondered how they could be replaced. And it's fun looking at both of you working and realizing that not only can be replaced, it often even better. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That's much appreciated.
Yeah, appreciate it, but they will have to be replaced again at some point.
I just whispered to him, you can't leave. All right. So the first item day is C4. This is essential fish habitat, and we looked just at the Arctic component. We know that you are looking at the entire thing. The SSC reviewed, what we saw was we reviews proposed update to the Arctic EFH for Arctic cod, saffron cod, and snow crab. The SSC finds this analysis to be a substantive improvement over the past Arctic EFH with respect to both the species distribution model approach and the life stages explored. We support the updates that to EFH level 1 and level 3 text descriptions and associated maps based on this work and the research findings. And the SSC does highlight that the species distribution maps can only be as informative as the data available. And, you know, in the Arctic, especially, in order to understand this rapidly changing ecosystem, investing in standardized surveys and ongoing monitoring is going to be necessary. The SSC had a number of recommendations. The first one is for future species distribution models that modeling presence absence data rather than presence only would be preferred, as this method is especially beneficial when data are collected under non-random samples designs. And the data for this Arctic EFH is a whole bunch of different surveys collected in a bunch of different ways. And so it would definitely apply. The SSC recommends continued exploration of the feasibility of calibrating observations across years from all these different studies, recognizing that that may or may not be possible depending on what overlap there is. The SSC recommends future model skill testing to incorporate cross-validation, data from one predicting for another that's blocked among warm and cold regimes in both the Beaufort and Chukchi seas. And the SSC supports efforts to incorporate the ongoing efforts to incorporate local and traditional knowledge and subsistence information into future reviews and analyses. And we had some discussion about a couple different ways in which that might happen. Another thing that the SC recommended in the future is to consider predator-prey relationships within the species distribution models. Right now, we're looking at, or what we were presented is looking at environmental variables, and we suggested that maybe a predator variable may be an option. Specifically, with all the focus on snow crab, the SSC recommended that laboratory studies of temperature-dependent growth for snow crab be conducted to be able to produce maps with growth potential, which will go under an EFH level 3 category. And the potential for improving conditions or improved conditions for snow crab growth in the warming Arctic is likely to be important for management in the future. The SSC also understands that EFH definitions are only required for species in the Arctic FMP. But we did encourage considerations for other species in the Arctic region or potentially new entrants to this ecosystem under a warming climate. And that is the end of the essential fish habitat section.
It's like we're ready to continue. Just kidding, Mr. Dwight.
Thanks. A question about EFH, but not about the Arctic portion. It's my understanding that the SSC was not able to review the research needs portion of this particular 5-year review. I can't remember if that's on your agenda still to be done at a later meeting or and well, I guess the other part of the question is, do you feel like there's a utility and a need to have the SSC review that?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. It has been a learning process for me, particularly learning all the different pieces of the AFH. And I know that we talked about a lot of research needs and the components that we did look at. And I know that we worked closely with staff to figure out which ones we needed to review. My understanding was that this was the last part that we were going to review for this current cycle. And I'm afraid I can't speak to whether we needed to see the other, but I trust closely the staff that worked with us that if it didn't come in front of us, that they felt confident that perhaps we didn't need to. We've definitely been struggling. They've been working with us closely on our time commitment because we've met on EFH for a number of meetings, but still not gotten through everything. So I think it was a cooperation in that respect.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for this part of the presentation. My question picks up on topics covered in slides 1 and 2 of your Arctic essential fish habitat. And Dr. Dressel, you mentioned, so specifically the last bullet on slide 1, and I think you mentioned on the second bullet, slide 2, I guess my general question is there a document perhaps that you reviewed at this meeting or that you could reference me to that comprehensively describes all of the different survey efforts that happen in the Arctic? Because I have struggled to understand that. And I know there's a lot of work, but is it in disparate places? Or did you review something like that when you developed these comments?
Yeah, I can take that question because I'm somewhat familiar with the work in the Arctic. There is not really, there's not necessarily a comprehensive database of data collected that can easily be tapped, although there's various efforts across the circumpolar north to develop sort of Arctic databases. Particularly the surveys that have been done and are ongoing in the Chukchi Sea and the Arctic were actually recently described in a paper, a fairly comprehensive description of just what has been done and what is ongoing in terms of monitoring. That's a paper by Seth Danielson at UIF that incorporates work from different agencies and different universities and other entities. But there is not one go-to place. The closest we have is perhaps Arctic Ocean Observing System, the AU's website, their Arctic portal, which has a lot of the information.
The only thing, this is Sherry Dressel, the only thing that I would add to that is that that was a big topic in the first couple days of our workshop. And it was trying to figure out I recognize that you don't have the recommendations from the workshop in your report right now, but one of them that we definitely talked about was that right now, we don't have standardized surveys. And even though while we might have funding for those in the future, it's going to take a little bit. And so until then, we need a whole bunch of different studies. But the problem with that is exactly like you're talking about, tracking them and relating them. And so one of the topics that we did touch on in our workshop is that, you know, as you move forward with data in the Arctic, we're going to have to think about either databases or articles like Franz describing what they are, and even probably people to help coordinate and communicate between them. So anyway, it was a topic of one thing that we think is a need, which is reflected directly in your question.
I don't see any further questions.
The next topic we took up was D3 groundfish stock prioritization. And in 2017, there was the first stock prioritization effort, and there was a plan for a 5-year review of that, which is what we're doing right now. We got the SSC received some preliminary information and a discussion in October and gave some requests back to the Science Center. And so in this document, the Science Center responded to our requests, and we reviewed 13 proposed changes to stock assessment frequency. We talked about the process and the timing of the prioritization, and we also discussed revised definitions for the categories or types of stock assessments. The SSC supported the groundfish plan team recommendation to reduce the frequency of assessments for 10 of the stocks that were proposed by the Science Center. The SSC supported the groundfish plan team recommendation to maintain the frequency instead of changing it, maintain the frequency of assessments for Northern Rock Soil and Aleutian Islands, BSAI, Northern Rock Soil, and Aleutian Islands Pacific Cod due to changes that are coming up in these models, either that we know are coming and that may affect our decision on what the prioritization would be. And so essentially we delayed on those and left them as they are. The SSC also recommended, and this was not recommended by the groundfish plan team, we went against the recommendation on this one, and that was, we recommended that Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands yellowfin sole be maintained as an annual assessment due to the importance of this fishery. One of the questions that came up was not specifically in the document, but that came up was, what do we do for future prioritization? And the Science Center had mentioned that they were looking for some flexibility on when to reprioritize a stock rather than waiting for a fixed 5-year cycle. And the SSC recommended that we supported that and said that prioritization we don't believe needs to recommended that it doesn't require a 5-year schedule, but that we did ask, however, since we only saw 13 stocks, we asked whether they had considered reduced frequencies for the others. And the answer was yes, but we hadn't really seen a schedule. And so what we asked for was a complete schedule for all stocks be compiled, which indicates what years they're done and what's done in the off years. And then we suggested that, or supported them, that subsequent changes to the schedule, we suggested may be considered on a case-by-case basis. Perhaps, this is not in our minutes, but it was in our discussion, and that was, perhaps the Science Center proposes it 1 year, it goes through planting review, SSC review, and then the change is made the following year, something like that. We also talked, and I'll talk about this a little bit as we go on, but our current full assessments, which we see every year, has all the information, pretty major. And we talked about possibly splitting that into two, sort of an update where you just update the data, but you keep the model essentially. And another one where you can consider all sorts of different models. And that frequency also we thought could be considered on a case-by-case basis. The SSC did recommend, however, that assessment frequency be maintained for assessments where there are critical model or tier concerns, when there's a potential for interaction between species or fisheries. If there are upcoming non-assessment analysis needs, and the SSC also, and in cases where the SSC determined that a buffer for maximum permissible ABC is warranted. So in other words, if there's a lot of uncertainty in an assessment, we suggest that that's looked at closely in upcoming years. The SSC also recommended that a criteria be developed for defining a process for triggering an assessment in a scheduled off year, or for elevating what is called an update assessment to a full assessment. And of course, I haven't defined those yet, but essentially one of the concerns with having a stock prioritization process where you're not doing it every year or you're extending the time between assessments was, if something major happens in the environment or with that stock, will we catch it? And so we asked for specific criteria about what would trigger a full assessment out of cycle. And we also asked whether, what the timing of that would be. I mean, if the survey comes in right before the September plan team and you see something new, can an author really get a full assessment done that they were not planning on between September and December? And so those are questions that we posed back for the agency.
Ms. Kimball.
I apologize if you weren't done with this section, Dr. Dressel, but I was looking in the report itself, and the SSC had identified, I recognize the criteria you were just talking about. I'm talking about the criteria the SSC identified that were relevant to deciding when to reduce stock assessment frequency in the future. And you had, bolded some criteria for I guess the council and the agency and plan teams to consider. And do those criteria sit anywhere as a kind of a policy guideline for stock assessment authors, or is this the first time we would have seen criteria like these to help guide that decision? And I ask because it seems like the SSC's recommendation is to not have this process on a 5-year basis or any kind of determined timeline, but on a case-by-case basis, we could reassess whether stock assessments were needed on their current frequency. But unless we're well aware of what those criteria are in our process, I don't know when we would decide to do that. So that's my question. On page 14, I think.
Wonderful, thank you. Because I can't remember if it's in our slides or not. Let's see. My recollection, and Franz can help me if he remembers clearer than I do, is that I don't believe that there has been criteria yet set for when you would reduce the frequency or increase the frequency. I don't believe that there's set criteria for either. And I know that the agency was planning to put together safe guidelines for the authors for September. And this is sort of where we asked if they would clarify some of the criteria exactly for the reasons that you mentioned.
Thank you. I can pursue that with the agency, I guess, to see where those could sit that would be relevant for the future instead of just losing them in your SSC report. Thank you for that response.
So on this slide, I go into, you'll get more information on this. And of course, we got tangled up with names, as did the plan team. But we supported the proposed types of stock assessments that the agency put forward. And those were operational full assessments, and that's kind of compared to the biggest stock assessment type that we normally see. And that's done for right now if it's not on an off year, we have full, partial, and essentially none, or just it adds catch data. That's what we have currently. So this splits it up actually into 4 categories instead of those 3. The first, I'm kind of giving Chris Lunsford's presentation for him. So he will be a bit clearer, but the first is operational full assessments, and that's what we are used to as standard analysis and review product. The next one is sort of splitting that into what they're suggesting to call an operational update assessment. And that's where you would just add data and you wouldn't have alternative models with major changes in them. So it's kind of major change, operational assessment, minor change, operational assessment, and then partial catch projections, which is what we know right now as partial assessments. You update the catch and the projections with that catch only, and that would require minimal review. And then right now there's a no assessment. And so we literally don't get that assessment in that year at all. And what the agency was suggesting was having a catch monitoring update. And what they would do is, instead of doing species separately, they would make a single table which had a comparison of catch to the ABC, and it would include all stocks each year, so that it's another way to sort of track if there's an issue coming up with the stock, to make sure that we're not missing things.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I'm a little unclear still on the difference between the operational update assessment and the partial catch projection. And maybe I'm just not clear on what the minor changes from the previous model would be. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit?
To the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. Yes, my understanding from recollection, again, I would accept help, is that in an operational full assessment, you may have updated data, so that you may have updated survey data, updated length composition data, as well as updated catch and other things. In the partial catch projections, those are generally a lower tier, where what you do is you have everything exactly the same, catch only is in, and then you do a projection from that. The SSC also did request that a 5th category be called, and this I believe is done nationally, which is part of why it came up. And we request that 5th category be research assessments, and those are analyses that are not immediately feeding into management. And so they're not necessarily coming into our SOC assessments, but they are being done in the agency, and they're undergoing external peer review, so CIE review process. And my understanding is that our recommendation for that was that it sort of be handled by the agency, and I believe that that's as it is done now. The SSC did recommend, what's a little bit tricky is for tier 5 stocks that are on a 4-year frequency. I believe that the current advice set has an option. You can either rerun a model with the additional survey data, or you can just provide catch, I believe it's catch over ABC. And the agency asked for some clarity on which one. And so the SSC recommended that on a 4-year frequency, the middle of that 4 years, which I realize doesn't split, right? We called it year 3. So if year 1 is the full assessment, year 2, nothing is done. On the 3rd year, we suggested that it be a partial, and that the random effects model be run, which means that you're using survey data in that middle year, since it does exist. And then in the 4th year, there's nothing, and then you go back to the full. And what that would mean is that even though it's on a 4-year frequency, you would have a change in OFL, ABC, and apportionment calculations sort of on an every other year basis. The SSC supports the development of clear definitions and guidelines for authors, which I know is their plan. The SSC recommends that guidelines for stock assessment authors be considered in the context of a larger review of consistency with National Standard 2 guidelines for the inclusion of pertinent economic, social, community, and ecological information across the range of council decision informing safe documents. And what I mean on that one was the agency has been, they're trying to get this stock prioritization up and going, and they're trying to implement it this coming fall. And so the agency is going to be writing these clear guidelines for authors. And we had a suggestion that those also include what all is included in the SAFE document specifically with regard to National Standard 2 guidelines. And the agency was concerned that they couldn't get that huge package done in time for the September plan team. And so our recommendation is that that is still something that the SSC recommends that the agency look at. And I know that we're going to be doing some of that in April, but it is separate from this so that the agency can make progress and so that the plan teams can see this in September. The SSC, so this bullet is actually, it's a repeat from what you saw in October. And that is, we note that critical information from regular surveys must be maintained despite any changes in frequency, because these data supply a broad suite of species and they're all in different assessment schedules. So you still need the same frequency of surveys and age data and length data. And these survey data also likely provide the first indicators of a change that can trigger assessment analyses and management response. And this was the explanation in this is actually in response to Councilmember Twight's question in September of us elaborating a bit on why regular surveys are still necessary. The SSC does highlight that if you're going to spread out your stock assessments, that highlights that uncertainty will inevitably go up with decreased assessment frequency and decreased assessment detail, meaning moving it from, say, a full assessment to a partial assessment. However, we emphasize that this may be offset by freeing up time and resources for the agency to address unexpected events. And also they're working on assessments as teams so that there's a smoother transition. And so it's a balance. The SSC also recognizes, however, that this process is intended to avoid surprises and also to avoid having to increase buffers as the time since the most recent assessment sort of spreads out. So we're doing multiple goals and they sometimes conflict, and this was the balance that we came up with. All right, we're moving into D6, the Climate Readiness Synthesis Report. And you saw this in December. Ours was delayed, or maybe it was October. It was October. And ours was delayed because we couldn't get it on our schedule then. So the SSC appreciated the emphasis. I know these aren't numbers, just a second. There we go. I was pretty sure that wasn't my first slide. The SSC received a presentation for the Bering Sea Fisheries Ecosystem Plan Climate Change Task Force on the draft of the climate readiness synthesis. And the report, as you know, focused on providing a snapshot of our baseline readiness in terms of council process, council systems, and it does so by quantifying how explicitly management tools, process information include features related to climate change. One of the key things in our discussion was that the document, and it was clear from the presenters that the document doesn't evaluate the effectiveness of these measures. And so the SSC said that with the goal of understanding the status quo is definitely a valuable step. It wasn't as clear to us whether it's possible to have an accurate assessment of climate readiness in this region without discussing the effectiveness of the tools and the acquisition or availability of the necessary data. The SSC appreciated the emphasis on socio-environmental linkages and highlighted the importance of considering fishing communities throughout the document. the SSC highlights a lack of exploration of the resilience of fishing communities in the reports, but also notes past difficulties in developing community resilience measures. Community resilience is not easy to measure. And so the SSC discussed it could be helpful looking at exploring different scales at which community resilience could be described, and suggests that it's important to elevate the potential importance of thinking across fisheries. There's much more detail in the document. We talked about the difference between fishing communities and the entire communities, and describing the resilience of one does not mean you're describing the resilience of another. And so there's quite a bit more detail, but I didn't include that in the presentation. We'll have enough slides on this one already.
Ms. Kimball.
Dr. Dressel, did you want to? I'm sorry. I see you have more on community resilience. I'm sorry. Wait.
No, it's okay. I didn't get slide numbers on this section, so I can't tell you quite how many slides there are, but I know that the points are kind of mixed throughout, so it may be worth waiting until we both hit the end and I'll figure that out. The SSC does suggest the treatment of community resilience within this document, and suggests the document itself could also be enhanced by clarifying the scope and the goals and the next steps. And the SSC noted that the goals of climate readiness are related to achieving the national standards, but important to clarify what this implies at the level of species and communities. And one discussion that we definitely had was in the synthesis, we were talking about community resilience, but in the national standards, and of course I'm doing this from memory, it is sustained participation of communities. And we talked about the relationship between the two and how they interrelated, and that they weren't necessarily exactly the same. So the SSC did provide several recommendations for workshops and scenario testings that are being planned by the task force. And now I go into, I believe it's 3 slides there were 3 sections of this report, and the first one was management. So first bullet is describing what this was. I don't believe it's, so this section provided an overview of management measures and an evaluation of potential strengths and weaknesses of current management approaches in relation to climate adaptive attributes. And the report ranks management as sort of on the way to climate ready. The SSC supports this effort as an opportunity and a means to reassess management readiness over time. That's why they did the ranking, and we supported that. We suggest that opportunities for improvements in one of the tables is a good starting point for identifying potential actions that can be formalized into recommendations, both near-term, long-term. The SSC suggests a useful outcome would be for the Climate Change Task Force to make recommendations on how the various items that are ranked in the management overview section and the safe review could be altered to improve climate readiness. The second section, which is safe reports, this section was actually ranked the highest among the sections in terms of readiness based on an assessment of how climate change information was accounted for in the stock assessments. The SSC did note, however, that the approach, they did an extensive amount of work to do this search. But we did note that the approach taken of scanning safe documents for keywords might overestimate readiness. And in other words, we may mention climate, but it may not be that we're actually ready for that or that we're taking action on it. We also mentioned that there were keywords that were not included, particularly with relation to community resilience, and we suggested that those words be added and we could search safe reports for those. The SSC recommends that the team consider focusing climate change modifications. Okay, let me back up a little bit. We had a long discussion of where we talk about climate. Do you put climate information into the individual safe documents? Do you put it into the economic, ecological, ESRs, ecosystem status reports? ecological, socioeconomic profiles. So those two big reports that go across species, it was where do you put that information? And we went back and forth. You don't want to build up the stock assessments, but you also don't want ESRs and ESPs that are hugely long. And so we had some suggestions for both. And I don't believe that we came up with an exact answer, but we had some suggestions. We did suggest that you focus climate modifications in the two ESR and ESP documents. I realize there's ESPs for each from individual species, but we suggested keeping it in those and focusing on relatively short-term responses to climate change effects so that they're tactical for management. The SSC did consider including species or stock-specific risk or vulnerability as a table in the introduction chapter of each FMP's SAFE as one way, again, of not having it build up in the individual SAFEs.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is the right time to ask, but on the third bullet on slide 15 about, no, I apologize, the second bullet. I guess, and we've had this conversation too with the SSC and with plan team leads that have provided the ESRs and ESPs to us in the SAFE documents, but it's hard not to confuse what each of those documents is for already. And I'm wondering about the SSC's recommendation to do, like ask the Climate Change Task Force, like to do a scan for community resilience in the SAFE documents. I could see maybe in the economic SAFE, but I'm trying to find the connection to the other SAFE documents that are purely biological documents used to set the OFL and ABC that are not accommodating in kind of the socioeconomic factors when setting those reference points.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, thank you for that question. That was a misspeak, I believe, on my part. Because I know that the SSC also recommended that in addition to scanning the SAFE documents, that also the economic SAFE and the ASEPO report, the community report, also be searched. And I agree with you. I think that that's the place where you would find references to community resilience. And if that is mistaken in our minutes, we can correct that.
Okay, thank you. And then the other one, just to go back, since you went through the slides on community resilience, I just wanted to understand more of the SSC discussion around, asking this document, the climate readiness report, for instance, to address community resilience. And I can't find the bullet right now. I apologize. But I just wonder, where was the expectation? I thought the Climate Change Task Force was really supposed to be looking at, our management system as it stands, what management tools and processes can we incorporate in order to be more climate ready. So this looks like beyond the scope to me that we were attempting to ask staff to assess community sustainability or community resilience as a whole. And I think that goes to other questions throughout some of the report about connecting our authority for managing federal fisheries to these communities and their community resilience, that we can't be responsible for community sustainability overall, but we could be responsible for sustainable fisheries to support fishing dependent communities. So can you help me a little bit more with what the SSC's expectation was around assessing community resilience on a community by community basis in the synthesis report?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. I know that I'm a little bit out of my realm here, as I'm not a social scientist. And so but my recollection was, I guess twofold. I know that we've acknowledged that communities are part of the ecosystem. And so if you're evaluating the ecosystem, then you're also evaluating communities. And to the effect that the council does consider effects on communities. I think that that's part of it. I don't know if we were specific enough in our report, and I definitely can't quite remember exactly what we said. So I'm not sure if we addressed your question specifically. But what I would be happy to do is if you've got, I can email you and we can see, I mean, literally, and we can add it as a clarification in our second version if that's helpful.
Thanks for attempting to respond, Dr. Dressel, and it's just disjointed us having reviewed the report at a previous meeting and not having the report at this meeting, but maybe some of my questions are getting to how we can have a process with the SSC where we can discuss some of these things as big picture items in more detail. Maybe we could find a process to do that. Anyway, thank you for trying to answer that.
If I just, this is Franz Meter, if I just may add maybe one point to that. I mean, I don't recall the exact scope of the task force, but this aspect of community resilience was, you know, an important part of the report that they did provide in the context of sort of National Standard 2, I think, to provide for, you know, sustained livelihoods or something along those lines. So in the context of National Standard 2, I think there was a lot of discussion around the concepts of vulnerability and resilience of communities in the document itself. So in part, we were responding to that.
Thanks. I appreciate that. And I guess I'm just trying to find through the chair the link to federal fisheries and make sure that that's strong throughout the document so that we can, you know, maximize our role in creating strong and resilient and robust federal fisheries management in order to support communities that are dependent on those resources. And this looked to be a little bit different than that, or maybe not making that link directly. So I will hold the rest of my questions and just keep working on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Please continue.
All right, the third section of the report was about knowledge base. And an overarching theme of the knowledge base section is the critical importance of sampling, as you've already heard us mention today. The SSC emphasized that frequent, consistent, and comprehensive sampling is the most important tool in our climate readiness toolbox. The SSC commended the team on the section detailing the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, subsistence information, and the strategies is excellent and cast a very broad net for the scope of this information. The SSC does support future events identified by the team in this section and continued coordination and synergies with the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence task force. All right, let me see if I can tell you, I think, yeah, I've got 3 slides left. All right, future workshops and efforts. The SSC is strongly supportive of the next steps that laid out that includes specific and targeted evaluation of effectiveness through workshops and scenario testing. The SSC recommends the task force focus on how to anticipate or respond to infrequent shocks to the ecosystem or tipping points, and suggested it may be useful to systematically develop a catalog of the types of shocks that happen or that have happened and how they may manifest for certain stocks as a way to kind of grapple with this. The SSC suggested it might be helpful to conduct a retrospective assessment of available information, council body efforts and actions in the years preceding, say, the Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod or the Eastern Bering Sea snow crab collapses, to identify, you know, is there anything that we could have known or done ahead of time or that we could have done differently? The SSC encourages the authors to think about taking advantage of data, processes, tools, policy evaluation that relate to socioeconomics and are already in place or that have been completed and may not have been explicitly developed for climate change resilience, but might be effective for that. The SSC had a discussion of the word flexibility and realizing that sometimes that's not it's not always an actionable term. And so we recommended working towards actionable outcomes that include focusing on building capacity. And so it was looking at possibly looking at capacity to adapt and respond to climate change rather than flexibility, since that was a little bit vague or difficult to define. The SSC suggests assembling a collection of case studies that might help to identify what actions have or have not worked elsewhere when considering actions for our region. So look outside our region and see if there are things that other people have done. And a case study on Norton Sound king crab, which has been recommended by the SSC and was also noted, it may have been noted in my crab presentation yesterday, was suggested as potentially useful in this context. The SSC encourages authors to think about taking advantage. I have already mentioned that one. The SSC suggests identifying process guidance for the council on how to accomplish complementary and simultaneous policy actions as part of our climate ready toolbox. We think of actions separately, but part of our discussion was that sometimes combining these actions may be different, may be useful in a climate sense. The SSC supports continued exploration and goals of longer term implementation. The ecosystem-based fisheries management harvest targets based on long-term projections. And some of these are in the Climb project, because they've got the potential to inform development of climate proactive solutions rather than being reactive. And this is sort of in complement to our suggestions on looking at short-term for tactical responses for the council. We also recognize that long-term looks are valuable. And I believe that that is now the end of that.
Okay. I've got a few questions here. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Dressel and Mr. Meter. My question is really about the bullet regarding identifying process guidance for the council on how to accomplish complementary or simultaneous policy actions. That particular bullet, in my time here, the guidance I've received from other council members that were experienced is to look at taking small bites that you can accomplish with a relatively simple regulatory process. And this sort of, to me, is the opposite of that. So I was just wondering if you could just talk a little bit more about the discussion you had at the SSC about the utility of combining things in that way and how it might be beneficial for us to do that, and maybe what the process would be there. Is there any talk about that, or just this is a general suggestion?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. Yes, I know that there may be something in our minutes, but I know that there was discussion that we captured that actually somebody gave an example of a combination that might be helpful and why it might be helpful. And I do not believe that that made it into our minutes. And I'm not able to pull it up right now. Your comment makes total sense, and I wish I had an example for why this might be valuable in addition.
It's understandable. I appreciate that. And we did just do a IFQ omnibus package that did group things together in a way that was efficient and didn't end up spiraling into a gigantic document. So I guess there are some examples. I think it's really a matter of council discretion to be careful to not get ourselves wrapped around the axle over competing interests. Appreciate it.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is back on the first slide for the climate readiness synthesis report, and it's slide 11 in the whole presentation. But the last bullet on that slide says, the SSC notes that the goal of understanding the status quo and the synthesis report was valuable. It's not clear how this provides an adequate assessment of climate readiness without discussing the effectiveness of tools and acquisition of availability. There it is right up there, sorry. As I read the climate readiness synthesis report, it was very clear reading that the underlying premise of the entire report was not to essentially evaluate the effectiveness of the management system. It was to and so is this this doesn't seem to be a clear recommendation from the SSC to modify this report. Well, that's my first question, or is it? And then in having this discussion at the SSC, were you able to have discussions with staff that are supporting the climate change task force process in terms of what it would actually take to modify the report or take those next steps that the SSC is recommending here? And then I think there's some bullets in the next parts of your presentation.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yeah, so in the second bullet, yep, we definitely heard and we got the message from staff that the goal was not to consider effectiveness. I think that some of our members had a real difficulty then trying to understand how you can evaluate readiness without that. And I do not believe that we came up with a strong, a recommendation to add that or not to add that. I think it's in our minutes as, I think that we struggled with that, but we also recognize that would change that would completely change the report. Because the goal of the report was not to include it. So I think that our comment was that we definitely struggled with sort of that base format of the report, but we also know that the goal was to get this report done and move on to new things. So I don't believe that we made a specific recommendation on that.
Any further questions before we move on? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is on point or not, Dr. Dressel and Dr. Muter, but on the recommendations about the task force focusing on how to anticipate or respond to tipping points or infrequent shocks, and then also the bullet on recommending that we work toward building capacity to adapt. Were those directly related to discussions or recommendations about maintaining and expanding, the data streams that we get in to support fisheries management in this region, like survey level information or expanding survey information northward? What were those related to? And my second part of that is, I really thought that was one of the main points of ACLIME 2.0. And so I want to make sure I'm not missing that purpose as well, that I don't want to duplicate that here if that's a main thing that ACLIME 2.0 is trying to provide to the council.
Yeah, Franz Mieter through the chair. I'm not sure if I can fully answer that. But I think it was pointing out in part that one of the things that may be lacking from the current ACLIME analyses is to analyze the impacts of a one-time shock, because in most of the simulations, we build more sort of smooth transitions into the simulations to figure out what methods or harvest control rules or other actions we might take are effective, and our whole system may react very differently to a very abrupt change or to a one-time shock. So I think this was in part aimed at sort of future analyses to consider how can we do a better job of testing what works and doesn't work, following these kinds of abrupt impacts or changes. And again, this is more, it's not a criticism of ACLIME 2, but just realizing, especially with, the recent events in the snow crab fishery and this sort of one-time mortality event, that, we don't typically build that into simulations in that form.
I don't see any further questions. I think we can move into the workshop.
coordinating who's doing what. So for the SSC workshop, we had, as you know, a 1.5-day workshop on rapid change in the Northern Bering and Chukchi Seas, Northern Bering and Southern Chukchi Seas, and identifying ecosystem responses and effects on the management of federal fisheries was what we titled it. We had 3 sections of this workshop, and the main questions were, what do we know about the current and near-term future environmental and ecological states of the Northern Bering Sea and Southern Chukchi Sea? That was the first section. The second section, what data then do we need to collect and monitor in the Northern Bering Sea and Southern Chukchi Sea to support ecosystem-based fishery management of species that are in the Bering Sea fishery management plans? And then the third section, last part of yesterday, or no, 2 days ago, it all blending, was science to management. What tools do we have or do we need to apply the data that we talked about in the first part of the workshop to the management of Bering Sea fisheries? The SSC thanks all presenters for their insightful and thought-provoking contributions, and wanted to specifically thank Mr. Bill Twite for providing the introduction to the workshop. The SSC was pleased with the number of participants and appreciates the thoughtful comments and from a variety of stakeholders and the courage that it took for many of them to come up and speak. The SSC will synthesize the main outcomes of this workshop and provide final recommendations on next steps to the council at the April 2023 meeting. I will say that recognizing that our minutes right now do not include conclusions and that you might want to speak with us, we did something which is a little bit different. We normally have our presentation only represent our report, but to give you some feedback other than what you already knew, Director Bob Foy, SSC member Bob Foy, whatever you choose to call him, is going to give you some of the preliminary conclusions so that you can actually see them in case that's something that you want to talk about now. And that will actually go into our April report. It's obviously not written.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. As Dr. Dressel said, my goal is to provide some very drafty recommendations and some initial items, bullets that we put together for the 2 different parts of the workshop. So to reiterate, the first part of the workshop was really focused on monitoring needs and knowledge gaps. So we had subject matter experts come in. We had excellent presentations and excellent discussion. We also invited public input as well that we've incorporated into this discussion. So I'm just going to walk through some of those draft recommendations that will be fleshed out in more detail for our report in April. First and foremost, an acknowledgement of the need to maintain core surveys and time series as the baseline for how we know things are changing. And that was recognized in the course of the presentations that we got, that having that information is important regardless of what we recommend be collected in order to address the changes in the Northern Bering Sea in particular. Second, collecting data to address processes of changes in the ecosystem production. So we recognize through the conversation that the Northern Bering Sea and Chukchi, the overall productivity is changing, carrying capacity of the ecosystems may be changing. So trying to make sure that we collect data to better understand the processes at work. Increasing the capacity to address bottlenecks to fish production. So making sure that we have the expertise to identify those bottlenecks in the ecosystem that will allow us to more efficiently identify what the changes will be relative to commercial stocks. So taking that ecosystem perspective and bringing it to the commercial species and trying to understand what the bottleneck is without studying every inch of the ecosystem. We can't do that. Identifying resources to establish minimum levels of monitoring in the Chukchi Sea. It was obvious in 2019 that we had commercial species in the Chukchi Sea. So what do we need to monitor about the Chukchi in order to help us understand the FMP species from the Eastern Bering Sea? Pursue cooperative approach to surveying Northern Bering Sea resources. So building better relationships with communities and industry in order to conduct those surveys. developing technology such as molecular tools to assess all ecosystem components. And again, this is speaking to trying to be innovative about collecting new information so that we're not taking away from those core data collections that we require in order to focus on the commercial fish species. Expanding tagging efforts cooperatively to monitor movement patterns and connectivity. We've learned a ton with the few tagging studies that have been done in the last handful of years, and we acknowledge that that is helping us understand what's happening in this region. Identify expectations of tolerance levels and species that are more likely to move and or find habitat in this region. So communicating to you what species we expect to move north, what kind of habitat exists, how might that affect management. Assess the characteristics and catch performance of fishing gear, including fishery independent survey gears towards improved estimates of fleet redistribution effects and promoting fishing innovation. Point here being that we understand that this change is going to lead to movement of the fleet and focus elsewhere. And so what is the impact of that? How can we help? The second and final slide here is focused on the types of tools and approaches to improve management that we discussed. And it was a little more difficult to come up with specific tools or approaches. This is new territory for us all. So this captures a lot of the discussion and the breadth of the discussion. First, improving communication, removing barriers so that we have the ability for people who are involved in this process, who are affected by this process, to be at meetings, to understand the language that we're using when we're talking about management principles and bringing the cultural component to these discussions. Expanding SSC communications with the council so that we can better have these broader discussions on the options and opportunities moving forward, and similar to what Ms. Kimball said a few minutes ago. Exploring alternative approaches to current control rules. Thinking outside the box, there was a suggestion that we could be considering, fisheries-based control rules, which would be very different from what we do now. But again, this was a brainstorming event to think outside the box as to what might help us in the future. Modification to existing harvest control rules, for instance, was discussed. Collaboratively identify scenarios to explore through simulations. Scenario building is really going to be a key tool for us moving forward. What if this happens? What if that happens? How might we respond? Consider dynamic reference points. Finding a balance between being too dynamic, means everything changes every year, to too static, where we're holding on to our principles of what we think is happening in the ecosystem for too long and then not managing correctly, and being consistent among stocks. Lastly, identify optimal control rules or dynamic reference points that where we work with industry to consider catch stability, thinking about average catch, risk tolerance in the fisheries relative to these control rules. And again, communicating directly with the stakeholders and communities on that to better understand what we're trying to achieve. That's all we have. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you. Thanks very much for running through that with us, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Foy, for that rundown on the monitoring needs, knowledge gaps in particular. Well, is the SSC making these recommendations to the council, or are most of these directed to the agency? Like, I'm particularly glad that you're here to speak to this, since most of these seem like science center implementation issues. And so anything you can share on whether this helps you work on the strategy that you provide to the council on an annual basis, or whether we're supposed to take these recommendations and make recommendations further to the agency, please let us know how to best do that process.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you very much for that question. So SSC had on, the intention is to refine these and bring them back in the April report. This was a first view of what we came up with. We'll refine that with recommendations to the council for April. So you'll see this again in more detail with some more specificity. From AFSC perspective, it will be valuable to see that report and then consider what comes from the agency here. There's some of this could come from academic partnerships, from other entities, from industry and community partnerships. So I wouldn't say that it's all agency focused by any means.
But certainly what it does is identify needs and gaps that we all have to look to achieve if we want to be more climate resilient in the region.
If I may add to that, Mr.
Dr. Muter.
Yeah, if I may add to that, through the chair, I think one of the discussion points that came up too, that this can help our research priority setting process as well to identify pressing research needs for in February 2024, I think is when we take that up. And most of us on the SSC don't think about, was that an agency thing or a university thing or somebody else who would be doing it? So at this point, these were sort of the broad needs that we identified without really thinking too much about who would be doing that.
Mr. Dwight. Oh, sorry. Dr. Dressel, sorry.
As Dr. Muter spoke, the very end of our workshop, we actually had a section on next steps, and we named a number of things that if I try to do it off the top of my head, it probably won't work very well. And I had meant to make a slide, and in my haste, I did not. But it included things like, I know that the Climate Change Task Force is doing a stakeholder workshop, and they're planning that for the fall. We have research priorities that we will be taking up in a year. I know that the SSC was going to recommend workshops to you that we've mentioned before, but we were going to try to prioritize those in April. We have, again, we had a whole number of different things, the report to you that's coming in April. So we just sort of named the things that we knew were coming as next steps. And I just wanted to note that I had sort of forgotten to put that in here. And we're interested also, obviously, on what the council thinks the next steps are.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Ms. Kimball.
Apologies. Now I do have a follow-up question, but that just reminded me, Dr. Dressel, and the session, the last slide, the last 4 bullets, are those issues or concepts that the SSC expects to be discussed in their harvest control rule work group, or another portion of your minutes or your report is talking about staffing SSC members on that work group? Are these things to be explored in that work group or workshop?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, my guess is that that working group kind of came out of the plan team looking at the current harvest control rules and some of the problems that they're having now, like changes in recruitment that are not incorporated, and the fact that that may not fit well into our tier system. So that definitely is something that's happening because of climate change. But as far as considering whether we should move towards dynamic reference points, it could go in that. But I also think that one of the things that the SSC talked about in the workshop was that it feels like there almost needs to be a little bit of an iterative discussion, because for, the questions that we came up with in the workshop, our underlying premise is trying to help the council achieve your goals. But I don't know that we know exactly what those goals are. And so I think that the SSC felt that some interaction and help on that would be great. But we also talked about the fact that you may not know your goals if you don't know the tools. And so that's when I think we talked a little bit in the workshop about, it came into this expand SSC council communication of wondering whether there might be some back and forth to help get to a place where we sort of know what we're working towards. So could the dynamic reference points come up in the harvest control rule working group that we have not yet proposed to you, but probably we'll do some form of that in April? Yes. But it also, in this context, I think might be even a little bit bigger.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. So you mean council goals beyond what are requirements in Magnuson, beyond trying to meet optimum yield, you mean statements about what it feels like we're trying to do all the time, is try to maintain some stability for fisheries participants without having these big years of variability or tipping points like we saw in snow crab or peacock in the Gulf. Are those the kinds of things that are unclear or maybe made more clear that those are our goals? And I'm not speaking for the whole council. I'm just speaking for myself.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yeah, I think that, and maybe a better word for goals could be priorities. What are the areas of concern that you would like to look at first? But some of that will also depend on our feedback of which species are moving north. And so it is complicated. I think that some input is helpful beyond, like you said, the goals of Madison. Do you have, Dr. Foy?
Please, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I would also say that these last four bullet items here, our intention with the April report will be to flesh out why we think they're important from that discussion. So how did we get to the point of thinking that in order to address all this variability that we needed to think outside the box or consider these other tools? And I wouldn't say that there was any kind of suggestion that we have to go down that path. I think it's an option on one end of the spectrum. So as we said a few times during the meeting, I think our goal is going to be to provide some bookends for the council to consider what's possible and then provide that feedback, as Dr. Dressel said, in an iterative process on, where you might want to go within those bookends so that we can then again provide feedback on what kind of science we would need to have in order to better inform you.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So continuing down the line that we've sort of started on a couple times of thinking through a little bit more what those first two bullets mean. And trying to think about how to maybe just as an example of what we mean by expanded SSC council communication, think about the April conversation and how we get from today to April and have that be as Ms. Kimball sort of originally suggested, pretty robust discussion rather than just kind of a report out, reflect back. Thanks, next agenda item. I guess one question I have for the three of you is how are you planning on, or are you planning on trying to shape the results to support that kind of a discussion in April? How are you planning on putting them together? Is there anything that we should be thinking about between now and April to help with that? And then do any of the three of you have a model for what the April actual discussion could look like? So sorry, I jammed a whole bunch of questions into that.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. I think I probably better specify that I guess I'm talking for myself here. So as an SSC member, I have to admit I was surprised by your question because I was actually waiting for council response on what type of interaction would you want? I know. So, I mean, we're kind of in this, and that's actually if I had to say one of my concerns is that a concern going with a report from meeting and then a response and another report and another meeting is actually that we will be waiting for you and possibly you be waiting for us. And I'm concerned about the time that it takes with climate change. Somehow I'm guessing we obviously can do it separately, but I would almost suggest doing it together. So that actually answers one of your questions. If I had a recommendation, it might be, I just think it would be really beneficial to have some time, and I don't know if April is it, but to have a joint session where we can go back and forth, but we might need some people to sort of put some ideas or bookends and questions about it first, because from, Ms. Kimball's questions, it feels kind of unwieldy right now, but I think that there could be a place to start, but I think it would be a bit more effective and faster. Maybe effective is not right, because with a report, you get lots of detail, and in conversation you won't. But personally, I think that some back and forth would be helpful, and I have no idea what that would look like. Oh, you've got it.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't have much to add to that. I think it will be a challenge just giving the timeline to even digest and synthesize what we heard over a day and a half. And it's upon us to kind of try to do that in a short amount of time. So we hadn't really thought beyond that about how then to best present that to get, feedback or have a continuing dialogue at that point, but certainly open to any ideas.
Mr. Chairman, put three scientists up in front of you, you're gonna get three different opinions. It's probably why you don't do this. I agree with what's been said. Actually, I like the idea of a group working together to better understand how we have the back and forth. I guess I just want to add that this workshop format that we just went through was brilliant in terms of allowing us to have the back and forth and some of the public dialogue and some of the on questions that are difficult, complex, and on topics that we wouldn't bring up in a normal course of a decision-making process. And if you hearken back to when we started all the ecosystem work and the first ecosystem data that showed up, and then the tomes of information and thinking about how to better use it in the years and years that went by to refine it to this incredible process that it is now, what would we have done different? If we had started early with some discourse as to what would be beneficial and what is possible, we might have been able to refine that. And to Dr. Dressel's point. So perhaps now is the time to do that with respect to climate change.
Dr. Dressel.
I am not trying to one up my colleagues and talk twice, but I had a chance to think. It is interesting because when we first thought about this, we thought about having a workshop that was half a day, and then half a day joint with the council. But we knew there was so much information to go through that we couldn't get it done. And so then we thought, well, okay, maybe in June we could have an interaction, but we didn't necessarily know what that would look like. And so it ended up being a report in April, and that's great, but it's so stiff, and I'm afraid it may kind of die, but just with lack of clarity where to go forward. It was interesting. I did have one stakeholder speak to me after the meeting, and they said that they, so wished that the SSC could give sort of a suite of options and opportunities to the council. And we weren't able to finish our conversation, but my initial response was, oh my goodness, it would take a thesis to tell you options about everything without knowing which species were the priority, which, if you want if our goal is constant versus variable, if we're talking about surveys or we're talking about management, what management options there are. And I was just like, that's actually, I don't think it's even possible without some more parameters on it of where to start. So I would love to be able to do that for the council, but I don't know how.
Mr. Twite.
Thank you. And that was a little unfair. I'll agree. Partly as it was a bit of just, are you thinking what I'm thinking? And it turns out that you're thinking a lot of what I was thinking. That with some thought given to how to, instead of just asking the SSC to write up, for instance, this, if instead the SSC, as you usually do, assign it to a small group, maybe just broadening that slightly to include council staff, maybe even a council person, to sort of write it up in a way and do some brainstorming on how to structure an April conversation. Might be two things. One, just able to think a little bit more broadly, and two, stop putting it all on the three of you or the entire SSC and begin to take some council ownership of the discussion too, because we have to. It's just, and I share your sense of the urgency as well. That if we don't keep the conversation going in relatively real time, February to April, instead of having the next step being quite a bit later. We both lose the freshness of what you accomplished, but also we don't convey the sense of urgency that I think we're all feeling about addressing climate change. So that was a thought. I'm also hearing in terms of what a productive April conversation would look like. I don't know how to structure it with bodies in the room. Whether the full SSC and the full council would be one way to do it. It's a lot of voices, a lot of bodies, maybe hard to control really and keep focused. But something along those lines, some way of making it more of a conversation. I'm really impressed, if I may go for a little bit longer. The workshop was a workshop, but it seemed to me it was also a conversation with not just other people in the room too, not just the people who were there initially to observe, but who got drawn in, but equally with people online. The way you were able to weave in what was coming in on the chat, the frequency that you stopped and essentially had an open mic session that I think a fair number of us looked and went, what? How's that going to work? But it actually worked really well. And then the way that not just the three of you who were sort of leading it, but also all the members of the SSC were able to weave in the input they were getting as it went. It felt a lot richer to me because you were able to do that. And I'm wondering if there's ways of, and that's because you departed from your traditional sort of workshop style. You deliberately chose to try something different. And I'm wondering if we should, as a council, also think about departing from our sort of traditional, well, thank you for the SSC report. We'll now stroke our chins and oh yeah, take some public input and then opine. I'm wondering if we think about a format that allows a little bit more back and forth, and I don't know what that looks like at all. That's not my area of expertise, but it's certainly the way you worked it and how successful it was. Opened my eyes to thoughts about our process too, and began to have me question that. And again, maybe that's something for staff to work on with, again, maybe a couple of council members and a couple of SSC members to prep for April too. I'm starting to create a long list of things, and April's already pretty daunting, so I probably better pipe down before the executive director just walks over and strangles me. But I think there's ways of pioneering things here that could benefit all of us. Finally, just wanted to remind you a couple of the next steps that you may have been thinking about with the ACLIME scenario planning, and potentially even the full report out from the SCS 7 and digesting that. And I know I immediately thought of the ACLIME scenario planning when Dr. Dorn laid out, in terms of what he would ask the council is, he was asking about scenarios. Which scenarios do you want us to look at? And that struck me as a very good starting point. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Foy and Dr. Dressel and Dr. Franz, and Dr. Mueller, I should say. I appreciate that the bullet points that you've laid out here on the draft recommendations. I think that's helpful to me to get a little bit of idea, and I appreciate you your sentiment that it would be helpful to maybe have some bookends in this conversation that we're having now. I think that I'm on the right. That's the drift that I'm getting, because for a while there I was a little bit uncertain where are we going here, because we're getting the SSC report and then now we're just being asked for kind of general comments, but I do have a question in here, but so on the council communication, the thing that that has struck me, and I'm by no means an expert here, Ms. Kimball and I had a conversation prior to the meeting here, and she suggested that I attend the ecosystem committee meetings, and because I haven't been doing that, and I plan to do that to be more educated on this. But the thing that does strike me, being on the council for as long as I have, and being in a lot of SSC meetings and having many years of watching this transpire, is when I see these presentations that I thought were just fantastic, by the way, and just amazing science, and I was just, my mind was just blown by how intelligent the people that presented are, and some of the thinking that went into, critical thinking that went into those presentations was really amazing, the data that is available to us. But at the end of the day, the thing that I look at is I will use ACLIMB as an example here. The list of people that are participating in ACLIMB is significant. It's a very large number of people. It's a very big outlay, a very big resource. And at the end of the day, I think about us here on the council. We have our task is, for the most part, we'll look at in September, November to plan team meetings. In December, we'll make our final. These are short-term decisions. We're looking at assessments that determine what the quota should be in 2024 and what it might be in 2025. And then in the SAFE reports, we have these long-term projections, but we've always been told, don't pay a lot of attention to those, because those are just kind of an output of the model more than any really thing that we should be looking at. So when I look at that, I don't really see much that's coming. We've been at ACLIMB for 6 years. I don't see much that's with this great, I don't see much that gives me as a council member a tool that I can use to do a better job at that. And I don't know where all this is really going and how we're going to get to that. And that's the conversation that I want to have with people is what is it that we're doing here with all of this research and all this data and this amazing science, which is fascinating. And I don't want to take anything away from any of that. It's really incredible what we're doing, what we're able to do. But at the end of the day, we've got to look at, was it a warm year? Was it a cold year? What's the results of this trawl survey? And I don't see anything yet that tells me that we're going to get away from that anytime soon. And so that's the conversation that I want to have. And I'm not sure, and here comes the question part. I'm not sure that the April council meeting is packed, and I'm not sure that we're going to get the time to have that kind of a conversation in April. And maybe it would be better to do something at another time when we have the time to really dig into these kind of issues and see if other council members maybe share some of this sentiment that I have, and ask some of those kind of rather tough questions. These are difficult questions. And so is there something that's we're really tied to, because we have given, I think, the public some indication that they have up till April to comment and that we're going to do this in April. Is there something that really ties us to April, or are we better off looking at something else, or how and when do we have these kind of conversations about all of this work that we're doing, which I could go into all the different committees and all the different things, but it's a very large undertaking. And we look at what are we really getting out of all that.
Dr. Dressel.
Through the chair, Mr. Down. I recognize that some of this obviously is council staff decisions, but I thought it was interesting because as far as April is coming, when I realized that we were going to be writing a report of this for April, I pretty much panicked because so we did leave public testimony open until the end of the month. And the goal of that was we were trying to we were concerned that there was going to be more public testimony than we had time for. And our goals with the workshop were to be open, to be inclusive, to hear voices. And so that was one way. Having the chat was one way, although we couldn't reply to everything in the chat, but at least we could keep it open. And the same thing with public testimony. It was mostly trying not to close the conversation, be exclusive, or to pick particular participants. And so, yes, that'll be open until the end of the month. And then I think that the report may be due within 14 days after that or something like that. So it's, it will be, I think, even if it's not terribly long, it's going to be a big task to do this report. And I think that giving you sort of a summary of what we talked about would be helpful more than just, sort of this list. I will say though that I was a little bit concerned when we got done with the workshop because I was really excited about it, but we worked on it for 10 months. We had meetings like sometimes weekly, sometimes monthly, bi-weekly. We worked with council staff. I was so excited to hear that it seemed seamless, but to get the room in we thought about literally, we were trying to change a power structure and convey openness. And it was fun to experiment with that. But all of that, trying to fit it into a meeting, people had to do it on a break in like 5 minutes, reorganize a room, get new name tags, make sure that we could actually do and so I don't think that, personal opinion, not speaking as the SSC chair, but I can't imagine we would have time for something big in April. I would love to do it. And I think the biggest thing would be, I was concerned after this that not having something like this again soon would look to the public like we weren't following through. But I realized after doing this, we can't do this every year with everything else we're doing. And so huge overhaul. But I'm guessing things that are a little bit more similar to our process that vary a little bit won't look as exciting to people because it'll still look like our normal meetings, but I think might be something that we might be able to get together at a shorter time frame. Personally, I don't know how we could do, well, I want to keep the conversation going. I don't know what Franz and Bob feel, but even just getting the report for April, things like a lot. And I'm wondering if we could possibly do some planning after that.
I'll add if I may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, I think you're taking your question in chunks. We've got to remember that everything that we talked about for a day and a half is at least 4 major topics in different directions. We had data collection, we had ecosystem mechanisms, we had management tools, and then we had the predictive work and the ACLIME work that you're talking about. So, what I think we can bring in this report in April is a framework divided into those categories that kind of tells us what's out there so that we can, as Dr. Dressel said, start deciding where we focus moving forward. So I think that's the commitment to the April meeting, is to be able to bring that together. And you may have just given me the different categories for the paper we've been talking about. But to your ACLIME questions, that's something that, obviously the agency is leading on, and we've brought that presentation to the council in the past. That work has evolved dramatically. The tail end of Dr. Holtzman's presentation started talking about real world examples, and it's taken a lot of time to develop the skill in those models. And now we're starting to get some examples of species that we care about, in regions, and incorporating topics that we care about. So what I can commit to is thinking about how we get that back in front of the council as a separate yet related topic, and just show you how it's evolving, because it's changing dramatically. Even what we all saw at this meeting was more than anyone has seen. It was hot off the press kind of analyses that's going to take a lot of time to continue to analyze and years to publish. But we can bring it forward again in the interest of keeping this going and keeping the understanding of where we're going. This is going to take a long time.
Mr. Dunn?
Yeah, just and I appreciate those replies, and I do have, I do understand the importance of continuing on with this work. The reason that I have these kind of questions in my mind, just for the point of this conversation is there's, the council spends a lot of time on this, and there's other things that I would like to do that I think we could do that have real world implications that are going to reduce bycatch and are going to help to rationalize unrationalized fisheries and bring those into LAP programs, these things that are policies of National Marine Fisheries Services as priorities and have been for many years, these kinds of things that we don't have time for now versus, yeah. So I just wanted to let you know, I wasn't suggesting that we set a huge block of time. It's a predicament I don't have an answer for, I guess. So thank you.
Anything further? Okay, I don't see any. Thanks so much for, again, the report and talking through the workshop. A lot of good consideration, discussion around the table about how to move forward with this. So we have a little bit of time before we get to staff tasking, and I'm sure we can have more conversation on this as we typically do regarding our future agendas at that time. So we may get some public input and again, have more time to think through this. I know staff is working on some concepts as well. So again, thanks very much to the three of you for walking us through this. Much appreciated. Safe travels. Okay, so we'll get back into our agenda item, but just a reminder, we do have an executive session at 4:30. So let's go ahead and take our afternoon break now, come back in 15 minutes, and we'll continue with our AFH report. So just before 3. Council, please come back to order. All right, we are ready to move back into our EFH agenda item. Good afternoon, Ms. Rhinesmith.
Good afternoon and good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Sarah Rhinesmith, council staff. We'll be moving into the second portion of component 4, the EFH review. And at this point, we'll be reviewing the 2023 EFH 5-year review summary report presented by myself, Dr. Jody Partle and Molly Zaleski. And as a reminder, at this time, the council action is to consider whether FMP amendments are required to revise the EFH definitions within the FMPs. And in addition to that, the council may consider whether HAPC priorities or initiating a proposed for HAPC proposals is warranted at this time. And so at this time, I'll just provide some introductory slides and then I will pass it back to my presenters back there. So today I'll be providing the introduction into the EFH council process and timeline as some background information for council members, and noting that we will be reviewing 8 components of the 2023 EFH 5-year review. In the regulations, there are 10 components, but council and NIMS prioritized 8 of those as seen on this screen. And before I move on, I do want to highlight that the Ecosystem Committee, as well as the SSC, has had the opportunity to review the methods and results of this analysis. And I've linked the SSC minutes on the e-agenda for the council, but the Ecosystem Committee minutes are linked on their respective e-agendas. And so these are the 10 components that comprise a 5-year review summary. And as I noted, NIMS and council prioritize the 8 in bold today. And we'll be providing a high-level overview of the results for these sections and a summary of the information that is provided in the other sections. We'd like to highlight today the increased information gained throughout the 2023 EFH 5-year review and provide some context as to our next steps. The objective of the EFH 5-year review is to evaluate the 10 aforementioned components with emphasis on the 8 that were bolded on the slide. And this 2023 5-year review acts as a mechanism to ensure that NOAA Fisheries and the council incorporate the most recent and best science available into the fishery management plans for EFH. We feel that the current 2023 EFH 5-year review encapsulates the most recent and best available science developed in the North Pacific since the 2017 EFH review. And to best ensure the inclusion of this updated information, we've undergone an extensive iterative review process beginning in 2019. And so this is just an abbreviated timeline summarizing the EFH evaluation process over the last 5 years. And the orange box indicates where we are now at the 2023 EFH 5-year summary report with council review. With the help of several collaborators over the last 5 years, we were able to emphasize our updates on the species distribution models, or component 1, as well as the fishing effects impacts, or component 2. And as I noted, the SSC had the opportunity to review the methods and results in February of 2022 and October of 2022, and the SSC did support the methodology used and concluded that the information provided for component 1 species distribution maps and component 2 fishing effects evaluation provides updates on the science since the 2017 EFH 5-year review. These are a list of the documents that are provided on the e-agenda for council review. I'd like to emphasize the EFH 5-year summary report that encapsulates all 8 components that were reviewed during the 2023 EFH 5-year review process. In addition to that, we have 2 documents concerning SDMs and the methodology and results used in the SDMs, or species distribution models, as well as a document pertaining to the fishing effects evaluation that was reviewed by the SSC most recently in October. In addition to those documents, there are 3 technical memoranda on EFH component 1 species distribution models for the Gulf of Alaska, Bering Sea, and crab FMPs. At this point, I'll pass it along to Jody to provide a summary on C1, or species distribution models.
Good afternoon, Dr. Pirtle.
Good afternoon, Chair Kneen and the council. Thank you. And thank you, Sarah. All right. In this 5-year review, we reviewed and developed new information for EFH Component 1 descriptions and identification with a team of analysts from the Alaska Regional Office Habitat Division, where I work, several Alaska Fisheries Science Center divisions and programs, and the University of Alaska Fairbanks College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences. The EFH descriptions represent the legal definitions of EFH for each target species and their life stages and are provided in the Council's FMPs as text descriptions and maps. It is on the basis of these descriptions that evaluations are made by the agency about whether an activity is likely to impact EFH. Component 1 requires species maps for the Fishery Management Unit of the FMP, where at least some or all portions of the species geographic range is mapped. EFH may also be designated with justification for assemblages of species life stages or species, which is a new approach taken for the 2023 review for the stock complexes and the FMPs. You may find more information for Component 1 in the summary report and the Component 1 synthesis report linked to the e-agenda for this meeting. So on this and the following slides, you'll notice at the bottom that I have the documents that Sarah referenced linked with the sections and the pages as we step through the presentation today.
Dr. Purtle, can you pull your microphone down just a little bit closer to you? Having just a little trouble hearing you.
Thank you for asking. Is that better?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Okay. EFH was mapped for the 2023 5-year review using a species distribution model ensembles, advancing the SDM mapping approach of the 2017 5-year review. EFH is the upper 95th percentile of the spatial domain of occupied habitat, which is based on the Alaska EFH EIS and SSC guidance from the 2017 review. I'll backpedal a little and remind you that the EFH EIS was from 2005. For mapping EFH using SDM in an area percentiles approach, of which this map figure is illustrating. Figure 1 is the new SDM ensemble EFH map for Gulf of Alaska Pacific Ocean perch adults, where EFH is the whole area from dark purple to yellow, and the core EFH area, or CEA, referenced on the figure here, is green and yellow, and that was applied to the Component 2 fishing effects evaluation. All of these maps are available in the 3 linked NOAA technical memoranda for the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska, as well as the Arctic report that the SSC talked about a bit in their report today. The 2023 SDM EFH mapping methods, results, and review of this information are provided in the Component 1 synthesis report. I'll just direct you to that again. And the new Component 1 information available to update the FMPs for the 2023 review is handily summarized in the summary report. To complete the 5-year review, well, moving on to the next steps of that, I should say, to initial and final review or action, and decide if FMP amendments are warranted, we refer the council to considerations for the components emphasized in the 2023 review in section 1.4, table 4 of the summary report. So for Component 1, we ask the council to consider, does the new information and analysis of the EFH geographical distributions for individual species, as well as new information on their life history, distribution, and more, warrant revising in the FMPs? In the following slides, I'll summarize what is new for EFH descriptions and maps in this 5-year review. New and revised EFH descriptions and maps are available to update the BSAI, GOA, and CRAB, and Arctic FMPs. We have listed the 3 studies here contributing this information in response to the timely objectives of the Alaska EFH Research Plan following the 2017 review. We presented these studies to the SSC, the EC, and the plan teams in several iterations leading through the proposed methods, the final methods, the draft results and results, and to the AP at this meeting. And all 3 of these studies are providing new and revised essential fish habitat level 1 habitat related distribution, level 2 habitat related density or abundance, and level 3 for the first time in an EFH review in the nation, habitat related vital rates, representing exciting progress on the Alaska EFH Research Plan objectives for the 2023 review. For your reference mainly, and to highlight the breadth of the methods improvements implemented with the new 2023 species distribution model ensemble EFH mapping approach compared to the single species distribution modeling approach of the 2017 review. So the new SDM ensemble combines up to 4 individual species distribution models based on model skill, where the best performing models are retained in the ensemble. This is new in the 2023 review. This is in contrast to the 2017 approach using a single model selected ahead of time based on sample size. Other important methods improvements include modeling numerical abundance from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center Bottom Trawl Survey, instead of using data from that survey in the form of fourth root transformed catch per unit effort, which is a highly derived abundance index and a little more challenging to explain to stakeholders. In addition, we added 5 more years of species occurrence data from this survey and updated our environmental and other habitat covariates. So these included habitat covariates. I'd just like to point out and red thread a bit from Mr. Horrigan's talk this morning that this included covariates of corals, sponges, and whips from the 2012 Alaska Coral and Sponge Initiative. All right. So for the groundfish and crab FMPs, we are very excited that a total of 224 new and revised EFH descriptions and maps are available for these 3 FMPs. The 2023 SDM Ensemble EFH mapping approach is a foundational improvement and substantial advancement over the single SDM method and maps of the 2017 review, which the SSC noted in their February and October review of this information. In particular, this modeling approach has reduced model-dependent prediction bias, improved overall model performance, and created a robust modeling framework for future EFH mapping and other applications that is applied across several FMPs. I mentioned that this work has produced 3 NOAA technical memoranda. We've also produced in our repository of our data and our code, we have a manuscript in review talking about how species distribution model ensembles mitigate bias in mapping area of occupied habitat. And all of these are and will be publicly accessible. Moving on to the Arctic FMP. New EFH descriptions and maps are also available for this fishery management plan, representing the first SDM-based EFH maps of habitat-related distribution, vital rates, as well as area comparisons in warm and cold years as a first step in climate-integrated EFH mapping. The Arctic FMP includes 3 target species: Arctic cod, saffron cod, and snow crab. Arctic species EFH descriptions and maps are not currently informed by species distribution models in this FMP. A total of 13 EFH level 1 distribution maps and 3 EFH level 3 habitat related maps of vital rates are available for these 3 species and for up to 4 life stages. This work also compared the probability of suitable habitat distribution and area occupied in warm and cold years as a first step to consider climate change effects on EFH or Arctic species. So these mapping figures over on the right are for mature male snow crab in warm and cold years, where the warm year stanza EFH combined is up on the top and the cold year EFH combined is on the bottom. So overall EFH increased in cold years for snow cod, snow crab, and mature male snow crab showed the largest changes in EFH area between warm and cold years among other snow crab life stages mapped. So this climate informed mapping approach is seems to be telling us that it's a helpful, at least first step to looking at climate related EFH shifts. With respect to EFH component 1, NIMS recommends that the EFH text descriptions and maps in the BSAI, GOA, and CRAB and Arctic FMPs be revised and newly available information is added. And for the salmon FMP, we're recommending that the distribution maps currently in the FMP be replaced with EFH maps from the 2017 review. This is an editorial correction. The scallop plan team will review the EFH sections of the scallop FMP in March 2023. Given that the analysis, if the council recommends updating the FMPs, will be a next step kicking off the NEPA process, and developing potential FMP amendments will take several months. The Scallop Plan team's review will fit right in that. Habitat science is a critical element of ecosystem-based fishery management, and we've heard quite a bit about EBFM and science at this meeting. The new EFH descriptions and maps are an improved foundation to meet the EFH mandates for habitat conservation and fishery management. The underlying species distribution models are an advancement of habitat science that informs EBFM through several pathways supporting stock assessment and climate-related information needs. So for example, either by using the species distribution models directly to develop stock-specific metrics and indicators of habitat-related distribution, as we have done for the 5 existing ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles in the SAFE reports. And Shotwell and others, we have a paper out demonstrating how to do that with EFH mapping information. We're also working on methods development to project species distributions and spatial stock structure forward as a means to be able to inform how species distributions and EFH may shift under a changing climate in our ecosystems. And these studies linked right here demonstrate that. I'd also like to highlight that we have some proposals out aiming to do some stock climate vulnerability assessments, including integrating a human dimension to that as well, both for the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea. So as EBFM Full Circle includes a human dimension, we're very pleased to integrate that idea into those proposed studies. And I'll pass it on to Molly, who will talk about EFH Component 2 fishing effects. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fertile. Good afternoon, Ms. Zaleski.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'm Molly Zaleski, and I'll talk about the second component, the evaluation of fishing effects on EFH. So component 2, fishing effects, has 2 important pieces of regulations that we want to highlight. The first is the requirement to include an evaluation of potential effects, adverse effects of fishing on EFH under the FMP. And the second prompts the Fishery Management Councils to prevent, mitigate, or minimize any adverse effects from fishing on a species EFH if it's determined that the effects are more than minimal and not temporary. These evaluations were performed by stock authors and provided for this 5-year review in the summary report and as a discussion paper. So evaluating fishing effects is a multi-step process. The process we used for the 2023 EFH review was developed by the SSC subcommittee in 2016 for the 2017 EFH 5-year review. It involves running the fishing effects model, analyzing fishing effects for species-specific core EFH areas using the new SDM EFH maps, and providing those results to stock authors for their evaluations. Then reporting the results and stock author findings to the plan teams, the ecosystem committee, the AP, the SSC, and you, the council. Each stock author provided quantitative or qualitative assessments if their stock was below MSST, if the estimated disturbance was greater than or equal to 10%, or if they preferred a qualitative assessment using different stock information to evaluate any fishing impacts. And these assessments incorporated life history parameters and stock information with the fishing effects model output for a comprehensive evaluation of impacts to habitat by fishing gear. All of the evaluations that the stock authors provided are in the appendix of our discussion paper. So the fishing effects model was run by Alaska Pacific University and combined fishing effort, which used both observed and unobserved trips, gear-specific parameters, habitat categorizations, which included geological and biological features, and susceptibility and recovery rates to estimate % of habitat disturbance. The effects of fishing are modeled and evaluated comprehensively based on EFH areas and using all habitat attributes collectively. And the figures on this slide were produced by Scott Smeltz at APU. There were some,
Ms.
oh,
Zaleski,
sorry.
Mr. Witherell has a question.
Thank you, Ms. Zaleski. I just had an observation on the maps where you show the habitat disturbance, and I'm looking, for example, at Cod Alley here in this little one that's looks like it's 75% to 100% disturbed. I think a lot of people take away from that that habitat is destroyed or somehow no longer useful for the fish or utilized by the fish, and yet the fish are there all the time, every year in the same abundance. So I guess I'm trying to understand how the habitat disturbance affects the species, or could you describe that, I think, for the public, because it's not clear why you can have this high habitat disturbance and yet that same area and habitat is utilized by the species.
Thank you. Through the chair. I think part of it comes into when you consider the recovery rates of the different habitat types and how the different sediment types may respond to the overlapping use of an area. So these are 75 to 100%, like that darker color that you're looking at for each 5 kilometer by 5 kilometer grid cell that is predicting or estimating this habitat disturbance. And when it comes to different species, we rely on the stock authors to look at these maps and look at these results and really say, oh yeah, that's really high, but it doesn't overlap where their spawning habitat is, or that's really high, but it doesn't overlap where we know they would be at this time of year. And so I think it's just one part of looking at the stocks.
Thank you. I've tried to answer that question that people have asked me, so I appreciate you getting that on the record. Thank you.
Ms. Zaleski.
Thank you. Okay. So there were some important changes to the fishing effects model since the 2017 EFH review. The model code was corrected to better reflect gear specific impacts, and data was added to the to keep the fishing information up to date. And for the species specific information, the model output was overlaid on each species core EFH area from the new maps that Jody had presented. Those results were then provided to the stock author for their species evaluations. And these changes to the model between 2017 and now are an important reason why updating the FMPs would just keep everything up to date. So from the fishing effects results, 16 species habitats were above a threshold of greater than or equal to 10% core EFH area disturbed, and they're listed here. This threshold was decided as a way to highlight species that may need a closer look. So after the stock authors evaluated these species, none concluded that fishing effects on their species habitat were more than minimal and not temporary. And no stock authors recommended elevating their species for possible mitigation to reduce fishing effects on their EFH. Like I said, all of their evaluations can be found in the discussion paper. During this 2017 review, no species were above that 10% threshold. And so Scott Smeltz did a comparative analysis to determine why these 16 species exceeded that 10% disturbance. I have the reasoning on this slide for easy reference. They were either due to changes in the core EFH area based on the new maps, changes to the fishing effects model code, or simply changes in fishing effort. In our discussion paper, we also talk about 9 species that the stock authors had flagged as having insufficient information to make a determination about whether or not they wanted to elevate their species for mitigation measures. There were 5 Gulf of Alaska groundfish species and 4 crab species. We worked with the SSC and the plan teams to address those issues, and both the summary report and the fishing effects discussion paper go into detail on those. So in our discussion paper, we had 3 big picture questions, but for now I'll summarize with 3 big picture takeaways. The fishing effects evaluation incorporated the best available science to provide an evaluation of fishing effects on some or all of the species EFH. The results from this evaluation are that fishing effects are minimal and temporary. No species were elevated for mitigation measures. And for data limited species, the SSC supports the EFH and fishing effects evaluation methods for species complexes as a proxy, or by combining data across species life history stages as necessary to adequately determine EFH and evaluate fishing effects. Overall, the SSC recommends the current EFH methodology and fishing effects estimates as a reasonable basis for the determination of fishing impacts, and that no species need to be elevated for mitigation due to fishing impacts. Based on the information provided, the SSC finds that the current fishing effects evaluation supports the continued conclusion that the adverse effects of fishing activity on EFH are minimal and temporary in nature. They also offered us recommendations for the next iterations that we can continue to improve. And to wrap up component 2 for this review, the action would be to amend the FMPs with updated fishing effects information. And I'll pass it back to Jody if there aren't any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Zaleski. Dr. Pirtle.
Through the chair. Thank you, Molly. All right, EFH component 4 is non-fishing activities that may adversely affect EFH. Molly discussed the fishing effects evaluation. FMPs must also identify activities other than the act of fishing that may adversely affect EFH. To inform essential fish habitat consultations, provide practical conservation recommendations, and reduce adverse impacts to EFH and fish while promoting environmentally responsible development. We publish the Impacts to Essential Fish Habitat from Non-Fishing Activities in Alaska report. NIMS staff use this report as a reference document when providing consultations to action agencies. Other federal and state action agencies, as well as project proponents, use the report as a reference to better understand EFH and design and inform their own EFH assessments in consultation with NIMS, as is required through the EFH final rule. This report is written to reflect best available science on these topics and is largely built off of a deep dive literature review and is used, let's see. So beginning with the 2017 EFH review, the report identified climate change as a non-fishing threat to EFH that we wanted to consider more. And so although this report was significantly updated in the 2017 review, the current iteration of this report also contains significant updates as well. And we've included some climate-informed EFH conservation recommendations for the first time. Thanks, Molly. We updated the non-fishing impacts report in 2023 to reflect the best available science in understanding these impacts to EFH with conservation recommendations by topic. And here on this slide is listed by chapter. And that's all I'll say about that. Okay, so the language in the FMP sections that refer to the non-fishing impacts in the report can be updated as a result of the 2023 review. HCD conducts outreach on this information in the report, including EFH training, and we make our consultation letters publicly available, and the public is also welcome to engage in that consultation process through the action agencies, as those are public processes. More on the revision to the non-fishing impacts report will be shared in the annual NIMS EFH consultation report to you, I believe, in April. Just concluding this section, healthy habitats support healthy fisheries. HCD's work to proactively address non-fishing impacts to EFH is an important management tool for supporting sustainable fisheries and healthy ecosystems. Okay, essential fish habitat component 6 is EFH conservation and enhancement recommendations. Habitat conservation enhancement recommendations address both non-fishing and fishing threats to EFH and habitat areas of particular concern. The non-fishing and enhancement recommendations are in EFH component 4, which I just covered, the non-fishing impacts report, and are updated by updating the report. With respect to fishing effects on EFH, the council has taken many actions since 2005, including area closures, gear modifications, and HAPC designations. We describe these conservation measures in section 7.1 of the summary report and include a comprehensive table and conservation area maps. The EFH component 1 fishing effects evaluation, as Molly mentioned, did not conclude that new measures are necessary by the council at this time, using that as the benchmark. and no stocks were elevated by the stock assessment authors, plan teams, or SSC for mitigation. However, the council may recommend additional EFH conservation and enhancement measures at any time, whether during an EFH 5-year review or as separate actions, including habitat protection measures implemented outside of the EFH nexus, of which Dr. Horrigan described this morning with some additional mechanisms that are available to do so.
Okay, great. Now I will cover component 7, which is prey species. So component 7, prey species, are included under the EFH umbrella because of the definition of EFH includes what is necessary for our FMP species to eat. So loss of prey species is considered an adverse impact to EFH, and that can be through fishing and non-fishing activities. The prey information is found in the FMPs, in the text descriptions, and in summary tables. So that prey species information in the FMPs was reviewed by stock authors while they were also reviewing EFH text descriptions. And the results of their review of both components 1 and 7 were presented to the SSC at last year's February meeting in a discussion paper. These edits can be incorporated into the FMPs during this review cycle. Other prey information updates include the Nearshore Fish Atlas, which is a publicly accessible database with nearshore species information. And there's a hyperlink on this slide if you want to go and find it. And then also last year, the Science Center hosted a Forage Species Congress, which gathered experts to review the state of our collective forage species knowledge, identify gaps, and direct future research goals. Our future research plan for component 7 is to improve nearshore EFH and prey habitat information for the next review. And now I will hand it over to Sarah. Thank you.
Thanks, Molly. I'll just briefly walk through component 8, habitat areas of particular concern, or HAPC identification through the EFH 5-year review process. And so the EFH review provision provides a means for the council to identify HAPCs within FMPs if they should wish. And HAPCs are areas within EFH that are rare and either ecologically important, sensitive to disturbance, or may be stressed. Specific to fishery actions, HAPC are site-specific management tool for FMP species that may require additional protection from adverse fishing effects. Please note a summary of previous HAPC nominations and current HAPCs are provided in section 9.2 of the analysis, and figure 5, I believe, provides a very detailed map of current HAPCs in the Alaska region. Currently, the HAPC cycle is designated to be considered by the council in conjunction with EFH or the EFH 5-year review process, or it can be initiated by the council at any time if they should wish. During the most recent review of the fishing effects evaluation paper by plan teams, potential HAPC considerations were reported by stock assessment authors as seen in table 21 of the analysis, identifying a potential HAPC recommendation for St. Matthew blue king crab and Pribilof Island blue king crab, as well as Western Aleutian Island red king crab. And this was a recommendation from the stock assessment authors. However, at this time, there were no formal recommendations for HAPC following plan team review of these. As I noted, the council may wish to identify areas of priority for HAPC and request proposals for specific sites for HAPC inclusion. And in the next few slides, I detailed the HAPC council process for reference. So HAPCs are areas of special importance that may require protection from adverse fishing effects or adverse effects, and FMPs should identify specific types or areas of habitat within EFH as HAPCs based on one or more of the following considerations. However, the council would have to consider HAPCs that meet at least 2 of the 4 considerations below, and rarity of habitat is a mandatory criteria for all council HAPC proposals. To begin the HAPC process, the council would set management priorities, and a subsequent call for HAPC proposals would then be issued. A call for proposals is announced during a council meeting established in the Federal Register and advertised in the council newsletter and other media sources such as the council website. And please note that any member of the public may submit a HAPC proposal. Following submission of HAPC proposals, council staff would then screen proposals, present a preliminary report of all proposals to the council, at which time the council would determine which proposals move forward to the next review step, which is the scientific, socioeconomic, and enforcement review. At this point, there's also an additional option for selection of plan team review for ecological merit. The proposals are then ranked for ecological merit using the following HAPC criteria. As seen on this slide, the HAPC ranking formula provides a color-coded score or a sum of criteria scores to further the proposal along within the immediate HAPC process. A high-ranked HAPC with a DCF or data certainty factor of 3 and a score color-coded green has a high criteria score and information already exists to assess the site. And the top scoring proposals within each color category are then forwarded for further consideration with additional information that a red high criteria score may warrant a consideration as a research priority, but may not be appropriate candidate for HAPC until further research is collected or data is collected to inform the potential HAPC site. The final step of the HAPC process would involve staff providing a summary of proposals and ranking, and the council may select which proposals to move forward with for analysis, potential HAPC designation. And there are 3 possible outcomes at this step. The council could accept the proposal, and following a review, the proposal would move forward in a NEPA document analysis for HAPC designation. The proposal could be used to identify an area or topic that may require more research, and the council could request that research from NIMS or another appropriate agency. And lastly, the proposal could be rejected. As a reminder, there are no formal, I'll pause for a question.
Okay. Please finish the slide.
I just wanted to note there are no formal recommendations for HAPC at this time following the plan team review, but the council could initiate the HAPC proposal process and put out a request for proposals at this meeting should they wish to do so.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Didn't mean to interrupt your stride there. My question is really about the HAPC process, and sorry, getting a little feedback. Is the HAPC process and the 6 steps that you've outlined here, Ms. Ryan-Smith, is that something that's in statute or regulations, or did the North Pacific Council develop this specific process that you have presented to us today?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker, and through the chair. As I understand, this process was developed through the North Pacific Council in previous EFH review cycles when they needed to establish the HAPC process a little bit more formally to rank these proposals.
Thank you, Chair. And Sarah, all right. EFH component 9 is EFH research and information needs. To meet the requirements of the EFH final rule and national standard, NIMS research must identify habitats that contribute most to the survival, growth, and productivity of managed species and determine science-based measures to best manage and conserve these habitats from adverse effects of human activities. EFH research recommendations driven by management needs have been identified throughout the 2023 review process to date, including by the EFH analysts, reviewing stock assessment authors, the SSC Ecosystem Committee, and are summarized in the reference section on this slide in the summary report. These inform research priorities for the revision of the Alaska Essential Fish Habitat Research Plan, which is developed by the Alaska Regional Office and the Alaska Fisheries Science Center to guide research for the next EFH review. These also inform EFH research priorities identified in the fishery management plans. So speaking to the EFH research needs question posted by Mr. Twite to the SSC co-chairs in their report this morning, I just wanted to speak to that a bit more if I may. The SSC can review the EFH research recommendations as an outcome of the EFH review during initial review, as if the council decides to initiate the FMP amendment process, this will require some extensive analysis and a NEPA process and then developing those amendments. So there's time if they would like to look at that again. And we very much appreciate that the SSC has informed research priority discussions throughout the process. So we'd also like to point out that the the EFH research priorities in the FMPs were not revised in the 2017 EFH review. And so a question to you is, would you like to revise that FMP language this time? As is your opportunity. The Alaska EFH Research Plan was published in 2006. I'd like to highlight that this plan contains 5 long-term goals and prioritized near-term objectives. The current plan was published in 2017 and revised after that EFH review, and will be revised following the 2023 review. Improving EFH information is possible through research leading up to future EFH reviews, which are by design an iterative process occurring each every 5 years. So this graphic is our Alaska EFH research to review cycle, from identifying priorities up in the upper right during the 5-year review, conducting the research, and presenting the outcomes of that work in the following 5-year review. So that's where we're at now with the summary report, having stepped all the way through this process since 2019. This work is done in close coordination with our Science Center, university partners, and council staff. This is just to point out, and for your reference, that since 2006, when the first Alaska EFH research plan was published, that we have funded 117 studies and resulting in 88 publications, which has advanced EFH information and contributed to fishery management in Alaska. Okay, in the summary report, we list these draft objectives for their vision to the Alaska EFH research plan as an outcome of this 5-year review and to help prepare us for the next review. These are based on management needs identified by NIMS and informed by the current 5-year review, as I just described a few slides back, by many reviewing bodies. So I'd like to highlight that some of this work has already started, including with a study by the Cunningham Lab of the University of Alaska Fairbanks, modeling and mapping EFH of salmon ocean life history stages, which hasn't been done since 2012. And we just funded continuations of 2 focused crab studies in the Bering Sea, looking at crab spatial stock structure and habitat use by life history stage. So this work is in progress, and it's by our Kodiak Lab and our Newport Fisheries Behavioral Ecology Lab. Other priorities include improving EFH mapping and information for a limited subset of species that have data limitations or provide tricky habitat mapping situations, such as the Goa other rockfish slip subgroup, for example. And improving our methods for considering temporal scale a little differently than we have in the past in EFH mapping and descriptions.
And lastly, component 10 is the EFH 5-year review process. And component 10 details that the federal regulations require the council to review and revise EFH components every 5 years and amend EFH provisions in the FMP as warranted based on the available information. And I will note that EFH reviews, we've completed 3 so far in 2005, 2010, 2017, and now we're wrapping up our 4th one in 2023. And the next 5 years of EFH research will be guided by and conceptualized in the 2023-2027 EFH research plan, which will be published as a NOAA technical memorandum in 2023. And I want to summarize our presentation today, recognizing that we just provided a wealth of knowledge to the council in a very short amount of time, and that a lot of our documents are fairly technical and detailed. But I would like to reiterate on behalf of the EFH team that we feel that this review builds on work that previous EFH reviews have already completed. And we have updated those reviews, including the EFH roadmap review process and using updated species distribution models to map EFH. And we've updated the fishing effects model evaluation to take a look at the fishing effects to EFH. And so in this review, we evaluated new environmental and habitat data, improved all our models and our maps, and looking at species distribution and fishing effects evaluations, and assessed the information gaps and research needs. And so what our next steps are is this draft 2023 summary report acts as a mechanism to provide information to the council and NIMS that we developed to inform the council's decision to initiate FMP amendments to revise EFH definitions. And the reason that I want to emphasize why this is so important is updated EFH definitions within our FMP allows us to use the most up-to-date habitat information available for our FMP species in all of our management decisions. And so I think it is really critical that in our FMPs, we're updating them to include the best available science and the most up-to-date information so that we can be using the most up-to-date information in all of our management and policy decisions moving forward. And so if after reviewing this summary report and the supporting documents, the council chooses to update the EFH components in the FMPs, FMP amendments will be prepared alongside with the appropriate analytical documents. And so that concludes our presentation today, and the three of us are open to any questions should you may have them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all three of you, for the presentation. Looks like Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to go back. I wanted to wait till the end of your presentation, but I think I'm looking at, it might help, but I'm looking at the 5-year review timeline that you put up on slide 5, I think, of your document. What I'm interested in is going into the EFH, you know, that you had the EFH analysts, you had the stock assessment authors, the SSC and the ecosystem committee. I mean, all kind of combined to create to do the EFH 5-year review and come up with the recommendations that are before the council here. My question is, you know, along the way here, how many opportunities, or what would you identify in this as opportunities that the public has had to comment and bring forward proposals and that kind of thing? It looks to me like there's been quite a few opportunities to do that, and I'm asking this in relation to the fact that I've read all of the public comments that have come in the letters here. And I'm curious as to what opportunities that people have had to bring forward their concerns and their proposal ideas and stuff to either at the ecosystem committee, I'm guessing, in the SSC meetings. And so if you could identify that kind of through here, that would be helpful to me. And then I'll follow up with another question. So
Thank you for the question, Mr. Down, and through the chair. The public has had, every time we presented to the ecosystem committee and the SSC, the public, we are always welcoming public input and any additional insight into our process throughout the last 4 years since 2019. And I don't remember off the top of the head, and Jody may, but the actual number of those meetings that have taken place from 2019 to now that the public could provide input. But I do know that they were numerous, and we welcomed any input into our process and methodology at that point.
Mr. Down.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going forward, I know that once we've taken action on this, then the next opportunity that the public would have would be, you know, to identify research and conduct this research and look at proposals for the next 5-year EFH review. But is there anything that would prevent somebody coming forward at any time? I know you identified that on HAPC, that people can come forward and ask for HAPC proposals to be opened anytime they want. Is that similar with EFH? If somebody has a concern or something they think that should be identified in EFH, can they come to the council at any time with this concern, or are they now waiting till the next 5-year review process to start, which I'm guessing starts in just a couple of years because it takes a long time to get this done. So thank you.
Thank you for the question through the chair. The public can come to the council at any time through our traditional council process and public testimony if they are concerned about EFH or would like to bring any EFH concerns to the council's attention. That would just be initiated through our pre-established council process, such as public testimony on any of our agenda items.
Any further questions? Okay, thanks again. And we're going to have an ecosystem committee report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Nicole Watson will be coming up to provide the Ecosystem Committee report.
Okay, great. And then after that, we'll have our AP report, and members of the public who wish to testify, please sign up to testify prior to the conclusion of that report. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Watson.
Good afternoon, Council Chair and Council members. Nicole Watson, Council staff. I will have a slide in just a second. So the committee met in January and appreciated the amount and quality of work in the presentations that were received, as well as the comprehensive work that was evident in the reports, and asked many clarifying questions. The committee recommends that the council initiate the process to amend the fisheries management plans to incorporate the changes to EFH information identified in the 5-year review. Committee members are also supportive of the habitat research plan and priorities identified in the EFH summary report for the next 5-year period. Members agreed that the development of the EFH 5-year review report has already provided opportunities for the public to engage and provide input at committee and SSC meetings, but some members would like to enable further opportunities for stakeholders to provide proposals on conserving and enhancing EFH now that all components of the review have been finalized in the summary report. And the full report has been attached to the e-agenda to this item for you to reference further if you wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson, and see if Committee Chair, Mr. Dwight, would like to add anything.
Thanks. I will note that the committee had some discussion about whether any additional actions were necessary, and there was a diversity of opinions among the committee, no clear sort of leaning one way or the other on that. And but I think the committee was also aware that just as Mr. Down asked about in terms of timing, that this isn't the only necessary time.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Any questions on the report? Thank you, Ms. Watson. Okay, that will bring us to our advisory panel report. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kanine, members of the council. I'll wait for the motion to get on screen. C4 AP motion reads, the advisory panel recommends the action proposed by the Ecosystem Committee, which is to initiate the process to amend the fisheries management plans to incorporate the changes to EFH information identified in the EFH 5-year review. The recommendation that the Climate Change Task Force continue to lead the council's consideration of adjustments to increase climate resiliency and support the task force development of a diverse climate adaptability and resiliency toolbox and the spring 2023 workshop. The recommendation, the council continue to support the work of the Climate Change Task Force. The AP requests that the council develop a request for proposals as outlined in component 6 and 8 to conserve and enhance fisheries habitat with a focus on 1, climate impacted vulnerable species such as coral, crab, cod. 2, intensely fished and highly impacted habitat of particular importance to a fishery dependent community. And 3, identify areas that may qualify under the designation criteria for HAPCs. The main motion passed 11-6, and the amendment to the main motion passed 12-5.
Thank you for the report. Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. I was a little unclear, both in the slide and in the written report that's attached to our e-agenda. What text was the original main motion and what text was the amendment? Normally, there's like a little superscript or something, and I know you guys are kind of winging it your first go through, but it was a little confusing and I couldn't quite tell from your rationale where that amendment language was. Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Vanderhoven. That was an apt description of what Paul and I are doing right now. The first paragraph starting, the advisory panel recommends the action proposed by the ecosystem committee and finishes with in the EFH 5-year review. That is the original main motion, the unamended main motion. That is correct.
Any further questions? Mr. Twite.
I'm just wondering if there was consensus around any parts of the motion. It clearly wasn't consensus around the whole package, but were there any parts of the motion that did have committee consensus?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. Through the chair, there was consensus on, as I understood it, there was consensus on the original, the unamended main motion. Discussion did point to there being consensus on that.
Any further questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for presenting this. My question is about the last paragraph in the AP motion, and I just want to make sure that I understand it. In terms of the recommendations to focus on in this request for proposals, the first one in terms of climate impacted or vulnerable species, that's not, those aren't examples, coral, crab, and cod. Those are actual recommendations from the AP of the climate impacted and vulnerable species that the request for proposal should be focused on. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, my recollection is that we did have some discussion about whether those 3 species were meant to be specific to the call for proposals or if they were meant to be examples of types of things that the council could choose to focus on. And I believe we ended up on the fact that they were examples of different species that the council could call to attention to. The maker of the motion suggested that they were just three particular species that had recently had obvious impacts from climate change, and so that's why she put them in there, but we didn't have a discussion about amending. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Just a quick question on that same section. Were those 3 focus areas listed 1, 2, and 3 in the last paragraph, were those derived from the EFH work and presentation that the AP received, or was that coming from something else?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Those were identified based largely in part from public testimony. We had a lot of engagement through public testimony and discussion during public testimony. The AP was highly engaged and members of the AP identified those 3 as items that should be included in the motion.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks again, Mr. Ritchie and Mr. Wilkins. In the discussion of particularly the third one, HAPSI's, did you get any indication that there were actually any proposals that were being considered for HAPSI? So, or did the AP hear about any areas that might be considered for HAPSI's, or was it more just so what I'm really asking is, was this in response to an identified need for people who actually had HAPSI proposals, or was this more just, it's a good time to do a HAPSI?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. There was some discussion around potential HAPSI's specific to crab species, but no, there were no specific designations during the discussion. There was nothing specific.
Okay. I don't see any further questions. Thank you both for your the report, and you're doing a great job at your first meeting in this role. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that will bring us to public comment. Again, we have an executive session scheduled for 4:30, so I don't anticipate we're going to get through all testimony here, but we have 14 signed up, and so we'll just see how many we get through by 4:30. And with that, okay, first up is Heather Mann, then John Warrenchuk, and then Marissa Wilson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. We represent 32 trawl catcher vessels, participate in fisheries in the Bering Sea as well as the Gulf of Alaska. And I'd like to lend our support to the original AP motion, which was the first paragraph that you just discussed that Ms. Vanderhoven was asking about. And the rationale for that and not including the rest was detailed in your report, but I just wanted to highlight a couple things. I think that this has been a pretty inclusive process. There have been 11 different opportunities for formal input into the EFH process since 2020. Those are detailed in the summary report. And it seems like there's a lot of confusion around the EFH process, where the on-roads are, the off-roads, how it works, how you can get a proposal submitted. And I think before we change the EFH process and really change it in a fundamental way, which is what the AP motion that was passed does, we should really understand that process. And I would say that maybe having a workshop or some other time spent for stakeholders to understand it would be really, really beneficial. I want to be really respectful to my fellow AP member who is concerned about the lack of tribal engagement and making sure that that happens. We learned a lot about the different opportunities for that to happen, and I'm really pleased to see that the ecosystem committee, as well as the climate change committee, the LKTK process, all those processes can feed into the next EFH 5-year review, which actually will start probably in a couple of years, right? You don't wait 5 years. And so maybe figuring out other ways, once everybody understands the process, that they can also feed in with I guess it's called non-Western type knowledge. And I think that's really important. What I wanted to share with you is that on the West Coast, we went through a process at the Pacific Council where we opened it up for proposals, and the resulting workload from that was significant. The permeations were in the hundreds when it came to all the different proposals. And I would just add that on the West Coast, we actually, different sectors worked together really well and still had a huge amount of proposals. With some of the controversy we've had up here, I can see a lot of proposals coming in unless it's very well defined. They had to actually set up a separate committee to work on that process. It took 7 years to get through. And in the end, I'm not sure that we were better off for it. So I'm really concerned about workload. I think that everybody around the table is. That doesn't mean that this is not important, but I believe there were something like 244 new definitions and changes in the FMP amendments. We are making forward progress on protecting EFH. And I would also note that in the AP motion, there's a lot of things that are already ongoing, that this is almost duplicative. You know, we've got a lot of focus on pelagic gear and gear definitions. That's going to continue, and that's happening right now. We've got opportunities for collaborative research. You know, just this week, I had some conversations about that. I haven't made any commitments except to continue that conversation, but it was between a member of the foundation, the Crab Foundation, and myself and another trade rep, thinking about how we could work together moving forward. We have the climate process that's ongoing, the ecosystem process. I just feel like the EFH process, we should take these amendments and incorporate them into the FMPs and really spend time thinking about the next 5-year review and how we get all this additional information into it. And finally, I would say that I don't feel comfortable second guessing the plan teams, the stock assessment authors, the SSC, all our scientific experts that have provided the input into this process and did not suggest at this time that we needed to do HAPCs or do what the AP motion that was passed is actually suggesting to do. I think bringing EFH and climate into that conversation, it just really, it muddies the water too much. So I'm in support of just the MTC supports that first paragraph, and let's spend time making sure people understand how the process works, how they understand EFH, and let's continue all these other efforts we're working on. There's 11 things in the batter's box right now that haven't even been scheduled. And there's more that haven't even made it to the batter's box. And we're going to probably hear about those in staff tasking. So workload's also a big issue. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mann. Are there any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Mann. So I understand your testimony and agree with you on the workload and many of the points that you made there, that those have to be strong considerations. But you mentioned that the AP motion somehow fundamentally changed the EFH process, and that it's not the time to fundamentally change. You use that word twice. And that caught my attention, because clearly in EFH under component 6 allows the council to consider additional proposals and additional things that we want to do. So I don't see anything there that prohibits or fundamentally changes what the council could do here at this meeting. I think it's clearly in the EFH process that we could in fact do some of the things that are suggested in the public comments. So I just wanted to know if you wanted to correct that, or if you wanted to correct your comments there, or you wanted to correct me, one of the two.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Don, I would like to correct you. I respectfully, we had a long discussion about this yesterday, and my understanding of the EFH process and that call for additional proposals and HAPCs, there's a certain level of criteria that has to be met. I'm not sure if the presentation went over it, but HAPCs have to meet criteria related to like the rarity of the habitat and other things that are pretty significant bars to have to meet. My understanding in listening to folks around the table and in public comment is that the changes they want to see do not meet, they're not going to be able to meet those criteria. And so they want to open it up for proposals that are not HAPC proposals, but some other type of proposal. And it's my understanding that to date with EFH and this council, that has not been something that has come out from the council discussion. If anything, it should have fed into the discussions with the stock assessment authors, the plan teams. People had the opportunities then. So that's the fundamental difference I see. It's not a HAPC proposal necessarily that they're looking for, because they know in some cases, they just can't meet that criteria. And there is a table in the summary report that has all those different criteria that you have to meet. So that's how I see it as fundamentally different. So respectfully, that's my interpretation.
And respectfully, I understand the difference between HAPC and EFH. So thank you very much.
Any additional questions? Thank you, Ms. Mann.
Thank you.
John Warrenchuck. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. For the record, my name is John Warrenchuck, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. Maria, do I advance these myself or do you? Okay. Thanks for your time today, considering the essential fish habitat discussion. Next slide, you're there. Okay. This is fairly straightforward language directly from Magnuson. What are fishery management plans required to have in them with regards to EFH? Three jobs that you're considering here at this meeting. One, where's the habitat? So this is all the maps, the map appendix packages. This is where the bulk of the time at the council process so far has been spent between this step and the second step, step 2, the assessment of adverse impacts, whether or not there's adverse impacts to this habitat that have to be mitigated to the extent practicable. I want to be clear on this point. These two steps are the only steps really that has been engaged with the public during this process right now. This is the first meeting where we are hearing about step number 3. What other actions could the council consider to identify to encourage conservation and enhancement of such habitat? The system is set up, the EFH analysis is set up that there's trigger steps, whether or not you get to an adverse impact and whether there's any additional actions that the stock assessment authors or NIMS has to suggest to you for mitigation measures. But conservation enhancement, this is what people advise me, this is a separate thing. And this is the first time that we're hearing about this during this process. So it is a bit of an inaccuracy to say that the public, by and large, has had an opportunity to weigh in on their concerns around the habitat impacts when the model wasn't completed, when the EFH habitat descriptions were completed, and that's all the time that the analysts were spending on. Next slide, please. And we've, and as a member of the public, we've had to spend our time contesting or raising concerns about the steps in the process of those other 2 steps that we were concerned about, things that are serious enough that I could even call them this analysis incomplete. There's no analysis of impacts to different life stages of your FMP species, including juveniles and subadults, the most impacted by habitat impacts. There's no disclosure of the specific impacts to the long-lived components of habitat, deep sea corals and sponges. Those are blended into the model, averaged through the impacts to things like sand ripples and worm tubes, and it comes up with a low level of disturbance percentage in the end through the model. I could list off other things. We're not looking at halibut habitat. We're not looking at Gulf of Alaska crab habitat or lingcod. We found that there were impacts in areas that you have identified for conservation and management of EFH where trawl impacts are still occurring, and those are likely from pelagic trawls. And finally, if your only trigger is going to be the someone saying something is adverse that works for the agency, that's not going to happen. NIMS has never said that in any region. But that hasn't stopped councils, including this council, from taking some actions to stop things before they get so bad that the fish are losing productivity. Next slide, please. You know, this is why we keep going on around corals. It was a big fight at the SSC to even get corals, long-lived habitat component included in the model. Finally, it was, but it was only included in areas deeper than 300 meters, despite presenting plenty of evidence that these animals live at depths shallower than 300 meters. You even heard it from the deep sea coral program this morning. Nonetheless, the analysis you have in front of you doesn't have the impacts to corals at any other depth, the long-lived corals at any other depth. Next slide. Why do we go on about corals? Well, back up a little bit. Here's an example of recent science. The agency's paid for it, where they're finding rockfish larvae nestled within corals. They've started looking a little closer at corals they bring up during surveys, trial surveys, and they've started counting rockfish larvae that come out of them. And so you can imagine, even just maintaining a fish population, spawning fish just has to have 2 larvae survive to maturity to maintain the population steady. And, interactions in nature occur on a animal per animal basis. So you can imagine that just the presence of a coral here providing a little microhabitat for a few of the rockfish larvae does provide some benefit to that stock. Corals, they're the only habitat component that's actually listed as a feature of essential fish habitat for quite a few of your FMP species, including golden king crab, northern rockfish, short raker rockfish, acca mackerel, and I could go on. Next slide. I'll skip over this, but this was results of a FOIA we had to do to get information about the impacts to long-lived corals. We're making an assumption here that this does not look at where corals are currently growing, but if any long-lived habitat feature that took a long time to recover existed in any of these areas in the Gulf of Alaska or the Bering Sea or Aleutians, in any of those red zones, they would have been lost by now, likely. They would be disturbed, close to 100% disturbed. Next slide. And another thing we learned through this process, through this analysis, that when you're looking at impacts overall, the largest proportion is from those mobile bottom tending gears trawl. I guess I'm out of time, so I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk, for your testimony. See if there's any questions. Mr. Witherall.
I just have a quick one. Mr. Warrenchuk, going back to slide number 2, and you list the 3 components of the Magnuson Act requirements relative to EFH. I think the way if I'm going back in my memory by 20 years, the EFH guidelines, looking at bullet number 3, refer to non-fishery impacts because the fishing impacts are dealt with under bullet number 2. So I'm a little confused because it seemed like your presentation was focusing on bullet number 2 on fishing impacts rather than non-fishing impacts. Maybe you could clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall, for the question. I'm sure I could dig through my hard drive on my computer to find guidelines, but my understanding is that applies to both fishing and non-fishing effects, that you can, there are lots of actions you've identified that are not mitigating adverse impacts because you've never found any, but they are conserving and enhancing EFH. And that's currently what, at least from the analysis, says they're counting the non-fishing effects and your past actions as the component 6 currently. And what we're trying to demonstrate is that without consideration of additional actions like it asks for here, or even a review of the current actions and whether they're sufficient or adequate or whatever, you haven't completed this review well. We're suggesting, and the AP had some ideas in their motion that we could fix this by this proposal process that was outlined, that you could come up with some ideas for conservation enhancement of fish habitat and fulfill this step. So long answer, but my understanding it applies to both. And if there's a lawyer in the room, they could correct that.
Further questions for Mr. Warrenchuk? Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Warrenchuk, I heard you argue towards the beginning of your presentation that this was incomplete, and then I heard you refer to that again towards the end, and then in your response to Mr. Witherell's question. And you sort of suggested, I think, that in order to complete it, the council could pick up this idea of this follow-up process that the AP suggested, and that would constitute completing this. And that left me wondering then, at what point then does the agency go ahead, does the council go ahead and approve the agency beginning the process of amending the FMPs? Would we, under your suggestion in response to Mr. Witherell, have to wait until the end of a public process of review, of accepting and reviewing proposals before the council would go ahead and approve the package? Or are you suggesting that other actions have to be taken? Because if it's incomplete, I doubt you're supporting going ahead and amending the FMP at this point, but maybe you could enlighten me further.
Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. And admittedly, I'm not the best at noodling over what the best process is for things, but I don't want to be argumentative either, but what we're reviewing here with this final review report, especially for component 6, there's just a status quo alternative. And I don't know to the extent that NIMS can bifurcate portions of EFH for FMP amendments. I think in the past, like for example, when the gear modifications were done, I'm not sure if those were married to and in the same amendment as an update of the EFH descriptions or not, but those were counted as conservation enhancement measure. So maybe not a great answer, but I think to the extent that NIMS can bifurcate things into the direction they want it to go most efficiently, I would defer to others, I suppose.
Mr. Twite.
So you're suggesting then that it's component 6 that may be incomplete, but the other components are complete as far as your assessment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Twite. I think I see what you're getting at. And we've raised a lot of concerns around particular inputs and parts of the adverse effects analysis. And even though, the agency's never found an adverse effect in any of the oceans. And so it's probably hard to say how much including that information will even change that determination without changing the roadmap on how to get there. So we raise these concerns to just kind of recognize there's still a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of information that's not being included. You can act on information you have in front of you, but you also need to consider what you don't know. And I mean, right now, a lot of this language is in the FMP. There's no adverse impacts to habitat, and we still disagree with that on a fundamental level. But I don't know, I'd have to read how it's described in the amendment if it got all the way to that point and see what it says.
Further questions for Mr. Warrenchuk? Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, we're right at 4:30 here, so let's go ahead and conclude with the public session for today. Come back tomorrow morning at 8 and continue with public comment. And we'll go ahead and have the public clear the room so we can have our executive session. So let's just stand down for a few minutes.